ahead of day 2 of this pink ball day-night women's Ashes test at the MCG. One of the big watches today, and we haven't received an update on this as yet, is going to be the fitness of Ellyse Perry. Will we see her out here? Will she bat? She was listed to come in at number 3 yesterday in the field. If you haven't caught up with this, dived acrobatically, it must be said, to save a boundary, landed awkwardly on her hip, was seen manipulating that area, left the field, wasn't seen again. How big a deal is this going to be for the Aussies with both bat and ball as to whether Ellyse Perry is fit and playing again?
Yeah, I mean, they gave some updates that they were working on her, and obviously it must have been severe for her not to come out to bat. She would have done anything. She loves Test cricket. She's the GOAT of Test cricket, in my opinion, and we didn't see her at number 3. So hopefully she's had some work done overnight. She didn't bowl yesterday, so that really helped as well. So, yeah, interesting to see if she does come out. But, yeah, this is a cauldron for her, isn't it? She wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, look, I think Australia, they have a wealth of experience, and they have the luxury to be able to just put Annabelle Sutherland up the top. But all eyes will be on Ellyse Perry today. Is she going to be able to bat? Is she fit enough? Because at the minute, she's not. Australia playing with 10.
Just looking at the two teams, it is something you referenced yesterday, Gozzy, and a little sidebar here because that just piqued my interest as Alex mentioned that. The youth of this Australian side, Phoebe Litchfield, 21, opening the batting with Georgia Vole, who's 21. Annabelle Sutherland, a young star in her early 20s. It does feel like this all-conquering, dominant Australian side has been able to rejuvenate on the run and renovate and rebuild on the go. Yeah,
and I think that is credit to the domestic setup that the girls have got with the WBBL, the WNCL. You know, they've been fully professional for a while now, and yeah, they've created brilliant athletes and brilliant all-rounders. I think that's been the difference, is after 2017, Matthew, Mark, Meg Lanning winning more all-rounders, and they've got a wealth of all-rounders now of Australia. Yeah, absolutely. And I was coaching in the pathways at New South Wales, so Georgia Vole, Georgia Wareham, all these girls came through, and they were so strong back then, even now. And even now there is. You got Kiva Bray at 15 over at the Under-19 World Cup, so made a debut for the Sydney Sixers. So there are a number of players. She's an all-rounder as well. Georgia Vole bowls a little bit of dirty offies as well.
Offies.
Yeah, haven't seen those in action for the Australians. Yeah, well, they've worked in the WBBL at times, so, you know, who knows what she'll develop into later on. She strikes me as a keeper as well, Georgia Vole. She strikes me as one of those that could probably do anything.
Yeah, I could absolutely see that as well. We should speak about Alana King yesterday and what she was able to do. Bowling from the Shane Warne stand end of the ground. Spoke beautifully last night about the fact that she hopes he's upstairs having a couple of beers, looking down and smiling at the drift and then the spin past the outside edge of the bat. What did you see yesterday, Michelle Goscoe, from Alana King? Because I'm partial to a leggy and I loved watching it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing like it, is there, in world cricket? Watching a leggy go about their work, and she had really good drift yesterday. It was just watching replays this morning, and the ball was sort of like an outswinger going outside off stump, then coming back in, landing on leg and going away. And it's very difficult to play, especially with the wind swirling around here at the MCG. But, gee, she's gone to another level, hasn't she, with her cricket? And it's exceptional to see. She's only 29, so she's got potentially another 10 years in this Australian side.
I think for me what really impressed me was the fact that she was able to create so many opportunities. Yes, she didn't get that 5-for, she deserved the 5-for, but she went off at one of the innings breaks and she was just bowling slightly too wide to Nat Sciver-Brunt. She comes back on, she starts bowling middle and leg rather than middle and off. And as soon as she started bowling middle and leg, Nat Sciver-Brunt trying to work the ball into that onside. She gets into the leading edge, just a couple of questions were asked, and then she eventually bowls her again, as she has done so many times.
Oh, I heard you speak about that yesterday, the fact that you feel like bowling a touch straighter to Nat Sciver-Brunt and the English team generally is a better option for Alana King. What do you mean specifically by that?
Yeah, I just think in Test cricket, a lot of the time is you as a spinner and spinning the ball away from the right-hander, you want the batters to think about driving you through the covers to bring your slips into play. However, what the England side have done over this series, or this Ashes series, is they've closed their hands off. So actually, if you go straighter, your LB is into play as well. Yes, it might be sliding down, but you're going to get a lot of those leading edges, which is what we've seen throughout this series.
I agree, absolutely. And if I had a look at, as I said, I did look at the replays yesterday, and a lot of that front foot was going on that leg stump or outside leg. So they were playing the wrong line anyway. So yeah, look, she's very difficult to play. Ash Gardner got a little bit of spin as well yesterday, a bit of bounce. But I mean, predominantly with the pink ball under lights, it's the swing bowlers that get the wickets. But it was Alana King yesterday.
23 overs bowled right through the second session, 4 for 45 for the King at the MCG. Appropriate. Alana King did speak to the press last night as well. Let's have a listen in.
Pretty cool. Loved playing at the MCG and played a few games here, and yeah, it's home for me, and loved playing Test cricket, and to bowl a whole session was pretty cool. Can't get much better than that.
How did that go about bowling just all those overs unchanged? Was you just like to elicit, just like have the ball? Or?
She tried to get the ball out of my hand at stages, but I'm like, no, I'm in a really good rhythm, Midge. I'm still happy to go. And she's like, are you okay? You're bowling a lot. I'm like, don't try to take the ball out of my hand. It's coming out really nicely. But just there to do the job for the team. And it was just a tight one end, and glad I could. And I think our bowlers did a really good job for day one of Test cricket.
So that was Alana King speaking last night. Australia about to resume on the second day of this women's day-night pink ball test at 1 for 56. England all out for 170. It is a cavernous stadium, so it often looks, as Henry Moran would put it, either half full or half empty. But it is filling up behind us. They do tend to have people situated on the members' side of the ground, so I'm sure on TV it looks more empty than it is. It was over 10,000 yesterday. They're expecting 16,000 today. So Friday afternoon, evening, you would think a lot of people are going to file in and take all of this in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday we had a past players function up in the room, and there was hundreds of people in there, which was exceptional. So I think it was just over 11,000 yesterday. It is a big ground. I remember playing here for New South Wales. I walked out and went, OMG, it is enormous. So to see all the punters come in, it was good. It was great to see. Yes, the atmosphere was really good. They've got the little ground that on the field where you can have a little beverage and sit really close to the action. So yeah, hopefully we do get that crowd today.
It is blowing a Terry gale down here at the moment as well. So you can probably hear that through our microphones, but just looking over at the English team, just warming up, Eloise Sheridan and Claire Polisak, the umpires about to make their way out onto the ground. We've got two kids holding an English flag and an Australian flag as the umpires make their way through it. What are you seeing with the body language of the English team right now, Alex Hartley?
What I love is the fact that they're all together. They're all together. They're in the dugout. They're talking to each other. It quite easily could be, I guess, a broken dressing room, couldn't it, with the way that this Ashes series has gone? But it hasn't been. It's not a broken dressing room. They are staying together. They're all just getting around now, the 11 that are going on the field, to have a little huddle. Tammy Beaumont's just getting mic'd up before the TV, and Heather Knight's going to have a few words with her team. So, look, this team, they've stuck together through the thick and thin of this Ashes series, and I think that's credit to them.
What happens today? Firstly, you, Michelle Gosco?
They'll bat all day, Australia.
Yeah, it's hard to see past. Australia batting all day. They've got the best of the conditions. You've got two batters that are stood on the boundary edge in Phoebe Litchfield, Annabelle Sutherland, that will be thinking, we've got through that tough passage of play, let's cash in.
The thoughts of Alex Hartley, and before that, Michelle Gosco. The players are making their way out onto the ground. Phoebe Litchfield to resume on 20, Sutherland on 24. Australia 1 for 56. They trail by 114 runs. As I kick it upstairs, Henry, I knew what you mean. Henry Moran and Sarah Elliott in position.
Thank you very much indeed. So what a scene is in front of us. 16,000. If we got that in, that really would be fantastic. And I know that some will say, oh, well, it's a huge venue, it looks empty, but 16,000 on a day of women's test match cricket is some number, and it is a special occasion, no doubt about that. Could be a defining day in this test match as well. If Australia can get stuck in, show that resilience we saw last night, it could be tough going for England, who will just have to be patient. That is the order of the day. Patience when you get the opportunity. Don't put them down, and know that it is going to be hard graft out there in the sunshine with that breeze blowing across the ground. Sarah Elliott, lovely to have you alongside us once again, and it looks as though we're going to see spin from the far end first up.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you, Henry. Excited to be here, and welcome to all our listeners as well. Sophie Eccleston's going to have a big workload, you would have thought today. Alana King was brilliant, bowled big, long spells, and got the rewards for that. You'd think a lot rests on Sophie Eccleston's shoulders here today as a leader of this bowling group without Kate Cross.
Well, Phoebe Litchfield, 20 off 65. Annabelle Sutherland, 24 off 51. The one wicket fell last night, that of Georgia Vole. Well, that was it. Lauren Bell getting that wicket. Catch behind for Amy Jones. But in the 22 overs that were bowled, I thought Australia played it brilliantly. I thought it soaked up the pressure. It was always going to be the tough time, new ball under lights.
They did a great job, didn't they? For me, England just missed out a little bit in terms of being able to create pressure. Didn't quite maintain a line and length that built enough pressure.
Slip in place. Eccleston left arm spin over the wicket to the left-handed Litchfield, who is defending into the ground. And she will get it on a dime pretty much every single time, Sophie Eccleston. So it's going to be a little bit of a game of cat and mouse. Whose patience will be tested and who will succumb? They're just wanting to get on with it. Eccleston, the long sleeves and the sunglasses, is in, bowls, and plenty of noise around the bat from Amy Jones and Tammy Beaumont, who's at short leg.
Important sort of first hour here for Litchfield. She looked really determined yesterday in the way she batted. Important that she sets herself again.
Litchfield waits, 21 years old, and will get a run into the leg side. Will she? No, not quite.
We know that she's such a sort of flamboyant player. We watched her in the T20s and the one-dayers. She's quite aggressive in the way she bats, quite creative. But we didn't see that yesterday. She looked like she'd really shifted gears and really put her mind to the task ahead.
Fourth ball of the morning as Eccleston is in. Oh, it's just looping up to the right of short leg. I say the morning, of course it is the afternoon. We will get our heads around it in due course. The first day-night test match played at this venue. Second day-night test in Women's Ashes history. The other one at North Sydney Oval 7 years ago. Here comes Eccleston, and Litchfield will drop the ball into the ground. There's no run into the leg side.
Yeah, that famous test match where Elise Perry made a double 100. I'm sure she'd be hungry to get out there today. We haven't seen much of her floating around.
Confirming she is available to bat. That's the word we're getting from Cricket Australia, which is good news. As Litchfield comes forward defending again, and a maiden to kick off the morning, with Eccleston taking her cap from the umpire, and unbroken blue skies overhead as we see an England side with energy in the field. There'll be a little dismayed, I think, at the performance yesterday. Some dismissals that they'll feel frustrated by. Some moments where they got out, others where they got themselves out a little bit.
It was a mix of both, wasn't it? Which is a bit disappointing. But you can only sort of put yourselves in their shoes and how hard this tour has been. And Test cricket's really hard. If you're not right on your money, right on your game, then it becomes such a challenge. I thought Siva Brunt did a good job, a real fighting effort from her to make that 50 and bat while people were sort of falling around her. It's hard, isn't it? They're up and about. It's sort of that sort of fake it till you make it almost, in terms of they've got some energy, but is it real energy or is it just we're going to try our best here? Let's hope, well, for the sake of England, they might pick up an early wicket. That might give them some life.
Well, Sutherland, tall right-handers on 24 from 51. We're going to see Lauren Filer, who bowled 4 overs last night. None for 6. So really good control. And she's running in now over the wicket. England's pace bowler. And it's a shorter ball, which is well directed, hostile, and pretty quick as well. And that's what we're going to see from Filer. She is the quickest bowler in this match. I think she'll probably just about pip Darcy Brown pace-wise.
I think so. That one clocked at 119 for her first ball. It was very well directed. Sutherland did well to half duck, half move to the leg side to get out of the way.
One thing she needs to be careful of, Sutherland, is leaving that bat hanging up, that periscope, because it wasn't far from that. Filer again runs in, and once more swaying out of the way is Sutherland, who is facing a little bit of a barrage. The deficit, by the way, for Australia is 114 runs, so they'll be looking to gobble that up pretty quickly. Get themselves settled.
That's a terrific length there from Filer. Yesterday we saw some terrific balls, but in between there was a bit loose both sides of the wicket. But these first two deliveries have been right on the money. That one really kicking off the wicket.
Filer again. In now and dropping into the offside. A slightly fuller ball. It goes towards Beaumont at backward point, and there's no run.
Sutherland will be hungry here too. She's had a very light series by her standard in terms of runs in the white ball formats. I think she'd be pretty determined, pretty hungry to work hard in this first hour and set herself up for a big day. Obviously making the 100 in the test match against South Africa on Australian soil last summer. Double.
And 100 against England as well in a test at Trent Bridge. Likes the format. This is onto the hips, and there will be the first run of the day for Australia, greeted warmly by the crowd that have filtered in. And I had an interesting conversation earlier on, Sarah, with a supporter outside the ground who I went up to, who was wearing a Nat Silverbrunt shirt, an England wide-brimmed hat. And I thought, ooh, an England fan. And I said, hello, what's your name? And in the most broad Australian accent, she said, Trish, I'm supporting England. I've had enough of Australia winning everything.
So she's gone out and got herself the jersey. And
yeah. Well, more than that, actually. Here is Filer again to Litchfield. This is onto the toes. There won't be a run there. Tap towards Beaumont on the leg side. She said, last year I was in the South African gear. And this year I've gone for England. I followed them round. I was at Canberra, Adelaide. And she said, I nearly cancelled my trip from Adelaide to this one because they were so disappointing.
Oh, wow.
I thought, I'm not going to put up with this. But she said, well, I've booked it all now, so I'll come along.
Wow, way.
I know. Here's Lauren Filer running into bowl to Phoebe Litchfield, and it's defended by the left-handed opener with a little jabbing action. That's the end of the over. Just the one from it. One in the session so far. Australia 1 for 57.
That's a very committed cricket fan, isn't it? And I guess it's a good point that Trish sort of raises at a topic of conversation in the sense that we need England to do well. For female version of the game, for cricket to keep growing, England's got to be competitive.
Well, I think it's a wider issue, isn't it, in the game, where you think about some series of years gone by in the men's game, and when you'd see a strong South Africa side coming to tour, and yeah, I know they've had a brilliant World Test Championship, so maybe not the best example, but it sort of feels that those at the top are getting stronger and the gap is perhaps growing just because of the financial models that are in existence. And actually, a stronger game more widely is a better game.
That's 100% right. That's the challenge ahead of the administrators, isn't it? How to navigate that. Particularly we see that in the girls' game, but there is a big discrepancy.
Eccleston round the wicket to bowl to Sutherland, driving past Eccleston, but not past Dunkley at mid-off.
I feel like there's great opportunity in the girls' game as well to really grow and get behind those more minor cricket nations.
Eccleston again. Bowls a ball that Sutherland will punch into the offside and pick up a run. That's nicely played, just to the right of the fielder at cover. And this is the thing, isn't it, that you want every series to have a sense of uncertainty going into it. And you'll have favourites, and you'll have expectations, but no certainties. And that's the thing that some series in recent years have actually felt like you kind of know what's going to happen. Here's Eccleston. Bowls a ball that Litchfield is launching in the air, down the ground. She could be caught. Fielder running round, can't quite get there. It is hauled in just inside the ropes, but Litchfield felt that pressure building. And as Dunkley sprinted back, it was just out of reach. And I don't think she could have done much more.
No, just out of reach, wasn't it? But not a half chance, but it created some pressure. Some really good bowling these first couple of overs has created pressure.
Here is Eccleston to Sutherland this time. Yes, punching into the offside. Litchfield, who went aerial, got just a single for it. The ball was up there a long time. Eccleston again. Midway through this over, the third of the afternoon, you know what I mean. Here is Eccleston once more. Round the wicket to bowl to Sutherland, who will get a run this time, just behind square on the leg side to the right of Lauren Bell. And Australia 1 for 60.
You don't mind that if you're Litchfield in some ways. That's a great reminder to pull her head in a little bit. And I think she'll treat that as, that'll be the little, right, hang on a minute, I've got to really switch back on here. And no doubt those nerves as it went up in the air might help her to just pull her head back in a little bit.
Eccleston to Litchfield defending from the back foot. And, the over comes to an end with the top ball. 3 from it. And the score stands at 60 for 1 for 60. Australia trail by 110. Shane in Ballina, when the broadcast started, I thought I was listening to Phil Tufnell. Do you reckon that's me or you, Sarah?
It's a pretty safe answer, that one, isn't it?
Well, I've never thought of myself as tough as it. Or maybe it was Ben or Alex. Who knows? Down on the boundary edge. Thank you for getting in touch. 0467 920 222 on the SMS. tms@bbc.co.uk on the email. So a little reminder, Elise Perry is available to bat in this innings, which is great news for Australia. Less so perhaps for England. Here's Filer to bowl to Sutherland, slip in place, and she's swaying out of the way of a short ball once again. Filer with some hostility early on.
It's a luxury the Australian team have. They've got Talia McGrath batting at, or listed to come in at 8. I wonder how injured, how much they want to protect Perry. She can certainly slot right down the lineup if need be. Available to bat, but will Australia need her? Will they risk her? We'll wait and see as the game plays itself out.
It's a good question. Here's Filer again. Very straight approach outside the off stump and push towards cover point, where a good tumbling save from the acrobatic Beaumont, who used to be a gymnast.
That just doesn't surprise me at all.
that
That makes me laugh when having played at the Renegades in the very first WBBL alongside Tammy Beaumont. It's just the energy and the finish, that stereotypical kind of the finish and the hands up in the air after they finish their routine. I feel like that's her all over.
Yeah. It's about learning to fall gracefully and land gracefully, isn't it? Here is Filer, who outside the off stump almost finds the edge of Sutherland's bat. She looked to try and smash it through the offside, but played below the ball, and it goes through to the keeper. It's one of those things with, certain people look very elegant when they fall, like Lauren Filer when she falls over in her follow through. It's not necessarily one of life's more elegant manoeuvres.
I thought you were going to say elegant then. I thought, no, that's not. No, yes?
I think Beaumont, when she fields, always does look quite elegant. This is hit away through the offside, but straight to the England fielder, Tammy Beaumont.
It's the way she bounces back up again.
Yeah.
It's that she's down there. Next she's straight up, straight into position, ready.
Low centre of gravity, I think.
That probably helps. But we were talking about it yesterday. Filer's run-up is quite unique. She goes into the race walk position for a good 3 metres, and then she really starts to take off.
When I fall over, it's like someone hurling a fridge into a skip. In comes Filer outside the off stump. It's over pitched and a little bit wide, but not put away by Sutherland, finding Knight at cover.
Is that what happened this morning when you were out running? Or did you bounce?
This morning, well, as I told you before we came on out, when I was running, there was a moment of a little bit of inelegance, it has to be said, because one thing you notice, even if you go early, there's lots of people up and about already running in Australia. Here's Filer, banging it in short, looking for a single and finding it into the offside. Might be a second there, they'll think about 2. Yes, eventually is the cry. Throw comes in, and they had to be a little quick. That's a well-judged second run. 2 from the over. 26 have been bowled in the innings, and Sutherland moves forward onto 29. And Australia, 62 on the board for the loss of 1, with the deficit now 108. So even though I was up and running quite early on, there was lots of people out and about. There was rowing clubs on the banks of the Yarra getting ready
Very busy.
Very busy, lovely morning. But as I headed sort of up a ramp towards a bridge, there was somebody else running the other way, and it was one of those moments you see it coming from quite a way off, where for whatever reason, the sort of interpersonal radars aren't quite aligned. If you go left, they're going to go left, and it's all going to go wrong.
Yep.
And so I ended up crashing into a bollard. I've given myself a dead leg. Really painful. Anyway, here comes Eccleston. Start of a new over, and Litchfield is defending. Eccleston is building some pressure here. Litchfield 21 off 75.
Not an easy thing to do when you're out running. You've done well.
Yeah.
Did you run? Did you make it home? Or
I did. It's one of those that is a little bit more painful later in the day. Litchfield forward, looking to try and create something, only finds the hands of Bouchier at extra cover.
Well, certainly athleticism of this sort of England team has been in question over the series, and they're going to get a big test today because a whole day potentially in the field, that's certainly going to test everybody.
Dunkley is probably 10 yards or so inside the boundary at long on, pretty much where that catching opportunity came, as Litchfield comes forward, again using her feet. Won't find any gap, though. To mid-off it goes. So it was one of those where not quite a chance for Dunkley, but it wasn't far from it. Eccleston's previous over.
It's important that sort of drop step. She didn't quite, her first 2, 3, 4 steps weren't quite
Eccleston to Litchfield, drops the ball into the ground where Beaumont almost fields, but it in the end is picked up by Siva Brunt.
It's, that ability to see it, to read it, and that very first step, that very first turn to work out which direction you're going to go in. That was the one that's sort of missing for me, whether she could have got a little closer to it.
Eccleston, ball into Litchfield, and there will be a run there because that fielder, as I mentioned, Dunkley, is up towards the boundary, and so an easy one is trotted through by Phoebe Litchfield. I'm not sure she realised there was a run there initially. I think she thought possibly Sutherland was an England fielder at first. And actually there is a legitimate point here. Players don't often play in the same colour kits in the women's game. Here is Eccleston, ball outside the off stump, cry of catch, and it's dropped. And it's Danny Wyatt-Hodge at point, who's an excellent fielder. It was in the air, sliced away, and she got there, but down it goes.
That just seems to sum up England's luck for the summer, unfortunately. Definitely a chance that Danny Wyatt-Hodge would take probably 9 out of 10 times.
You say luck?
No comment.
Yeah. But then Australia missed 5 chances yesterday.
They did.
So...
Oh, they would have dearly loved that. That's the big wicket of Sutherland as well.
So, a little note in the notebook that Tralcan Tiger. Henry does sound like Tuffers, a very refined Tuffers. Keep it up. I'm not sure I'll tell him that. In comes Filer to bowl to Litchfield, working the ball off the hips down towards fine leg, and a single will be taken. I do remember working with Tuffers on an overnight series between England and Sri Lanka a few years ago during the pandemic, and he emerged at had to be about 4 in the morning on a cold winter's morning, fully wrapped up, scarf, hat, the works. Through the night he appeared in the mist. In comes Filer to bowl to Sutherland, defending into the ground. And we work at the Oval in London, and you've never seen anything like it. He emerged as if it was sort of Scott of the Antarctic.
At 4 a.m.
Yeah. I know that Tuffers has been known to see 4 a.m, but it's normally the other way around.
I was wondering.
He's normally reaching it as opposed to kicking the day off, as history would tell us. He had a thermos.
He was prepared.
Yeah,
wow.
Very prepared. In comes Filer. 2 slips and a gully weight. Sutherland is going to try and pull that ball around the corner. She's rather hurried, and it comes off the toe end of the bat, drops into the onside to be retrieved by Amy Jones. Australia move forward to 1 for 65. Deficit 105 runs.
She had a second thought about that one, didn't she, with the 2 fielders out in the deep? I think she rethought how hard to go at that pull shot. Been scoring at a good healthy rate this morning, picking up singles.
Filer again. Rushing in, just 1 fielder on the boundary at backward square, and it goes a lot finer than that, down towards fine leg. As a long chase for Dunkley, who gives it up early. No, she's not going to haul it in. Could be a long day in the field, so save your legs. And down towards the Shane Warne stand it goes for the first boundary of the day. Litchfield with a bit of a freebie on the hips, and she moves to 27. Australia 1 for 69.
Makes me nervous how they'll respond to that drop catch. If it had been taken, yes, that energy continues, but now they put one down.
I'm with you. Guy Goodman on the email. Prediction for day 2. Runs. Plenty of runs.
Very astute.
Litchfield waiting, tucking the ball into the leg side for a single. And the thing that England can't really afford is, if the boundaries aren't coming, that's one thing, but you can't really afford the accumulation.
No, it's that sort of dominating by just keeping on road to the strike, looking in control, not getting to build pressure on one particular batter. The Australians are doing it really well, very comfortably at the minute.
Sutherland giving a life on 29, is waiting for Lauren Filer. Final ball of the over. In comes Filer, and this is played into the offside for a single towards Rihanna McDonald-Gay, who actually was quite impressive with the bat yesterday. Not a huge number of runs, but she hung around. That is the end of the over. So Australia, after 28 overs, find themselves at 1 for 71. The deficit stands now at, Rick, just to warm you up for the day,
99.
99? Oh, sorry. We've
sorry.
ruined your moment there. Right, I'm getting out of the way. Matt Lynch is coming in.
Grandstand Cricket.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Henry. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning in the UK as Sophie Ecclestone starts a new over, and it's defended by Annabelle Sutherland into the offside. Australia, yes, trailing by just 99 runs after England were all out for 170 yesterday. Australia 1 for 71, 71 for 1. And a chance goes begging early here. Ecclestone comes in and, a little edge there as well. I think a chance has gone down. Amy Jones, tough catch down to her right.
That's another chance.
Up to the stumps, as you'd expect for the leg spinner.
Oh, yes.
And right at her, right bootlace in the end. Had to be flexible enough to try and get down quickly enough and wasn't able to do so. And Heather Knight, hands on her hips, a bit frustrated as she's going to make a couple of changes to the field as well.
She really sort of almost ran it off the face of her back there, Sutherland, rather than playing through the ball and getting the edge. But
so Sutherland with a life on 29 and now a life on 31. Slip in place for Sophie Ecclestone. She comes in from the Shane Warne stand side. Into Annabelle Sutherland, who takes a big stride forward and just defends it along the pitch.
Well, they've created chance. I think they've bowled really quite well in these first few overs of the day.
5 on the offside for Sophie Ecclestone, and this time Sutherland is coming forward once more. Careful to not get that ball that just bites up on her and hits the top half of the bat. Short leg in place. That Siva Brunt is at a squarish mid-off. There's a traditional mid-off as well. Ecclestone around the wicket. Sutherland decides she'll try her luck and hits high and hard. Down the ground and over the rope for 6. The counter-attack from Annabelle Sutherland, having decided, tentatively isn't the way to go. Get on the front foot and look to attack against one of the world's best leg spinners. A 6 for Annabelle Sutherland, and she looks to make England play. She moves to 37. Australia 1 for 77.
That's a terrific shot. Signature Annabelle Sutherland there. Head really, really still. She's brought about a change in the field as well, with that fielder now dropping back.
First 6 of the Australian innings as Sophie Ecclestone's in once more. Sutherland is watchful as she takes a stride forward and defends. So just the 6 runs coming from that over. Australia 1 for 77 after 29 overs. Phoebe Litchfield is on 28. Annabelle Sutherland is on 37. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC. Rick Finlay, the best scorer in the land, is here. Welcome to you, Rick.
Hello, Matt. Yes, Sutherland is now on 37. When she gets exactly 100 more, she will hold the all-time women's test record for the most runs in 6 consecutive innings. So 137 is what we're aiming for. She will take over that from Karen Rolton, who scored 541 runs. After the last 5 innings, Sutherland has 405.
Incredible to think her acceleration in the women's game, and she's coming at number 3. She was scheduled to come in a bit further down the order. If a wicket was to fall now, would you imagine Elise Perry, who's been declared fit to bat if required, will come striding out? Start of a new over. Lauren Filer in from the members' end, up to Phoebe Litchfield, who's up on her toes and defending high on the bat, out onto the offside.
To be honest, I'm not sure. I haven't got a read on it. I think if she was fit, she would have come in yesterday. So I'm not sure how treatment overnight. If it's gone well, then yes, she'll come in. But they don't need to risk her. They've still got a lot of time left in this game. She'll be hungry, same as Elisa Healy. She was hungry to play this game. Elise Perry will be hungry to be the next batter to walk to the crease.
Elisa Healy had the pads on last night. She was next in. 2 slips in place for Filer as she angles it in on middle and off stump, and it's pushed out into the offside and fielded at extra cover. Australia 1 for 77. That's 6 from Annabelle Sutherland. Rick, how many 6s did we have in the England innings? I think I know the answer.
That column is empty.
Not completely surprising when you're out for 170 and lost 3 wickets in the opening session. Alana King was able to get on top claiming 4 wickets for the day. Lauren Filer, right arm over the wicket, comes in, and Litchfield, again, is happy to use the weight of her body to come forward and just defend, watching to make sure there's no early swing here on day 2.
A boldness and a confidence about the way Australia bat. At the minute, it's been for many years now, they back themselves to play those shots. When your team's up and about, you can do that. Very hard for the English girls to have that confidence.
11 wickets fell on the opening day as Filer comes in. Once more, Litchfield just stepping forward and defending into the offside, where it's fielded there by McDonald Gay, patrolling the offside. Australia 1 for 77. Just make my way into the MCG. Sarah, I noticed 3 Australian backpacks just outside Flinders Street Station. There's Tali McGrath, Alana King and Ash Gardner just walking across to the MCG from the team hotel, which I was a little surprised about, but beautiful day in Melbourne, why not? So they come in for another day of action-packed cricket. Filer back of a length, and this time Litchfield is able to pull it away out to the fielder. Out wide-ish fine leg, and through for a single to move to 29. She had her battles yesterday, Phoebe Litchfield, especially with the ball swinging away from her. But the longer she is at the crease, the more confidence she will build. And Australia now 1 for 78. And a chance for her and Annabelle Sutherland to really put the pressure back on England.
I feel like she's determined for a big innings here today. It's interesting, isn't it, walking to the ground? There used to be sort of divided camp. There were those of us that like to walk, and then there was a certain group, and depending on the stage of the game, they were all about transport.
Filer into Sutherland, wide of the off stump, but she's forward and defending. Having been given a couple of lives so far this morning. Just the 1 run coming from it. Fastest ball of the over. Then from Lauren Filer, bowling just under 120 kilometres per hour, around 73 miles per hour for you in the UK. And Australia are 1 for 78 after 30 overs, with Litchfield on 29, Sutherland on 37. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, and through Test Match Special on the BBC. You can get in touch with us on the SMS 0467 920 222, or via the email if you're in the UK, tms@bbc.co.uk. Crowd of around 3,400 in the MCG already. Hopefully a few more will wander in throughout the afternoon. Sophie Eccleston is going to continue from the Shane stand end. Short and pulled away by Phoebe Litchfield. Wide of the fielder at backward square leg and down to the rope for 4. Out towards where that little temporary setup has been built for the boundary social for the fans to sit inside the fence here at the MCG. And we've got a good look at that shot as it raced down to the rope for 4. Phoebe Litchfield moves to 33.
It's a great shot, and one that she just practiced between overs. I saw her replaying nice and tight with her hands.
Slip in place, short leg, deep mid-wicket, long on his back. As Eccleston comes in over the wicket and bowls to Phoebe Litchfield, who's beaten as she comes forward. Encouragement behind the stumps from an English perspective.
You've got to be celebrating every ball, every time it beats the bat. That's a terrific delivery. Just held its line. Amy Jones doing a good piece of work behind the stumps.
Eccleston closer to the stumps as she comes into Phoebe Litchfield. She pushes it out into the offside. Quickly calls Annabelle Sutherland through for a single. With Lauren Bell just a little bit back, fielding at backward point, and a comfortable single able to scamper through. Australia 1 for 83. With Litchfield moving to 34.
Well in control this partnership.
Eccleston with the sunglasses on comes into Annabelle Sutherland. Big stride forward. Gets the full face of the bat as she defends back down the pitch.
I wonder about having that deep mid-off out. Yes, she's so strong in that area, but
you would have thought Eccleston would be happy to tempt Sutherland to try and hit down the ground once more. A little bit more width outside the off stump, and it's hit hard. And straight to Sophia Dunkley, who does the fielding at extra cover. So a packed offside for Sophie Eccleston to Annabelle Sutherland, trying to bring about that opportunity, which unfortunately Danny White-Hodge put down at backward point. It was a good wide delivery from Eccleston that got the very bottom of the bat. The catch just didn't quite stick. Eccleston around the wicket into Sutherland, who defends into the offside. 1 for 83 with one ball to come in this over. 5 runs coming from it. In fact, that is over as the umpire gives the all clear. Australia 1 for 83 after 31 overs. Phoebe Litchfield is on 34. Annabelle Sutherland is on 37. Thank you to Sarah Elliott. Rick Finlay.
Just an update on sixes hit in women's Test cricket. That 6 that Sutherland hit took her to outright second position on the list of 6 hitters in Test cricket with 4. She leaves behind Gardner and Healy and Mandana of India on 3. But the leader is Shefali Verma of India, who's way ahead there on 14 sixes in Tests.
14 sixes for the Indian superstar Shefali Verma. Alex Hartley joins you once more on ABC Sport and through Test Match Special on the BBC. Good afternoon, Alex.
Good afternoon.
Got that little foam ball in your hand. How has your nerves been this morning as you watch England's application?
More frustration rather than nerves this morning.
Lauren Bell into the attack from the members' end as she comes in to Phoebe Litchfield and wide of the off stump. She's having a lash at one and failing to make contact as Amy Jones takes it behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's just that discipline, isn't it? And frustration for England. Sophia Dunkley with the first, Danny Wyatt Hodge with the second, and then I think Amy Jones was the toughest of the lot, to be completely honest. She's got a wide keeping stance. It's almost like she got herself in the way, like her knee was in the way of herself, and also the reaction time. It was a thick, quick outside edge.
Litchfield is on 34 as she awaits Lauren Bell. A good full delivery which is driven and beats the fielder McDonald-Gay and through for a single. And Litchfield is able to come back for 2. Diggy Boutfield's here at the MCG. And she moves to 36, Australia 1 for 85.
I did just hear something quite daunting as an England fan, so turn your radios off just for 20 seconds. Sutherland has passed 30 twice in her Test career. Once she went on to get 130 and once 200.
That's a good stat, isn't it? It's a little bit worrying, though, from an England side of things. Lauren Bell in past the umpire, angling in on leg stump, and Litchfield defends into the onside. Scores of 137 for Annabelle Sutherland, 15, 16, 27, 210. And she started today on 24, and she's now on 37.
Yep.
You've got to take your chances, don't you?
You do have to take your chances, especially against this Australia team. And actually, I think Australia will be pretty disappointed with how many chances they've given England so far this morning. In the first 20 minutes, there was 3 chances.
Bell right arm over the wicket as she comes in. Phoebe Litchfield wants the single as she quickly plays it out forward of mid-wicket. Gets through to 37. This partnership now up to 67. Australia 1 for 86. What would you imagine might have been said in the little England team huddle as they gathered down below our commentary box here at the MCG before the day's play?
I think just about sticking together and, going out and enjoying being in your Test whites and enjoy the moment. Be in your shoes is what they talk about a lot. And also take those early chances.
Bell into the right-handed Annabelle Sutherland, who just tries to work it off her hip but back down the pitch.
Because also when the bowlers are resetting, obviously, from last night, but so are the batters. They've got to give themselves opportunities to get in. And they didn't quite do that, trying to bop Sophie Eccleston down the ground is probably a bit of misjudgment from Australia there. So, yeah, frustrating.
2 slips in place, Anna Garley for Lauren Bell. And she comes in to Annabelle Sutherland down the leg side. And it's taken by Amy Jones moving across to her left. Alyssa Healy said the Australian camp used to pull a name out of the hat and they'd have to come up with a joke for the day.
Yeah, England used to
lift
do
the
that.
tone.
Yeah.
It helps when you're winning to be happy to be jovial before the day gets underway, but there's always a serious element that takes place as well, often before the players make their way out onto the field and do their warm-up, whatever ritual they have out on the ground. But she said for her camp, all the hard work is done in the days leading up to the match. On the day of the match, you want to lighten the mood.
Yeah, England do a fun fact, I think they used to do on social media.
End of the over, Australia 1 for 86 with Phoebe Litchfield on 37. Annabelle Sutherland also on 37. And the question coming into today with Australia in a strong position, how many runs will they score today? Can England get some breakthroughs in this first session? Sophie Eccleston starts a new over from the Shane Warne stand side and down the leg side to Phoebe Litchfield as Jones shuffles across to gather behind the stumps.
A bit of turn there for Sophie Eccleston as well, so that will encourage her. We saw the wrist spinner Alana King get turned from that end as well yesterday.
Eccleston over the wicket. Litchfield is back and across and just trying to work it onto the onside. It's fielded by Nat Severbrunt at wideish mid-wicket. If Alana King was able to dominate yesterday, you'd hope Sophie Eccleston is rubbing her hands together thinking, I'm in for a big shift today.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I just said, put your bed on that end, you're staying there.
Fielded slip, do all your work bowling as Litchfield comes out of her crease to meet the delivery from Sophie Eccleston and plays it down to long on for a single to move to 38, 1 for 87 in the 33rd over.
Yep, if I was England, Soph gets 2 half-an-hour breaks today, and that's at lunch and tea. And that's it. And she bowls all day, and she's capable of doing, she's done past.
Well, the frustrating part from her point of view is she's created chances already today. She'd be asking for her English teammates to back her in. A full toss to Annabelle Sutherland, who strides down the pitch and hits it along the ground down to long off for a single. Sutherland to 38, Australia 1 for 87, and this is the challenge for Heather Knight now. Australia happy to try and just pick off singles off Sophie Eccleston when she slightly over pitches. Heather Knight in at slip as Eccleston flights his next delivery, and Litchfield looks to work it off her pads, and it's fielded by McDonald Gay at backward square leg.
Yeah, when Eccleston gets that length right, she has been slightly fuller on a couple of occasions, and as you say, just been knocked down the ground. But when she gets that length right, the wicket is offering something for her bowling.
There's 9 millimetres of grass left on the pitch for this historic day-night test match. As Eccleston looking to close out this over, Litchfield gets a single as she plays it out to Nat Severbrunt at mid-wicket to move to 39 at the end of the over. 3 runs coming from it. Australia are 1 for 89 with Litchfield on 39 and Sutherland on 38. Matt Clinch alongside Alex Hartley with you on ABC Sport and through Test Match Special on the BBC. You guys had your podcast at the end of the day's play for our TMS listeners, of course, available wherever you get your podcast from. How'd you go with your reflections at the end of the day? And then it's a quick turnaround, isn't it? You feel like you should have more time in the morning to go for brunch or have a nice breakfast or something like that. And then before you know it, it's time to head to the ground.
Everyone keeps saying, it's a day night, you get a lie-in. No, unfortunately, I feel like I closed my eyes for 4 minutes last night and back at the ground at 10:30 this morning.
10:30?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got hair and makeup. You can't polish a turd, but you can roll it in glitter.
Never quite know what you're going to get, but yep, you've called it as you see it. Alex Harley with you. Lauren Bell is with us as well as she's running away from us here in the members' stand. Comes into Phoebe Litchfield. Who's up on her toes and pushing it into the offside. She won't get a single as it's fielded. A backward point. Danny White-Hodge racing across to her left.
A producer back home has just texted as well saying, are you really out here complaining about sleep? Yes, Jack. Jack, I am. And then you're getting up at 2 in the morning.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
You can sleep all day. Party all night, Jack. I've got to work all day. Sleep for 4 minutes at night.
The early hours of the morning back in the UK. Passionate English fans hopefully getting up to follow as Lauren Bell comes in and wide of the off stump this time. Litchfield decides to pull her bat away. Georgia Vole on debut was the one wicket in which England were able to claim late last night. Caught by Amy Jones from the bowling of Lauren Bell. Out for 12. England would be knowing that if they can't get a couple of breakthroughs here and put the pressure back on Australia, that the Aussies will settle in and it could be a rather tough and frustrating day in the field. With Elise Perry, Elisa Healy still to come, Beth Mooney, Ash Gardner, Tali McGrath. As Bell's in once more and Litchfield just defends into the offside. It's fielded by Tammy Beaumont. 1 for 89 with Australia trailing by 81 runs.
We've had a lot of people listening through the night, people at home that say, oh, I can't quite sleep, so I just have the radio on in the background. And yeah, it's not a compliment when it's people say it helps them sleep, actually. I've only just
put them to sleep.
Yeah, I reckon we put a few to sleep.
It is one of the charms of following the men's and the women's Ashes, though. As Lauren Bell, wider of the off stump, and entices Litchfield to try and drive and fails to make contact.
It's a couple of times now that Litchfield has tried to drive that fuller length ball through the covers. Lauren Bell going right across Litchfield, and as it pitches, it just nips away ever so slightly more as well. You would feel if Litchfield is going to get out, you'd think the slips are in play here.
And this was the battle we saw last night when Litchfield looked vulnerable, trying to get going early in her innings, and just the ball drifting away from her. Good contest at the moment. Litchfield still there. 39 from 104 deliveries as Bell comes in. And once more, Litchfield wants to play at it as it just whistles past the outside edge, and Jones takes it behind the stumps.
Yeah, she's bowling nicely here, Lauren Bell. 5 dot balls in a row, just adding a little bit of pressure here to Phoebe Litchfield. What you don't want to do now is just a loose delivery. You want to be able to set up a batter in Test match cricket. Just pushing that ball across Phoebe Litchfield over and over again. Just don't want to go too straight here. You're looking for that straight one, but you don't want to angle it down the leg side.
With the sun beating down here at the MCG, comes in with the right sweatband, and once more just drifts it away from Phoebe Litchfield. And a maiden over for Lauren Bell. Her 10th over, 1 for 24, and Australia a 1 for 89. With Phoebe Litchfield on 39, Annabelle Sutherland on 38. A couple of chances for England so far today, but they haven't been able to take them. Alex Hartley's with you on ABC Sport and through TMS. Ben Cameron about to join you.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener.
Thanks, Quincy. Looking very sparkly there, Alex Hartley.
Thank you, thank you.
1 for 89 are the Aussies in control of this Test match. Sophie Eccleston to continue with her slow left arm orthodox and knocking it away through forward square leg. Sutherland for 1.
I walked past Tammy, well, she walked past me this morning, Tammy Beaumont. She went, Australia colours today. And I didn't think twice, but I told her to do one in much more aggressive language.
Yeah.
Ending off. And she said, well, that was a big fish I just caught, wasn't it? And I was like, yeah, you got
practically jumping in the boat.
Yeah.
Eccleston bowling to Litchfield, forcing off the back foot. Through cover point, at least one. They'll look at doubling up and they will come back for a couple. So 1 for 92, the Aussies. It's incredible you've been able to fit in commentating the cricket and working on selling sunsets at the same time.
I have had a message, is there a suit colour you don't have? Well, you know, I've got them all. They also get provided, so.
Slip and a bat pad in place. Eccleston bowls. Litchfield forward. Off the outside edge of the bat, it just dribbles down towards third. And they'll think about a second, think better of it. Good work in pursuit there from Heather Knight.
Selling Sunsets, though. What a great show.
I haven't watched it.
What? Oh, watch one episode, you won't leave your living room for the whole day.
Just thought it looked like a real estate agent power suit. Eccleston around the wicket to the right-hander, who's on the drive and mistiming down towards mid-on. 1 for 93 are the Aussies. 170 in the first innings, England.
Australia, what they've been able to do today is just rotate the strike against Eccleston as well. Something that England really struggled to do against Alana King.
Shades on for Eccleston, arms flailing, bowling now down the track to defend Sutherland. Interesting field here, so they've got the slip in the bat pad, got a backward point, a cover point, almost an extra cover, then a short catching extra cover and a long off as well. What do you think the plan is there?
Yeah, I like this field actually from Eccleston.
Sutherland awaiting, Eccleston bowling, forward Sutherland pushing out towards that heavily populated ring field on the offside, end of the over. 1 for 93 are the Aussies. Litchfield 42, Sutherland 39.
It's pretty much what we were talking about in the build-up to the game of having those in-out fields to entice the batter to drive the ball into the covers, down the ground, and if it does spit in the surface, you take that outside edge and your slip comes into play.
Glorious day here at the MCG. As Harsha Bogle always speaks about, the colours of our game. Bright green of the outfield, bright blue of the sky, and the pink ball on this occasion. Crowd filing in. Lauren Bell to continue from the members' end of the ground. Running in those straight lines. Bowling now. Litchfield rock solid forward defensive. Back down just on the offside of the pitch. It's very mechanical. Lauren Bell's run-up, isn't it? Very upright, bolt upright, arms all in a straight line.
Yeah, she's worked incredibly hard over the last 18 months just to get a little bit of extra power, extra speed. Just change the way that she bowls as well, being able to swing the ball both ways, which is handy when you've got that right left-hander.
2 slips in a gully. Bell arriving to bowl now, back of a length, and Litchfield defends from the crease. It's almost a little, I said this yesterday, you might correct me here, Andy Caddick-like in the run-up. For your time, sorry. How old are you?
31.
31. Should be old enough to remember Andy Caddick.
I remember him.
Just not his running style.
Just not the way he ran between the wickets or up to bowl.
Grandstand cricket here on ABC Sport. Also through the TMS back to the UK. Bell right arm over to the left-hander on the off stump. Litchfield very watchful. I don't think you're as sprightly as you were yesterday. To start off today, Alex.
I'm grumpy today, sorry. I will get some energy. I've just smashed a Diet Coke, so hopefully that caffeine kicks in soon.
It's pretty direct feedback here on Grandstand Cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, you can say it as it is. I've got nothing about me anymore. I want to go home.
Got a question about that. Bell bowling now, going slightly fuller. Still forward defensive from Phoebe Litchfield, 1 for 93, the Aussies. This English team would have to be feeling that, wouldn't they? I mean, they wouldn't be human if they weren't thinking, gee whiz.
Gee whiz, we're flying.
Get me on the plane.
On Monday. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Because you get to play Test cricket so rarely that actually it's such a huge opportunity to just pull the whites on, play Test cricket, stay in your shoes, as we were just saying, but equally, there will be some people that are like, get me on.
Litchfield picks up the bat, knocks the ball on a good length, and again, knocks it back down the pitch. Bell bends over to pick it up and flings it away towards mid-off.
This is a good battle between Lauren Bell and Phoebe Litchfield now. 11 dot balls in a row to Phoebe Litchfield, from what I've seen. I don't know if there was any before that.
How many is it, Rick?
He's doing the maths. 11. I'm right.
You're right.
Back myself.
Even got past all of the fingers as Bell arrives again, wide outside the off stump. Litchfield watching it through to the keeper. 1 for 93, end of the over. A good battle of patience in between Bell and Litchfield. Litchfield 42, Sutherland 39.
12 in a row now for Lauren Bell to Litchfield, and it's almost like that battle, isn't it? Who's going to get that breakthrough first? Is Bell just going to consistently hammer that line that she has been doing? I'd love to then see one go straighter, try and get one to swing the other way, trap her on the pad, a little bit like Kim Garth did to Heather Knight yesterday, just set her up absolutely perfectly. In swing away, swing straight one, bang on the front pad.
John from Meningie has texted in, loving the commentary again, especially Alex Hartley's Lancashire accent. Swoon. How is the stress ball going today?
It's in my hand.
Eccleston starting a new over. Back Sutherland. Thick outside edge. Squirts away down towards third. I'll take a single. My grandmother was from Lancashire. The Liverpool side, though.
Dirty accent, that.
Beautiful Scouse accent.
What? Meningie can't be a real place.
It's a very real place.
Where is it?
I'm not sure. Rick might know. Slip and a bat pad and turning it off the hip is Phoebe Litchfield. Nearly a little bit of a mix-up. They get through for one. Through to square leg. Now, Rick Finlay tends to know where these places are because he owns properties in all of them.
He owns Australia, I heard.
Most of Australia.
Hobart is.
And I don't think so much Tasmania, but right around all of the other states.
Meningie.
Where is it, Rick?
South Australia.
How many properties in Meningie?
None at the moment.
He's about to get another one. What a name. I'd love to say I live in Meningie.
2 hours east of Adelaide, southeast, as Eccleston comes in and Sutherland goes well forward. Getting right forward to defend, 1 for 95. Litchfield 43, Sutherland on 40. What's been the highlight of your trip? What have you seen in Australia, Alex Hartley, and taken from this trip, if not the cricket? Eccleston around the wicket, Sutherland using her feet, driving straight to that short catching extra cover.
I've got some good friends that live in Australia, Nerily Meadows and Glenn Maxwell, so it's been so good to see them on a regular basis.
We'll just pick up those names that you just dropped.
So it's been really nice to see those two.
Around the wicket, Eccleston, and Sutherland back defending. On the bounce to that silly mid-off under the lid, Tammy Beaumont. Heather Knight in its slip.
I am looking forward to getting back to the freezing cold and staying in a dark room for a week and pretending this never happened.
Eccleston unfurls again. Sutherland down the track to defend. Very watchful here. Here's Belzy Sutherland, end of the over, 1 for 95. Litchfield on 43, Sutherland on 40. So just give me the background to Lancashire. It does cover part of Liverpool and Manchester, doesn't it? Is that incorrect?
I don't know. Liverpool's Liverpool, Manchester's Manchester. Lancashire is Liverpool, yeah,
How do you not know about your home county?
Yeah, it's a good question. I live in the moment, you know. I'm not very good with, like, world news and things like that. And
wouldn't you have had teammates who lived in Liverpool, etc.?
Yeah, I have got a couple of Liverpool teammates, actually. So, yeah, there you go.
1 for 95 are the Aussies. Litchfield back on strike. 2 slips in a gully. Deep point in position. Bell beginning a new over. The battle of wits continues. Back of a length and defending Litchfield. So what does that make it? 13 consecutive dots.
Yeah, and England will be wanting to remind Litchfield of that. 13 in a row now. You're struggling against her, aren't you? You're struggling against that.
You would have been one of those people in the field. Join the dots.
You know what? It's extremely hard for me to chirp from fine leg. I did fine leg to fine leg, so I just had to just stay quiet.
Seems like that was by design. Bell in again, driving Litchfield. Can't beat the infield. Down a bit off.
Yeah, I'd have loved to have been good enough to be in the slips.
Same.
Have some mates to talk to, you know, during a test match or in, you know, one-day game. Just good enough to be at mid-off would be nice, actually. Just talk to people, but I did fine leg to fine leg. We used to do 12k a game, though. Running fine leg to fine leg.
John from Meningi says pronounced with a hard G.
Oh, not Meningi.
So Meningi. The slips and gully await as Bell arrives and Litchfield can't get her away again. So the dots continue to build. 15 in a row.
It's not quite as fun, Meningi.
No. I used to play cricket with a gentleman who had a theory about 3 consecutive maidens in a row and the likelihood of a wicket falling in the over that followed the 3 consecutive maidens.
Okay.
Lauren Bell's 3 balls away from 3 straight against Phoebe Litchfield. Right arm over to the left-hander. Again defending.
She's bowling absolutely brilliantly here. Lauren Bell. It's just, does she go for that tempter outside the off stump that tempts Litchfield to drive through the covers with the hope that you do get that caught behind, that little snick behind, or do you just keep going top of off? And spoke to Nat Siverbrunt this morning, who said we just want to hammer the top of off stump, which is what Lauren Bell's done so well so far.
Here goes Bell running away from the members' stand to Litchfield. Again, bat and pad very close together on the off stump. That was the delivery, defended by Litchfield. Would you go with the sucker ball? Juicy, wide half volley?
No, I would just do whatever Lauren Bell is doing because it's working. Try and let the batter make the mistake. She won't want to face too many dots. I mean, she's 43 off 120 balls, so she's been out there a long time.
Here goes Bell, trying again to Litchfield. It is the wide delivery, driving Litchfield, knocked down in the covers, and they will get a single. So Litchfield, after 17 dot balls, gets a single off Lauren Bell. 1 for 96 are the Aussies. Litchfield on 43, Sutherland on 40. And sadly, we'll never get to test my former teammate's theory.
We might do later on in the day, don't be too disheartened. It was just a little bit too wide from Lauren Bell, wasn't it? Just a little bit too far outside the off stump.
Does play that shot incredibly well. Phoebe Litchfield, she sort of shimmies down the wicket and the balls that are extremely wide, he's able to play a cover drive with a very horizontal bat almost, which I would say is from her hockey background, but no left-handers in hockey. Sticks are only for right-handers. Eccleston starting a new over the wicket to the left-hander Litchfield. Flicking a bat around after defending, looking like Ravi Jadeja. Slipping a bat pad. Eccleston arrives, Litchfield goes back and punches to mid-wicket. Freo Cookster. Alex Hartley is an absolute delight. Especially loved her description of hair and makeup. Plenty of glitter at the MCG, clearly. If anyone sends any more through, I'm not reading them. Eccleston bowls again to Litchfield, drives back to the bowler, fires back to the keeper. Litchfield scurries back.
I'll read them. Love you, Alex. So glad you've been part of ABC Grandstand team. Thank you. Any more?
That was from...
Get that copy and paste.
That was from Mrs. Hartley in Manchester.
Cheers, Mum.
1 for 96. Now the Aussies. England 170 in the first innings. Eccleston. Arms flailing about, bowling to Litchfield. Just deflecting it to cover point. Bell does the fielding, no run.
And she's got herself in a bit of a rut here as Phoebe Litchfield. There's been a lot of consecutive dot balls. Yes, she got that single off the last ball of Lauren Bell, but another 4 dots in a row here.
The lefty Eccleston bowls Litchfield down the track, whips it away. Wristily through mid-wicket for a single. 1 for 97, the Aussies. How much do you love that as a bowler? When you feel like you can repeatedly bowl at a batter who is just bogged down at the striker's end.
Yeah, it's so good just to be able to get in your groove and stay on top of the game and settle into your spell. It's very rare now with so much white ball cricket, you actually get to settle into a spell.
Around the wicket, Eccleston to the right-hander, pushing it a drive is Sutherland. It beats the diving fielder. And another single. End of the over from Sophie Eccleston. 1 for 98. Now the Aussies trailing by 72 at the moment. Litchfield 45, Sutherland on 41.
Litchfield goes at 58 runs per 100 balls in Test cricket, but in this innings she's down at 35, so she's been particularly tied down.
Very dour. Can I ask you a question, Alex?
You ask me whatever you want.
Do you have your daily roster saved as the screensaver on your phone?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because I don't know where I am on what given day and what's going on. So I've got like where we are, what day it is. We're down at the bottom of this now, and then we've got the hotels we're staying in. I've got the flights that I need to get. Genius.
Slip and gully in place. Sutherland facing Bell. Short wide delivery, but chunks it out towards cover. Attempted back foot drive.
Everyone's had the same reaction to you, to my background of my phone. But then also on the reflection, they're like, that could be the smartest thing you've ever done. And I think it is the smartest thing I've ever done.
Well, I have a friend who his screensaver on his phone is saved with his partner's phone number. It says, if found, please return to mobile number, whatever, as Bell bowls to Sutherland. On the leg stump, strikes are on the pad. Stifled shouts. They'll get through for a leg bye. I'm not sure if it's for the phone or for him, but either way, it's got his partner's number, which we find mildly humorous. 1 for 99, the Aussies.
Also very clever.
Jez in Sydney says, this is far from over. One-eyed Aussie fan here, but I know the English bowlers are good enough to roll the rest of the Aussies, and we have a game on. 2 slips in a gully. Bell passes the umpire. Tried to drive Litchfield. Did she nick it? England go up. The finger does too. Bell's discipline leads to the demise of Phoebe Litchfield. She's out for 45 and the second Aussie wicket falls. 2 for 99. And Bell just hammered away at a good line and length, and eventually Litchfield perished.
Yeah, exactly what you felt like was going to happen. The over before, she got that single, but it was slightly too wide from Lauren Bell. Lauren Bell has been absolutely fantastic. It was a mind game between Litchfield and Bell. Lauren Bell just slightly outside the off stump going, go on then, drive me through the covers. It goes across her, it goes right across her, and she has that little nick through to the keeper. She deserved that, did Lauren Bell.
So Litchfield out for 45. It will bring Elisa Healy to the middle for the Aussies. 45 from 127 deliveries, 99 dots, and we're going to have a drink here at the MCG. You are listening to Ashes Cricket on ABC Sport, BBC 5 Live Sports Extra as well. It's time for a drink.
Why scroll when you can listen on the ABC Listen app? Listen to shows like ABC News Daily,
ABC Sport Daily,
and Conversations. Get on the ABC Listen app today and every day.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Eccleston around the wicket. Sutherland decides she'll try her luck and hits high and hard. Down the ground and over the rope for 6. Sophie Eccleston is going to continue from the Shane Warne stand end. Short and pulled away by Phoebe Litchfield. Wide of the fielder at backward square leg and down to the rope for 4.
The Women's Ashes. Women's Test Cricket on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
So England get the wicket, and they've been, I think it's fair to say, a little less than superior in the field in the first hour of play, but they do get a wicket, and Lauren Bell has bowled nicely. Phoebe Litchfield looked very comfortable out there, but she's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really good from England there, actually putting the pressure onto Phoebe Litchfield. She does naturally like to score quickly. So that one there where there was an abundance of dot balls, you could just feel that something was going to happen. And the sucker ball came out and she took it, and well done to Lauren Bell.
And there we go. And that was the little breakthrough that England were hoping for. 3 chances missed in the first 7 overs of the day. It was suboptimal, but there you go. On the SMS, hi team, you got a feel for Sophie Eccleston, best bowler in the side, let down by Paul Fielding. All in Wollongong. I think there's that as one argument, but I think she's been culpable at times during this series, and other bowlers might feel a little like they haven't had the favour necessarily returned by Eccleston herself. So there is that side of it as well. And it's one of those things where England have got a lot of work to do review-wise. We know that. Australia will be very happy with how things have gone. Their captain, Elisa Healy, has come to the middle, happily fit. And I wonder how she's going to approach this, Gozzy. Is she fit enough to run the quick singles, or is she going to be looking to try and play those booming drives?
I think she'll go after it if she can. She's another one, a naturally aggressive player. And interesting that Elise Perry's not coming out, so obviously they're saving her. If they need her desperately, then they will send her out in the middle. But I mean, this is where England can actually get on top. If they can go back to back here, Healy's been out injured for a couple of weeks. Oh, sorry, I should say a couple of weeks. It's only been 10 days or whatever it is now. And Ash Gardner as well. So yeah, they can put some pressure on here, back to back, and put some pressure on the Aussies.
Well, we shall see. So Lauren Bell has picked up both wickets to fall. Spoke to her last night, and she was in chipper spirits. Said she didn't expect to necessarily get to sleep very quickly last night. The adrenaline, so body clocks have to be changed when you're playing in a day-night match. 2 slips and a gully wait as Elisa Healy waits, taps her bat, looks up, and sees Bell sprinting in. This is pummeled away into the leg side for a run immediately, and she is going to trot through reasonably comfortably. There was something faintly geriatric about the way the run concluded, but it wasn't necessarily as bad as it could be.
Is that because she's over the age of 30 now? I'm allowed to say this, Henry. Look, Healy came through when I was coaching at Sydney Cricket Club and gave her first grade debut along with Elise Perry when they were 14. I'll continue that story after this ball.
Sutherland waits and is driving into the ground, and Healy called through for a quick single, which is taken. Australia move forward. I should say the 100 has been reached, and so the deficit stands now as the score moves to 2 for 101 at 69 runs.
And I opened the batting with Midge actually out at Drummoyne Oval, and I told her I don't run threes, I only do 1s and 4s. I was 34 myself, and what'd she do? First ball nicked it down to fine leg, and we had to run 3, so I was a bit dirtier on that first ball.
Here comes Lauren Bell to bowl to Healy. who again will get a run to the leg side, just playing it off the hips. Out towards Dunkley in the sunshine over to our right. Run is taken, and that will see the end of a successful over for England, their first success of the morning session, or the first session of the day. The score 2 for 102. Australia trail by 68. Sutherland there on 42. This is a ground, of course, where Lisa Healy scored so memorably 75 off 39 in that World Cup final of the T20s in early March of 2020. A couple of days before the world changed quite dramatically.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember watching that on TV, actually, on the Sunday, and then everything changed the next day. So, yeah, a special occasion for this Australian side, and especially for Lisa Healy.
Has she played an international here since then?
Ooh, don't think so.
Have Australia played it?
Yeah, I don't think so. Rick will get onto that one.
Have Australia played an international at the MCG since that 2020 World Cup final? We will have the answer for you shortly. Here is Sophie Eccleston. Bowls a ball which is defended by Healy. That's on the money again from Eccleston, who's bowled 12 overs now, none for 36.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Healy does go about this innings here, though. She's another one that likes to get the scoreboard ticking along.
Eccleston again, wheeling round in the sunglasses, round the wicket. Healy drops the ball into the offside, but no chance of a run.
I reckon you would have been a bowler with some sunnies on.
Me?
Henry?
I was more sort of medium. Hold on, who are we kidding? That's Jimmy Addison still playing. He's about 60. No, I'm medium pace, nibbly outside the off stump. Frustrating. You think you can hit it away. Normally can. This is smacked in the air, but dropped short of cover. Boucher will field, and Healy gets a single. It was quite controlled. I quite like the sunglasses. Look, I think Ash Gardner has earned the right of the very loud sunnies she wears.
Yeah, absolutely. Lana King as well.
Yeah. I think spin bowlers is absolutely the thing, isn't it?
Yep.
Here is Eccleston. Bowls the ball, but Sutherland advances to meet and smothers into the turf.
Actually, in women's cricket, there's a few that bowl with their hat on.
Yeah, I know.
So I used to.
I've got to be honest, Gozzy, I'm not a fan. It's like wicket keepers with short sleeves.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Village.
It is.
In comes Eccleston. And pulled away. That's a nice bit of patience from Sutherland, just to rock back and heave the ball into the leg side. Fielder running round will just about stop it. Out there in the distance, it's Filer out there, but though it's a good piece of fielding, it wasn't as dynamic as an Australian piece of fielding. I know we're sort of picking holes endlessly, but do you know, you gave me that look.
Yeah, because there was no one running with her.
Yeah.
So when there's been the defensive fielding on the boundary and saving that extra run, there's no one there. You need someone to get that ball and throw it in.
Here's Eccleston, left alone outside the off stump by Healy, and 4 from the over. And that 3 probably should have been 2. And that's the point, it's those differences. Rick?
I have an answer for you, Henry.
Go on.
There have been 8 T20s, 6 ODIs, and this is the 3rd test, so 17 matches played here. The last one of those was, in fact, that match that you referred to. Australia have won 6 out of the 8 ODIs and lost 2, and won 4 out of the 2. Sorry, that's T20s, and lost 4 out of the 2 ODIs. And the 2 tests previously were draws.
Right.
Overall, 10 wins to Australia, 4 losses and 2 draws in 16 matches.
Okay. I mean, the majority of those would have been Australia-England, I'm guessing.
Yeah, a mixture. There's West Indies thrown in there, New Zealand and India.
Okay. Here's Lauren Bell continuing onto the pads, and that's nicely clipped away into the leg side by Sutherland, who's advancing towards a half-century. She's on a 46. The score after 41 overs, by the way. She's now just moved on to 2 for 107, so the deficit 63.
Well, just going back to that point about that fielding, it really irks me, actually, because, when the Australians were fielding, there was a couple of them scampering after the ball.
Yeah.
So what's the point of diving if you need to come in? You're not preventing any run anyway out there. So, and then it was almost an afterthought for someone else to run with her.
Here comes Bell outside the off stump, trying to tempt Healy, but she doesn't chase it. Perhaps a little later in her innings, that would have been thrashed away through the offside.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think you're right in these little things that are just actually quite representative.
Well, they add up, don't they? That's not going to be in any stat. At the end of the game, you know, there's all these stuff that's done by the analysis and analysts or whatever coaches, but that stuff is not recorded anywhere.
Lauren Bell running in. That's a straighter delivery, which is played back towards Bell, who's quite a useful footballer when it comes to fielding off her own bowling.
Yeah, very good. Well, she's quite tall, isn't it? She's got a long way to go down. She needs to bend, so a good piece of fielding there. I've been impressed with her today, actually. Actually, probably the whole Ashes tour.
Yeah.
She's been the standout bowler for me for England.
I agree with you. I think she's really filled the responsibility left by Kate Cross's absence really well. Lauren Bell in the sunshine. Runs away from us, high knees, into bowl to Healy, who gets a ball onto the pads, clipped towards mid-wicket, where Rihanna McDonald-Gay is fielding. This is quite a thing for her, somebody who a year ago England's selection would have been a dream, but to be playing a test match at the MCG, that is quite a thing.
That's pretty cool. I was actually impressed with her bowling yesterday as well, quite skiddy, around that 110, 115 kilometres an hour.
Running in is Bell. In now to bowl a full delivery, which is chipped in the air, and it drops short of a tumbling Filer, who fumbles it, and they'll get at least one. Just again, a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, well, that one might be in a stat. That should have been stopped, that one, so don't give any freebies to Elisa Healy.
And the thing about dot balls is they are so valuable. And a little stat for you. Lauren Bell to Phoebe Litchfield. She conceded 4 runs off 23 balls prior to the wicket, built the pressure with 20 dot balls, false shot of 8 deliveries, and then got the dismissal. This is driven back towards Bell, who again uses the feet to stop it. And it's the end of the over, by the way. 42 bowled. Australia 2 for 108, chasing or following England's 170 all out. And what you don't see on the highlight packages, you'll see the wicket, but you don't see the pressure that's led to it.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Yeah, she was relentless. Hardly a bad ball away. And then you could just see her constructing that wicket. There was those dot balls, not giving any width. And then finally she's gone, I'm going to put one across her, and she went for it. So, yeah, that was really well crafted there from Lauren Bell.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's just those little things that ultimately create the overall package. What makes cricket such a compelling game, isn't it?
Yep.
Because it can be things like the pressure building that can completely transform a spell.
Yeah, and we talk about batting partnerships, it's bowling partnerships as well, and Sophie Eccleston's kept it nice and tight at the other end.
So here comes Sophie Eccleston again with mid-on and mid-off up. Will Healy be tempted? I think she might be, Here comes Eccleston, defended by the Australian skipper.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind another one under the lid on the offside. Why not put some pressure on her? They've got a short catcher there at short extra cover, but put someone else under the lid there, right under her nostrils.
Eccleston bowls. Healy defends. Again, it's on the money from Sophie Eccleston.
Right where that ball went.
Yeah.
So, why not? And then try and get into her ear as well. I mean, she's too experienced to listen to all that, but she might engage in a little bit of chatter.
Yeah, just get them thinking. Here comes Eccleston round the wicket. Healy with a slightly quicker ball to deal with is defending into the ground. The other point is, they're experienced players, but not used to having players around the bat.
Yeah, exactly.
This format is played so seldom.
Yeah, exactly, with a pink ball as well. Actually, I've played a couple of times with a pink ball. It's very difficult to actually pick it up.
Yeah. Particularly in that dusk time, it goes sort of invisible almost. This is pummeled away into the leg side. It'll bring at least a couple of runs. It might dribble away to the boundary for 4. There's a long chase for the fielder. It doesn't quite have the legs. And in fact, Healy's foot is tested as 3 runs are taken. What's irked you this time, Gozzy?
Oh, there was a bit of confusion out in the boundary. At least this time 2 people did chase after the ball, but then there was a little bit of a confusion about where do you go. So when you're chasing that out, you've got to make sure you're in the right area to get that ball that's sort of flicked back to you. But that will be a test for Healy's foot, absolutely.
Eccleston to bowl to Sutherland, who comes forward, driving down the ground for a single. And with that, she moves to 47. Australia 112 on the board, 2 down. Ravi from Sydney on the SMS, 0467 920 222. Batting coach needs to work with Phoebe Litchfield, on her discipline at the crease. Not had the series her talent, the hoser too. And in comes Eccleston. It's a quicker ball, which is just helped round the corner by Healy. Patience is shown, and Bell will have to run to chase that in. And she does get there with 2 further runs taken. Loose shot, says Ravi. Failure to absorb pressure, fishing outside the off stump. The wicket had been telegraphed since last night.
Yeah, well, her coach is her dad, Andrew. So I'm sure he's been having a look at the footage and working out sort of what areas have or haven't worked for Litchfield. She did pretty well during the WBBL for the Sydney Thunder. Didn't get probably the big scores that I thought she would have got. She was consistently sort of getting to 30 and 40 and then getting out. So that's probably a part of her game where she'll want to fix that going forward. But yeah, a little bit of a mixed bag throughout this Ashes series for Litchfield.
Yeah, what are her numbers during this series, Rick? I'll give you a moment or two to have a little look. And it feels to me it's been a series of starts without necessarily going on.
Yeah, she's employed the sweep and the reverse sweep probably at the wrong times as well, which has brought about her dismissal.
So Rihanna McDonald-Gay into the attack in the long sleeves. Fast bowlers in long sleeves.
I don't know.
Where are we on that?
I don't think that should happen.
No.
The only reason some players will do it so you don't see the elbow bending too much.
Rihanna McDonald-Gay onto the pads of Sutherland. Healy says yes as it hits the pads of Jones in turn and drops into the onside. Amy Jones standing up to the stumps for a bowler who is slippery without being express. That would have been wide, by the way, had that been a white ball game.
Yeah, I don't know. What's your thoughts on fast bowlers with long sleeves?
Not a fan. I just think that you need the freedom of the arms to generate as much speed as... You just think that, a long sleeve is going to somehow slow your arm a little bit.
Yeah, that's right.
I would have thought. Jenny Gunn used to bowl in long sleeves, and she used to bowl a delivery that was known as the whiff, that was the slowest ball that you couldn't even hit. It sort of went backwards. In comes McDonald-Gay outside the off stump. It's in the air, just clearing Tammy Beaumont at backward point. It's going to head towards the boundary. Beaumont in pursuit, will not stop it. And with that, Elisa Healy finds 4 runs to move to double figures. And Australia 119 for the loss of 2. They trail by 51.
And all of a sudden, Healy's come out with some intent, and that one ballooned over cover point there, but another boundary, and there's nothing wrong with her foot at the moment. She's doing really well, and it's just advancing the scoring. Jenny Gunn, another one who played with me at Sydney Cricket Club, so g'day Jenny Gunn, doing some fabulous work at New South Wales Cricket in the coaching department.
Here is McDonald-Gay. This is played into the onside off the back foot towards Siva Brunt waiting at mid-wicket. So it's been Australia's session, I'd say, so far, despite that wicket falling. Here comes McDonald-Gay. The end of her mark. With an opportunity to try cause some havoc. It's pushed into the offside. Oh, there could be a little bit of work to do as a throw comes in from Bouchier, and Healy does get home safely. But McDonald-Gay has to view this as a great chance to make a name for herself. Rick.
Phoebe Litchfield got 4 in the first ODI, but got double figures thereafter, but only just 29, 15, 25, 17 and 12. Now 45 in a particularly, well, I think a particularly disciplined innings.
McDonald-Gay bowls to Sutherland, driving, no run there. I agree with you. I think it did show some patience.
Yeah, I mean, and that's probably not what she's been known for. She likes to accelerate the game a lot, but they're coach killer numbers, those ones. Once you get in, you need to try and push on, and I know Phoebe will be looking at that and saying, okay, what could I have done better?
McDonald-Gay runs away from us now, in past the umpire. And always an appeal for LBW, which I think is more in hope and expectation from those square on. There's a testing line. I think having the keeper up to the stumps means Sutherland can't do what she wants, which is to come down the track and meet it for fear of missing and being stumped. But end of the over, an over that sees 6 coming from it, the bye, the 4 and the single. And Australia trailed by a square 50. They're 2 for 120. Matt Clinch will join you, Michelle Gosco.
Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
It's another manic Monday. Wish it was Sunday. That's my Monday.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, Australia 2 for 120, having gotten the breakthrough a little bit earlier, and now the challenge of trying to break this partnership. Annabelle Sutherland is on 47. She eyes another half century here, and Alyssa Healy on 14. Sophie Eccleston to start her 15th over, none for 46 from the Shane Warne stand in. Into Healy, who just defends into the offside. Hello, Gozzy.
Good afternoon, Clinchy. It's good to see you here.
It's a good occasion, isn't it? Challenge at the moment for England. What can they salvage out of this trip to Australia? How fit is Alyssa Healy as she comes forward and defends? Reaching the pitch from Sophie Eccleston into the offside when Nat Sivabrunt does the fielding.
She's had to do a bit of running since she's been out there, a couple of threes, so that's a real test for that foot.
Heather Knight in at slip. The fielder with the helmet square on the onside as Healy is back and across, looking to try and play out to the offside where McDonald Gay does the fielding.
I actually ran into her dad, Greg, at the local servo this morning, just on the way here, and just said good morning. And he's pretty reserved, actually. He's great, Greg. I love Greg. And so it's good to see Midge out there. And he goes, oh, we'll see how she goes.
Typical sort of parent. Don't want to say too much. Eccleston around the wicket to Healy, who's coming forward and trying to beat that fielder with the helmet square on the onside. Tammy Beaumont in the firing line here if Healy actually wants to go after a ball from Eccleston, which is a bit wide, so it is flirting with danger.
I wouldn't want to be fielding there.
No.
Don't bowl half tracker. That's Healy.
Nat Sivabrunt is a shortish extra cover as well as Healy strides forward, defends Eccleston into the offside. 5 dot balls so far as this battle continues. The Australian captain against one of the world's best leg spinners, trying to emulate Alana King and what she was able to do yesterday. Sunglasses on. She starts behind the umpire, around the wicket. Healy rocks back and pulls. Gets it past Tammy Beaumont and out towards the fielder at wideish mid-on. As well fielded in the end by Lauren Filer. And they're able to pick up a single there. Australia 2 for 121. Healy moves to 15. Sutherland is on 47. Australia trail by 49 runs after England's 170 yesterday. In the men's cricket, day 3 is underway from Sri Lanka. Coverage, of course, available on the ABC Listen app. Australia 6 declared for 654. Sri Lanka are 4 for 68. So it is an interesting time, Gozzy, when we have men's test cricket, women's test cricket both taking place at the same time, Rick.
Got to mention an interesting record, 654, the highest test score conceded by a bowling team that used only 4 bowlers.
Yes.
Wow, that's a great start.
A few of those bowlers will be pretty tired as well. Rana McDonald-Gay is going to continue from the members' end here at the MCG. Into the Australian captain, who's struck on the body as she looks to pull. Sutherland wanted the single. Jones goes racing after and throws to the non-striker's end. Sutherland was able to hit on the break and turn around relatively quickly, but she probably got halfway down the pitch before she realised Healy had no intent on taking a single.
Yep, no chance for a single there. Oh, just watching a replay, actually. The previous over, there was a missed stumping chance too from Annabelle Sutherland down the leg side.
Donald Gay in, angling in on off stump, and it's driven by Alyssa Healy. Straight to Lauren Bell, who does the fielding at mid-on. This partnership now up to 22 from 34 deliveries. Australia 2 for 121.
And Sutherland hasn't had much of the strike either. Probably in this commentary stint that I've been in here, it's majority Litchfield and Healy.
So I've got Annabelle Sutherland for about 3 chances so far in this innings. As McDonald Gay is in and Healy is looking to drive. Straight to Lauren Bell, who does the fielding at mid-on.
Nearly 27 balls in this partnership, and Sutherland only 9.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, someone who's got themselves in, you want to try and give them the strike. Maybe it's Sutherland's day if you're giving 3 chances and you're still there.
It's often the way it works, isn't it? As Healy awaits the next delivery from McDonald Gay, and it's just being patient at the moment. Working it from outside off stump, looking to play down the ground. It's cut off on this occasion by Nat Silverbrunt, who moves across from wideish mid-wicket. Australia 2 for 121. How aware were you when you were batting that if you're facing a lot of the balls and your partner had been there for quite a while, as to how sort of frustrated they might be starting to get? As Healy awaits the next delivery. Fuller delivery from McDonald Gay, and just a little bit of movement as it comes back into the Australian captain. She's defensive once more.
Yeah, you're aware of it, and that's sort of what you're coached into, that someone's in the middle and they've got a wriggle on in their innings and they're doing really well. You want to try and get them on strike. So yeah, it's just awareness of the game and making sure in the matchups too about who's better at facing each bowler.
Fine leg deep mid-wicket for McDonald Gay as Healy comes forward. Once more, watchful, no gap between bat and pad as she, from a technique point of view, is right on the money, defending into the offside. And a maiden from Rana McDonald Gay. After 5 overs, none for 18 for her. Australia are 2 for 121 after 46 overs, with Healy on 15, Sutherland on 47. Australia trailing by 49 runs after England posted 170 from their first innings yesterday. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Gosgo with you through ABC Sport and Test Match Special through the BBC.
Yeah, what an occasion it is here. The crowd's building nicely. Another past players function on here. Level 2 here at the MCG, so I can't wait to maybe go and have a look in there as well.
How many would be in the past players function?
Well, there'd be a couple of hundred people.
More
plus
than
dignitaries
yesterday, or the same amount?
I think most of the same people were coming.
Okay.
Great.
Come for a second day?
Absolutely.
Sophie Eccleston hasn't got a wicket yet as she starts her 16th over. Comes into Annabelle Sutherland, who she has created some headaches, and Sutherland is defending into the offside.
They had some great desserts on offer. I brought the balls that were made of chocolate, cricket balls. And
no, I didn't see you crack
the
cricket balls.
Was it
so
good?
Chocolate lava like you expected?
Well, I don't know. It was little chocolate things in the middle.
Okay. Eccleston around the wicket to Sutherland. Trying to push it into the offside for a single, but making sure there's no run on offer. McDonald Gay comes charging in. 4 fielders on the offside. Backward point with Danny Wyatt-Hodge. McDonald Gay there at a cover point. Nat Silverbrunt is sort of at a squarish extra cover. And then there's a traditional extra cover with Sophia Dunkley as Sutherland is forward. And just rolling it back down the pitch, trying to make sure there's no more opportunities for Sophie Eccleston.
Ball's just getting a little bit softer, isn't it, here, Clinchy? It's into its 47th over.
Sunglasses on, comes in from behind the umpire, around the wicket to Sutherland, who beats 2 fielders, Nat Silverbrunt and Maya Bouchier, who is lunging, and make that a third as it reaches the rope for 4. Sophia Dunkley had all the work to do in the deep, a lunging effort to her left, and a boundary for Annabelle Sutherland to bring up her half-century. A few chances along the way to her 51 from 107 deliveries. But she has shown that if you give her a chance, she will certainly look to make it count. And Australia are 2 for 125. Her incredible run in Test cricket continues, Michelle Gosgo.
Yeah, loves batting in Test match cricket. And lucky at times, special innings.
And traditionally, as she defends this next ball into the offside, once she makes 50, she goes on to make 100.
Yeah, you need to get her early.
Sometimes a double 100.
Yeah, absolutely. Gee, wouldn't that be special here at the MCG if she could do that? It's a lot of work to do to get there.
Australia trail by 45 runs, 2 for 125. Eccleston wide on the crease and Sutherland to a full delivery off an outside edge, defending into the offside. The end of the over, Australia 2 for 125. Healy is on 15. Sutherland is on 51. Thank you to Michelle Gosgo, who will hear plenty from throughout the day. Hopefully there's a few people in that players function we can try and get to come up for having a chat to us at some stage. It's great to hear from Lynn Larson, the former Australian captain, who came up and joined us. Rick Finlay.
Sutherland's 50 came off 107 balls, 5 fours and the 1-6.
Thank you, Rick. Sarah Elliott rejoins you on ABC Sport and through BBC 5 Sports Extra. Annabelle Sutherland continues to grow in the legend that is.
She loves this format of the game, doesn't she? And had her chances today, but still there and batting beautifully.
23 years of age. As McDonald Gay starts a new over, and the Australian captain Alyssa Healy plays it out to deep forward square leg, where it's fielded in the deep by Danny Wyatt-Hodge. Australia 2 for 126. Healy to 16. Just having a bit of a look down on the boundary line. Looks like Beth Mooney will be the next player in. So the curiosity around Elise Perry and how serious that hip injury is continues. The Australian camp did say at the start of the day's play that she would be right to bat if required. McDonald Gay comes in down the leg side, and Sutherland clips it away down to the rope for 4.
Yeah, the if required that always makes me a little dubious.
Yes.
Of course she'll be required, if required she'd go out there. But the fact she didn't come on for the whole duration, she got injured pretty early and didn't come on for the whole of the remainder of yesterday's play. Hips are pretty awkward. It's not something you just sort of tweak and move on from. So hopefully nothing too sinister. But no real signs that she'll bat anytime soon.
Just a hit height down leg side from McDonald Gay. A full delivery to follow up to Annabelle Sutherland. She has to dig out the Yorker. Bowling at a bit over 100 kilometres per hour. But the type of pace in which Sutherland would often look to try and attack if she gives her any sort of width or is a little short.
Oh, absolutely. And this has been a really positive partnership, this one. Healy certainly will be aggressive in the way that she takes on this game, and that's the way Australia want to be playing this test match. They absolutely want to get a result.
Partnership up to 31. As Sutherland is forward and defending. McDonald Gay full. Sutherland batting right on her crease line as she takes a big stride forward.
I'm sure England will be thinking, where's their luck in this game been? Yes. Sutherland's had hers, but where was that little chance that got put down yesterday when they could have done with it? You do create your own luck, don't you?
And the harsh reality is that Australia did give a few chances. McDonald Gay full down the leg side, clipped away by Sutherland once more. Down to the rope for 4. Maybe just a few tiring signs here from McDonald Gay as she's just lost her line a little bit in this over, having gone for 9 runs.
This is the challenge that England have got. The depth in this bowling lineup without Craig Cross to be able to sustain any sort of pressure on the Australians. As this partnership grows, some worrying signs for England.
Just 20 years of age. And McDonald Gay, as Lauren Filer comes over, offers a word of advice, and she's back on the mark here. Angling it in on off stump, and it's defended by Sutherland. And 9 runs coming from that over. Australia 2 for 134 after 48 overs. Alyssa Healy is on 16. Annabelle Sutherland is on 59. The 1 wicket to fall so far today was that of Phoebe Litchfield, who was caught by Amy Jones for the bowling of Bell, out for 45. While yesterday Georgia Vole was out for 12.
Perry could come in at number 8 and still say she's in the top order, such as the strength of this batting side.
That's a great call, Rick, yeah. I'm sure McGrath won't mind the opportunity to be promoted a spot.
Well, as we said, the last time Australia played a test match, Tali McGrath batted at number 4, so all of a sudden she's down batting at number 8. It shows just how deep Australia's batting lineup is. And the challenge as well is if you don't make the most of your opportunity, you can find yourself shuffled down the card. As Sophie Ilson starts a new over from the Shane Warne stand end, and Healy opens up the bat, runs it down to short third and picks up a single. As it's gathered by Danny Wyatt-Hodge racing after it to her left. Healy to 17, 2 for 135.
It's been 90 years of Test cricket for the women.
Yep.
Australia have certainly been very dominant over those 90 years.
Jones up to the stump, short leg, slip in place as Sutherland comes forward and just pushes it into the offside for a dot ball. 2 for 135.
The Australian Players Association had just put together a documentary, a 3-part documentary, sort of capturing that period, that 90-year period, and the Australian journey through that.
Eccleston around the wicket to Sutherland, full. She takes a stride forward and defends. Nat Siver Brunt does the fielding And shortish extra cover. I saw a little bit of that at the end of the day last night. I thought I need to go back and watch that at some stage. Looks like it's been well put together. One of the challenges of the historical side of the women's game, to make sure much of it is documented as possible, as Sutherland are going to try and turn this next delivery from Sophie Eccleston onto the onside there. It's just the one fielder, Lauren Bell, at backward square leg.
Certainly so many stories to be told. Hard to capture them in just a 3-part series.
Mid on as well as Sutherland comes forward.
But some great stories in there too, and I really enjoyed that pass player function as well, just to have the conversations, not with just the generation that I played with, but there's a lot more senior that are here celebrating, and for them it's great to see how far the game's come to be playing this day-night test on the MCG.
Eccleston around the wicket. Sutherland bat and pad close together as she strides forward and defends back down the pitch. Australia 2 for 135 at the end of the over. Just the one run coming from it to start the over. Alyssa Healy on 17, Annabelle Sutherland on 59. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you from the MCG, this historic day-night test match on ABC Sport and through the BBC. Was there one or two stories that you've learnt over the last sort of 24, 48 hours that you didn't know? Because so many of the greats in the room, I'd imagine there's a few that might have been told secondhand, but maybe you mightn't have heard it firsthand.
Certainly, the storytelling's terrific. A great bunch of ladies to be telling stories. But just some of and this was more through that documentary series, which I was fortunate enough to be a part of. But hearing the generation above me speak about the generation above, before them, and, catching the boat across the play series. And
McDonald Gay starts a new over from the members' end. A full delivery to Alyssa Healy. She digs it out, and it's fielded by Nat Severbrunt. Start of the 50th over. Australia 2 for 135.
Christina Matthews is just live wire of any room that she's in, but hearing her tell stories of some of the pranks they used to get up to. She changed the order of the English. An English batter was in overnight, and I'll carry the story on.
Donald Gay at the top of her mark, right arm over the wicket, comes in and it's worked away by Alyssa Healy, beats Nat Severbrunt and picks up a single as it's fielded by Danny White, who comes racing in from the deep.
So
Healy to 18.
Back in those days, you put the breakfast card in, order your breakfast, what you want, you put it in, and what time you want it to be served. Well, Chris Matthews managed to get her hand on the English batter that was in overnight and order breakfast, change it from 8 a.m. delivery to 6 a.m. And the story went that batter got out in the first over of the day, having been woken up and not been happy about it.
McDonald Gay comes in, Annabelle Sutherland is forward and trying to just hit it wide of Lauren Filer, who's doing the fielding at mid-off. Sutherland on 59.
A little reprimand for that, although not too much. I think the reprimand was just for the show of the English. I don't think it was a genuine one from the team manager. But those stories, and I think that's what carries through. There's a lot of characters in this game, and they've had to fight really hard for the opportunities.
Sutherland on 59 as she comes forward and defends. McDonald Gay to Nat Severbrunt, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
It comes with it a certain personality, I think. Someone that, and Chris Matthews sort of sums that up. Full of life and very cheeky and an amazing administrator, just her drive and her work ethic. So it's great to be a part of that group of women.
What an influence she's had to Western Australian cricket. McDonald Gay, a full toss down the leg side, and Sutherland's able to clip it away out to the fielder. Tanny White-Hodge, who does the fielding. A deep backward square leg. Sutherland with a single to move to 60. She just gestured the ball before. There was still a little bit of movement for McDonald Gay out there in the middle. So as we tick past 4 o'clock local time here in Melbourne towards the first break here. England with this ball having gone a little bit softer, trying to still create some chances here. Australia 2 for 137. McDonald Gay comes in, clipped away by Healy this time. Out to Danny White-Hodge, who comes racing in from the deep to do the fielding. Healy moves to 19, 2 for 138 with the 3 runs coming from that over.
It's just the ability the Australians have here to keep rotating the strike, the pressure. There seems to be a release ball each over, easy get-off strike option, which is making it very difficult in terms of creating wicket opportunities, and that's what we saw Australia do so well.
Great to have Sarah Elliott with you. I've got a few more questions, but Ben Cameron is about to join her.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra, and BBC Sounds.
I'm broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor, but I'm kind. I'm short, but I'm healthy. Yeah. I'm high,
Thanks, Clinchy. Sophie Eccleston beginning the new over just outside the off stump. Letting it go there, Elisa Healy. Didn't miss the off stump by too much there.
She's had a big workload already, hasn't she? Without return yet.
None for 52 off 17 overs. Bowling again, Eccleston. Back, punching out towards the covers is Healy. This slightly strange field, a slip. Silly mid off under the lid. Backward point, cover fielder, then a short extra cover, and a slightly deeper mid off.
Searching hard for this wicket opportunity.
Eccleston around the wicket to the right-handed Healy, a play and a miss, trying to cut, rocking back, flashing at it, into the gloves of Jones it goes.
Really just taking the chance to walk away from the wicket, reset herself.
Get out of the office. And again. Little wonder from skipper Healy. Facing up to Eccleston again. Flattered delivery. Late cut coming from Healy. Straight to the fielder and Wyatt Hodge.
Good little build-up in this over, isn't there?
Keep your text coming. We've got some good ones. Richard from Geelong. Listening into the game while chopping tomatoes for a batch of homemade sauce. It's a good start. Healy awaiting Eccleston again. Fuller straight up, knocking it down towards wider mid-on and getting through for one. Gets off strike as Elisa Healy. 2 for 139 are the Aussies. Healy on 19, Sutherland on 60. I suggested England's review tackled a serious problem of players wearing gigantic sunglasses. Some of the shades out there could serve as windscreens of Las Vegas tour buses as Sutherland takes the ball off her hip through mid-wicket for a single as well. 2 for 140 now the Aussies. Sutherland 61.
They are insane, aren't they? Not just England, so fair to be said. The sunglasses going around in cricket at the minute are next level. Lana King.
And the kids love them, don't they? The kids are obsessed with having their big sunglasses. Have you noticed that in the juniors?
Don't get me started on Jacob and his sunglasses. He's already been through one set.
See, when I was a kid, it was just the old-fashioned M frames. Do you remember those?
I remember.
I don't want to mention the brand here on the ABC, but sort of would sit right on your cheek, very big.
Oh, yeah.
Very big as well.
We didn't have it. I remember fielding in sunglasses once, and I reckon I dropped 3 catches and never wore them in a game again.
Maybe that's the English issue.
Well, it could be a few other issues, but maybe that's one of them. And good point there from Richard that might need to be addressed. Alana King loves a good pair of sunnies.
Yeah, she does. Keep your text coming, 0467 920 222. Lauren Filer is going to have a go from the members' end of the ground. Grandstand cricket here on ABC Sport.
We were talking about how strong Australia had been in Test cricket. They've actually won 27.85% of all the tests after this ball.
Here goes Filer, right arm over the wicket. Short ball to Sutherland, ducks underneath it. Tennis ball bounced through to the keeper Jones. That is of all test matches.
Yeah, it doesn't sound a great number, does it? 27%, but in fact it's well above anyone else. England's just under 21%. The crucial factor in all that is that 62% of all the tests have been drawn.
Wow.
That's a massive non-conclusion rate, isn't it?
It is. The fact that Australia are playing their 80th test match while England are playing their 102nd as well. Filer bowls, flashing Sutherland, playing a miss. Past the outside edge it goes.
How would that compare to how many tests South Africa have played, or New Zealand? Certainly New Zealand in recent times haven't played any.
On the Venn diagram, Australia and England, I imagine of the 80 that Australia have played, obviously a lot of those have been against England. Rick will have the answer for us. Slick Rick.
South Africa have played 45 tests and won 2. Apologies, that's New Zealand. That's New Zealand.
Filer in again, short and wide. Trying to force off the back foot is Sutherland. Up beyond the fielder there at cover.
South Africa won 1 out of 16.
It's a hard case to make, isn't it, for boards to support more Test cricket, the likes of New Zealand and South Africa, as much as we want them to do it. But it does widen the gap, I think, between the countries, and we don't want to see more drawn tests. We want to see more competitive tests, but certainly there's strategies that can be put in place to do that.
Slipping a gully in place as Filer bowls. Back of a length outside the off stump, gliding it into the gully, Sutherland. Harsha Bhogle speaks about the fact that Test cricket in Australia is a beautiful illusion. That even if you look at, Test cricket right around the world, it's not followed like it is here in Australia. Maybe England, India to a certain degree, but there are a lot of places around the world that Test cricket is not followed like it is here. Here goes Filer again. Walking, then into the run-up. Bowling now, short ball down the leg side. Sutherland barely gets down as she gets underneath it.
Well, hopefully England can do something here to cement a case back in their country for how important and how valuable this is. I feel like there was a lot of conversation around that leading in, correct me if I'm wrong, to the last Ashes series on home soil, which was at Manica Oval. There was a lot of hype, 4-day, 5-day tests, and there's a lot of pressure back on the players to make it a real spectacle.
Right arm over again, Filer, back of a length, straighter this time, and Sutherland full face of the bat. Plays back down the pitch.
And they 100% delivered. That was a terrific test match, went right down to the wire. And I know that Cricket Australia and the ECB would have been hoping that this test match was similar.
Good crowd just beginning to roll into the MCG Friday afternoon, evening. Filer passes the umpire, back of a length again, and Sutherland defends from the crease. End of the Filer over. Just the wide from it. 2 for 1 for one of the Aussies. Healy on 20, Sutherland on 61, and in typical fashion, Healy has come out and taken the attack right up to the bowlers once again.
I love the way she goes about her cricket, and she'll have a clear plan batting the number that she is there to come on and to really attack. If there's an opportunity to attack and really put this English side under pressure, it'll be her job to do it. Had some great partnerships, and that scores building. Once they tick over that England score, you'd think that Australia, particularly Healy, will put her foot down a little bit.
He's incredible. I'm not sure if it was mentioned earlier. I think it was, judging by the SMS line, but Alyssa Healy and Mitch Starc both playing their 287th international for Australia at the same time.
Is that right?
So Mitchell Starc is playing that in a test match in Sri Lanka at the moment. He's the sole quick for the Aussies, and Alyssa Healy doing the same in this test match. Quite remarkable.
That's a great contribution there, isn't it?
Yeah. Eccleston about to bowl. Got a straightish mid-wicket. That short extra catching cover. Then they've got a slightly deeper mid-off and a mid-on here. Strange looking field as Eccleston bowls to Healy. Stands tall on the defensive shot. Almost like they've squeezed the field in.
Just felt like they'd really had a great over to Healy, the one previous that Eccleston bowled, and they had an offside pack field, 3 catches on the offside in her eye line. And I thought it was going pretty well, but now this change, I think maybe they could have stuck with that plan for a little longer.
Slip in place, bat pad as well. Catching cover, catching mid-wicket. Eccleston unfurls, back cutting Healy. Doesn't time it at all. Right up near the sticker on the bat.
I guess the thinking being to not let Healy settle at all with one plan and, strategise how she's going to get out of it, but all of a sudden there's a new plan that she's got to get her head around.
Jones goes down as Eccleston bowls. Straight delivery, strikes Healy on the pad, a bit of bat as well. Stifled appeals. Now they'll have a little deliberation. Oh, there was... Looking at the replay, bat first into pad.
I didn't see any bat. Pad first. There was bat, but...
It was definitely bat.
So I thought it was in line.
There's too many cooks out there, isn't there?
Oh. Heather Knight decides to review. Yeah, there didn't seem to be a clear process there, did there? Like the Aussie men Cummins comes in. Carey has his say. The bowler has their say.
We have a review for LBW.
I think this was bat
on-field
first.
decision is not out. It's a fair delivery.
A
Start with
lot
front
of
on,
voices
please.
having an opinion there. Makes it very hard for the captain to block out that noise and make a decision.
It did look to me like there was bat into pad.
Yeah, we're going to check with Ultra Edge. There's a deviation in there off the bat and pads. Go to split screen Ultra Edge, please, when available.
I'm glad I'm not the umpire making decisions.
Here it goes. Passes.
Thank you. We have bat first. Going to go back on field to you, Eloise. Get you to stay with your original decision of not out.
So the bat was about
I'll
6
let you know when to
inches
Signal now.
away from the pad, and it deflected off a thick inside edge onto the pad.
It's not a great.
That's a horrible review.
It's that desperation creeping in, isn't it?
They have taken a wicket. Phoebe Litchfield out for 45, but it's been a fairly dirty first session for the English here. Eccleston bowls, beautiful delivery. Drift and spin and past the outside edge of Healy, and somehow it misses the off stump.
Healy doesn't look too phased. She's got a smile on her face, but this has been a great spell of bowling from Eccleston. Bowling with terrific control. That one drifted beautifully in. Sharp turn away.
Only one remaining review for England there. Well, now I should say. 2 for 141. Can Eccleston replicate that delivery? Spins it out again. Healy goes forward. Off the face of the bat, back down the pitch. That was a really bad review, wasn't it, Sticks?
That was terrible. Yep, especially when there's so many. I don't know what game. There was about 5 voices in there that said, yeah, pitching line didn't hear any bat.
Someone said there was no bat. They were a mile off it. Eccleston tries again, gives it some air, and forward goes Healy. Plays it out to extra cover. That is the end of the over. 2 for 141. England lead by 29 runs. Healy on 20. Sutherland on 61.
Healy's really been suffocated here. She's had 6 singles off her previous 28 balls, which is most unlike her. She likes to get on with it.
It's a sign that something's coming, Rick. If they can keep her on strike to Eccleston, it's next over. She doesn't look phased, so she always got a bit of a smile on her face, and she hides any nerves very well.
What do you think about that process? I like the way that the Aussie men do it. That Cummins comes in, he speaks to Carey and the bowler, and they basically try and exclude everyone else. Maybe ask a player who is square of the wicket if it's an LBW about height. Filer's new over, members end short and wide and clubbing it on the cut. Through cover point, Sutherland. Just one. Protection out there in the deep on that point boundary. Tammy Beaumont doing the work out there in the deep. Good throw on the return. 2 for 142.
I think you've got to have a plan with it, don't you? I think that's the key. It doesn't matter exactly what the process is, but there's got to be a planned approach to it. And that from England didn't look like it. It sort of sums up.
You need a decision tree.
There you go. Get a policy, get the decision tree.
Correct. Filer just walks. Grandstand cricket here on ABC Sport. Drop catches, missed stumpings. Plenty of lives for the Aussies. Filer right arm over to Healy. Punch drive down towards mid-off. Picked up there by Bell.
There's a lot to like about Lauren Filer. She bowls with really good pace. She's got good height, big long levers. Good deliveries are very, very good. Good movement on the ball. It looks to be a good batting wicket, though, really, at the end of the day.
Filer in and bowling. Short and wide. Healy missed timing on the cut, but good for one. Vacant point region. Out into the vast expanses of the MCG outfield. 2 for 143. Healy on 20. Sutherland on 62.
An opportunity here for England to really jump in to try and ensure that Healy stays at the non-striker's end, that she takes this first ball of Eccleston's next over. There's 3 more deliveries in this over.
2 out on the leg side, a fine leg as well as a deep square leg. Right in front of the deck chair area. Filer arrives. Sutherland Watches a short ball wide of the off stump. It was dropped on 29, Sutherland, by Danny White-Hodge. There's a missed stumping as well down the leg side for Jones behind the stumps. That was a tougher ask than the catch, I would think.
And a little edge on 31 as well. That was a tough chance as well. A low down catch. It was the one at point. That was the real one. No one means to drop catches, but that really could have changed things for England.
Would have just set the tone nicely for the day, wouldn't it? I mean, instead, it feels like a day in the dirt.
It's going to be a long day. Still in session 1.
Soft pink ball now, 54 overs old. Fowler is going to come around the wicket. Right arm around, bowling to Sutherland, cutting. Slightly uppishly, but nobody there until Beaumont right out in the deep. Another single. The Aussies just picking them off at the moment. 2 for 144.
I'm not sure why the change of plan, that ball. I think they're missing an opportunity there to have a Healy on against the spin.
They said today as well that the plan was going to be top of off all day. And then now sort of as we approach first break, they thought we'll change that. Fowler bowls, Healy drives. Times it well on the cover drive. Beaumont with work to do. Skipping around to her right, does well. Picks it up and fires it back in. So just a couple for the Aussies. 2 for 146. Healy on to 23.
Just the attention to detail, I think, has been a little missing in this series from England. And we can talk about all sorts of reasons and how they close the gap, but it's those 1% things, and whether that's, with the work in their fielding. I think Australia have outfielded England without a doubt through this series. I think Australia are fitter than England. But even just those 1% things about being really clear on a plan, whether it's about the DRS when to review in that process or whether it's actually about our bowling plans. But I think there's a gap there as well.
It's funny you mentioned that. I was sitting at the back of the box while I was off air and thinking about this series for England, and the word that came to mind for me is probably a sort of a synonym of the phrase that you're talking about, untidy.
Yeah.
Is the phrase that came to mind for me, or the word. Slipping a bat pad. Eccleston around the wicket to the right-hander. Sutherland uppish on the drive. Picks the gap though. And the ball races along the MCG turf into the rope for 4. It was slightly uppish, but in between the cover fielder and that short catching extra cover. 2 for 150 for Australia. Sutherland 67.
First boundary for 7 overs, Ben.
It's just a couple of degrees off. I think that's what that untidy sort of thing. But when you're a couple of degrees off against world champions, it can be made to look pretty silly pretty quickly. And I just, again, they've missed this opportunity, especially leading into drinks. The pressure's just gone out that Eccleston had worked so hard to build.
Eccleston bowls again. Sutherland goes forward. Just glides it out to point on the forward defensive. It does feel like the pressure valve has just gone.
And they built it. The last 2 overs of Eccleston were outstanding. Bowling really well with great control to her plan. Good flight, good drift and turn.
Eccleston into her delivery stride. Back Sutherland. Back foot punch out to cover. Ooh. Sophie Eccleston and Elisa Healy just getting slightly tangled up. They've played together at the Sydney Sixers, haven't they? So
some friendly banter.
Yeah, friendly banter there. I just sort of looked up and saw it. Wasn't sure what was going on, but put 2 and 2 together pretty quickly.
This is Eccleston's 20th over straight from the send, taking us back to last evening.
Well, I wonder if... I was going to say whether she's tired, but hasn't bowled poorly during that. Eccleston bowls again and Sutherland stands tall to defend. She's been horribly let down by her fielders as well.
She has. It could be a very different scorecard for her.
Sutherland awaits Eccleston, gets a flighted delivery, sweeps, times it well in the dive, doesn't get there. Past the fielder at backward square leg. Away to the rope for 4. A well-played sweep from Sutherland. Takes her into the 70-71. 2 for 154 and the Aussies trail by just 16.
I think as we watch the replay, the diving effort probably left a little to be wanted from it. A good strong shot.
averaging over 70 in Test match cricket. Annabelle Sutherland has protected that average, Rick. Eccleston tries again to Sutherland, right up on her toes. Playing it out towards extra cover, end of the Eccleston over. 2 for 154, Sutherland 71, Healy on 23. So this is the third time in Test match cricket Sutherland has gone past 50. Both times she has converted into a Test century.
She looks very set now, doesn't she? And the umpires are going to call it here.
So that will be lunch. Or the first break, whatever you wish to call it. Doesn't really matter too much, but another good session for the Aussies. They lose just 1 wicket and put on 96 runs, if my math is correct there. Rick Finlay, thumbs up from Rick. So 2 for 154, just 16 runs. In arrears, the Aussies. Sutherland 71 not out. Healy on 23, unbeaten at the other end. And the only wicket to fall in that first session of day 2, Phoebe Litchfield caught behind off the bowling of Bell, out for 45. So that's how we arrive here at lunch on
98, I think.
Day 2. 98.
Session, yep.
98. I couldn't read my own writing. It was 1 for 56 at stumps. I thought that was an 8. That's a 6. Wasn't a mathematical issue, Rick. Just a...
eyesight.
Yeah, no, more just my writing not being as neat as it needs to be. Nevertheless, Litchfield out for 45, Vole out last night for 12, Sutherland out for 71, and Sutherland not out for 71. Healy is unbeaten at the other end on 23. Sarah Elliott, former Australian Test cricketer, how did you see that morning session, or the first session? I'm rattled now. England letting themselves down again in the field.
I think so. I think they bowled really well to start with. They built some good pressure in the first few overs of the day, getting some good swing and movement, but unfortunately it was the fielding. They did create 3 chances at least that session, and unfortunately weren't able to capitalise, and you can't let an Australian side do that. Sutherland has been outstanding. Litchfield played her part, and then Healy sort of just carried on, and this partnership is just growing, and real worrying signs for England once Australia tick off this total, once we get back from this tea break.
Then it gets to fill your boots time, doesn't it? It will be cash in after this first break for the Aussies. The bowling figures for England, just taking a look at some of those numbers. In full for England to date, 14 overs for Bell, probably the pick of the English bowlers, maybe with Eccleston, if she'd had a little bit of different luck, Eccleston, but 2 for 30 for Lauren Bell. Filer, 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 24. Siva Brunt, 4 overs, none for 6. Sophie Eccleston, 20 overs, bowled right through that first session today. 4 maidens, none for 62, a number of missed chances of her bowling. Rhino McDonald-Gay as well, 7 overs, none for 30, along with 2 maidens. So that's how we arrive here at this first break. 2 for 154, England 16 runs behind.
Here come the players. The players heading to the middle with England and Australia locked in battle in this Women's Ashes Test match, but Australia very much on top. With the score at 2 for 154, Sutherland unbeaten on 71, Healy on 23, the partnership worth 55, and the deficit now just 16 runs. Michelle Gosgo is alongside. Look at all these friends reuniting.
Oh,
Isn't
this
it
is
lovely?
so cool. I went downstairs to the past players function, and there was a number of people. I think there was about 400 people in there. Dignitaries, some AFLW players, past players, some legends of Australian cricket, and I felt very much out of place.
Don't be silly. You are a legend, not just in cricket, but to us here as well.
Oh, I'll take you everywhere.
My welcome back.
Thank you.
Right then, we're ready to go pretty much. Looks like Lauren Bell is going to open the bowling as Australia's not out partnership come to the middle. If you want to join the conversation, by the way, on the text line 04679202222 and on the email tms@bbc.co.uk. We're reaching the sort of time of day in the UK. 6 a.m. alarms will be going off all the time. If you missed anything this morning, well, what we've seen so far is just the 1 wicket that has fallen, and Lauren Bell, the wicket taker for England once again, the same combination that saw the wicket that fell last night as well. Litchfield was out for 45. Court Jones bowled Bell. A really good spell of bowling from the tall, fast bowler who has the ball in hand. And the sun is shining. It's a pretty flawless Melbourne day. And Alyssa Healy, the Australia skipper, batting at 4, is tapping a bat, and we're ready to go. Score 2 for 154. Bell is in, defended into the onside, and we're up and running in the afternoon session.
Yeah, it's beautiful here at the MCG. As I mentioned, there was a past players function downstairs. They've made us some pretty cool little bands that I've got around my wrist, sort of like what Taylor Swift makes.
What does it say on it?
So it says Ashes 2025.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
It's great. They've got some little stubby holders as well with like a vest on it that you'd wear in the test match.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Here comes Lauren Bell kicking up those heels, running in now, and bowls a ball, which is right on the money once again on that 4th stump line. Defended by Healy. She's not quite confident enough to leave it alone. And so the score remains rooted, 2 for 154. It was a session that saw 98 runs and just the 1 wicket to have fallen. If they continue at that rate, Australia, Rick, where are we going to be at the close of play? I'll give you... it's a slightly mean one to throw your way quite this early in the afternoon.
They'll be 352, won't they?
Oh, wow. I shouldn't have doubted you. Here we go. Driven back towards Bell, and there'll be no run. What would the lead be at that point?
180 odd?
Yeah.
Oh, outstanding.
I'll tell you.
You can get one of these little bands here, Rick. I'm going to give that to you. Well done. I'm going to put that on your wrist. Fantastic. Outstanding work.
That was very quick maths. Alex Hartley's quite good at maths. Maths and lyrics, she's very good at. Here is Lauren Bell. 1 slip in place. This is onto the pads. Flick round the corner, but there's protection at fine leg. And the first run of this early evening session is taken. We've had tea, and then we'll have dinner later on. Do you know, I quite like the 2 half-an-hour intervals.
Yeah, it was a bit different. It got me yesterday, actually. I was like, oh, is it 20 minutes and then 40 minutes for the long break later? So a bit of what the men's cricket do, but yeah, I didn't mind that, actually. Half an hour and half an hour.
Yeah, it feels like it's got a nice balance to it, really. Lauren Bell, shirt untucked, tall figure, runs in now. And bowls a ball which is defended into the offside. It's a little bit quieter from the England fielders at the moment.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they'd love another wicket, wouldn't they? You listed in is Elise Perry. Now, I heard some little gossip that it was a cork that she had yesterday. So they said that she'd be okay to play.
A what? A
cork. Cork in a hip.
Oh.
Not like the one you get out of a champagne bottle.
The reason I asked this, right, is Lauren Bell bowling into that channel, but up on her toes is Sutherland to get a run to move to 72. Australia creeping towards England's total with a score now at the end of the over. 2 for 156, the deficit 14 runs. Because when you go to Lords in particular, you often get a huge number of champagne corks on the boundary rope that have been sort of fired from the various hampers in the crowd. And so I did wonder if when she leapt over the rope, she'd landed with her hip on a cork.
Possibly. It could happen. Absolutely.
It's a very Lord's injury, that, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Absolutely. Oh, that's a tremendous place to play cricket. Lucky enough to play a one-day match there. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Well, there is commitment to playing women's test match cricket there as well, which is... should be happening a lot more, really, and brilliant that for the first time since 1949 a women's test match here as well. 76 years.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, look, the women deserve to be playing at the bigger stadiums now.
Yeah.
It's just cricket. It's not men's cricket or women's cricket. It's just cricket.
Well, I think that's the thing, and as we were saying during the break to Louise, it's one of those things where the reaction from those in England of fury and disappointment at the performances is disappointing, yeah, because but people are invested in it, and that's kind of what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. We know the players. If Elise Perry's actually come out and said, if you want to criticise my game on the field, go ahead. That's my job now, and leave everything else alone.
Nat Sciver-Brunt at the end of her mark is going to run in now with the keeper standing up to the stumps, and Sutherland is defending as it's pushed into the offside. There is no run. So Sciver-Brunt will be looking just to try and build pressure here. Wicket to wicket, pretty simple. Jones up to the stumps. try and give nothing away.
Yeah, none for 6 after 4 overs that she's bowled. So, yeah, pretty much stump to stump here.
Sutherland dropping into the offside, no run. I've had a message on the SMS. Family day for Australian cricket, says Steve. You've got Alyssa Healy and Mitchell Starc taking part in test matches in Melbourne and Galle. And then Annabelle Sutherland batting at the moment. And Will Sutherland is taking on the England Lions.
Amazing stuff. Saw a little stat about Alyssa Healy and Mitchell Starc yesterday.
This is again angled into the offside and once more fielded by Danny White-Hodge, no run.
It was the same amount of Australian games they've played together. So I think it was 297, something like that, games for Australia, and they both had the same amount.
Amazing, isn't it?
Do-do-do-do.
It's almost like it was meant to be. Who said romance was dead? Driving is Sutherland. In fact, she rather attracts the drive, and it's just defended.
Well, knowing Midge, she's probably going to be very competitive about that. She'll want to get ahead.
Oh, yeah. Neither of them will retire just because they'll... No youth. Yeah.
That's a lot of games of cricket, isn't it, for your country? Outstanding from both of them.
Siva Brunt running in. Past the umpire now. Sutherland again is defending, and it's stopped by Siva Brunt in a follow-through. 5 dot balls to start this opening over of the early evening session on a pitch that has been pretty blameless today.
Yeah, it's flattened right out, hasn't it? The ball's got a little bit softer, so there's not as much zip around.
Which will make run scoring a little trickier, but it'll taking wickets really is hard. Sutherland looks for a single towards mid-on off the back foot, can't find it, and the over comes to an end. A maiden over to start things off for Nat Siva Brunt. Good crowd in, their supporters basking in the sunshine, and we've now got a few up to actually the third tier, which I don't think we had in yesterday.
No, we didn't. That actually looks pretty good here at the MCG. I'm just going back to on the field sort of stuff where it is becoming a little bit more difficult for England to sort of try and get that wicket, but if they can try and build some dot ball pressure, which is what they did against Phoebe Litchfield, and try and bore pretty much Alyssa Healy, sometimes that can bring out the rash sort of shot. But given the females don't play a lot of test match cricket, sort of building those partnerships and those plans, sometimes it takes a little bit, especially from the younger players. They haven't played a whole lot of test match cricket.
Yeah, I think being boring's fine, actually. Sometimes you need to be. Keeper up to the stumps now for Lauren Bell, who's in to bowl to Alyssa Healy. No run there as Bouchier moves to a right from the gully. I think that this is it's often been part of why England men's test fans and cricket fans have been frustrated by the Bazball approach, that sometimes to win a game of cricket you can be boring for a session, and that in its own way can drain a team, get miles in the legs of the bowlers.
Yep, exactly right.
You do remove a little bit of the moral victory, I suppose, which is most important. Here comes Bell. This is too wide and slashed out towards Tammy Beaumont at deep backward point for a single.
Oh, that will never die down.
That and the walk between Coogee and Bondi.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how I ever play cricket. I can't swim, so how did I ever play?
It's a miracle
for Australia.
Isn't it? Yeah, remarkable. Oh dear.
Just back on Healy and Starc. Alyssa Healy, 286 international games, now 287. Mitchell Starc, now 287.
Low full toss, clipped into the onside. Yes is the cry. Throw comes in, and a dive and a hit. And England appeal. I think she's probably home, but it was a little bit risky from Sutherland. That excellent throw that came in from the leg side. I think it's Nat Siva Brunt with the rocket arm.
Umpire Director, we have a review for run out. Best side on angle, please.
That was a great piece of fielding, actually. Didn't clip the bail closest to her, hit the other bail, so it's hit the top of the stumps. Oh, she's safely
do you have a side on? Let's just go the best side on, please.
I don't know if we need to have 8 looks at this one.
Yep, definitely grounded bat. Ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Just doing a mini wave here in the commentary box. Fantastic. Quick decision.
Well, yeah, it's one of those where I'm not sure we did need the second replay. Let's be perfectly honest. Not out is the answer. Here comes Lauren Bell, and defended into the offside. There is no run.
I wonder, Lauren Bell was bowling, that one was 114 kilometres an hour, and I don't know if the ego gets a bit bruised here. Amy Jones is up at the stumps now, so that tells you a little bit that the pace has gone out of the wicket a little bit. Not bouncing as much as it was with the new ball. So it's going to be tough, really tough going here for England.
Here comes Lauren Bell. She gets the ball tossed to her by Nat Sciver-Brunt. In moments like that, with the ball hitting the stumps, can just give a little bit of life, can't it, to a side who are looking for any way of getting a breakthrough that will just provide a tonic for an England side under the pump. Here comes Lauren Bell again in the sunshine. Worked off the hips down towards fine leg. A single is taken. 3 from the over thus far.
Yeah, and the pressure's come off for the Australians as well. There's only one slip and a gully in play, whereas Australia pretty much employed a couple of slips and a gully all day. So, and even when Alana King was on, we still had a slip gully and a short leg. So, yeah, run scoring's just become a little bit easy here for the Australians.
Sutherland on 73. She's batting nicely. Here comes Bell, and deep in the crease, Sutherland will jab the ball towards Rihanna McDonald-Gay. It is worth pointing out that England have dropped chances today. 3 inside the first 7 overs of the day. The over comes to an end here, by the way, with a score at 2 for 159. The deficit now 11. But, she should have been out early on in her innings this morning, Annabelle Sutherland. It was a poor drop from Danny Wyatt-Hodge at point. And if you're in the UK and you want to see some of the action, you can do so on the BBC Sport website and app, where we've got our live text commentary. You can follow the live text commentary wherever you are in the world. In fact, it's a good place for the conversation to continue, find stats and details, information. And if you want to join the chat with us on the SMS, 04679202222 here in Australia, and on the email tms@bbc.co.uk. There's an interesting field here with Maya Boucher standing in the eye line of, basically directly in front of the batter at the non-striker's end, in the eye line of Elisa Healy. As over the wicket comes Nat Sciver-Brunt, maiden to start things off after the break, and the first ball that Healy faces is whipped away down towards Filer, down on that boundary at long leg. 1 run taken.
That fielder there, Boucher, just standing there right in the eye line of the non-striker. You're kind of trying to figure out, do you run inside the line? So you're running on the pitch a little bit? Do you run on the outside of the right-hand shoulder of Boucher there?
Here is Sciver-Brunt. Very straight approach. Sutherland works the ball into the leg side. And again, we spoke about this earlier, Gozzy. From an England perspective, you want to avoid easy accumulation.
Yeah, and that's what's happened. I just said run scoring becomes a lot easier. I don't even have a slip in play at the moment. So, Healy and Sutherland are quite happy to work it off the hip. There's a massive gap between mid-wicket and fine leg where the two fielders are on the boundary.
In comes Sciver-Brunt. Driven by Healy down the ground. They'll run through for a single in the end. Actually, she does have to take a very long way round because Boucher, diving to try and stop it, acted as a human barrier lying across a little bit of the field, and so, or the pitch rather, and so she had to do quite a loop to get there. But a single is taken. The deficit now just 8 runs. Australia 2 down. Sciver-Brunt bowls. Oh, could be a stumping. No. Jones whipped the bails off, but Sutherland quickly back in her ground. This is the threat that will come with Jones up to the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already seen a missed stumping chance before. The one down the leg side to Sutherland. So sometimes she does drag that back foot out. And she did on that occasion. Just got it back. It just dribbled to Jones. So not a bit lucky there.
Sciver-Brunt is in, driven into the ground and taken on the bounce by Nat Sciver-Brunt.
Yeah, that one, soul ball there from Sciver-Brunt. I'll tell you what, that fielder there, if I'm running through from the non-striker's end, that used to annoy the bejesus out of me. Henry, I'd have to go on the outside, outside shoulder.
Sciver-Brunt bowls. Sutherland drives into the turf very straight, and it's one theme that we've seen. Over comes to an end, by the way. 59 bowled. Australia 2 for 162, trail by 8. is that Australia have played so straight during this series, particularly the spinners and the threat of Eccleston. It's been absolutely straight bat.
Yeah, it has. And, I mean, that's the whole point of cricket, right? If you can present the full face of the bat as long as you can. But you could just see it was a real plan to do that against them and try and nullify Sophie Eccleston, who's the best white ball bowler in world cricket. So I think they've done that really well. And then you look at someone like Phoebe Litchfield that's employed the sweep and the reverse sweep. Hasn't worked. So, I think they've done really well with their game plans and to try and nullify the better players.
Going well for Australia's men in Gaul, by the way, where Sri Lanka are 136 for 5, trailing by 518. A couple of wickets apiece for Stark and Kuhnemann, one for Nathan Lyon. Some Elisa Healy stats for you in a minute. Here comes Lauren Bell to continue. Angled away, nicely played. A controlled edge down towards deep third. Bouchier herring after it, is going to have to give up that pursuit. It's 4 runs. And that is brilliantly played by Healy. It is absolutely a controlled edge through a vacant slip.
Yeah, she's done that a lot throughout her career. You can see some oohs and ahs and hear them. But she's done that a lot, and she absolutely meant that. Again, another point that won't get noted through the coaches. And Bouchier chased after it. No one else went with her. Just stood there. So even if she got that, they probably would have run 4.
Yeah. I think you make a really good point. I'll be keeping an eye out for this. Bell bowls to Healy, tapped into the onside, no run. Well, she's gone past the 30-run mark on 8 occasions in her Test career, Elisa Healy. Unlike Annabelle Sutherland, she's only converted 3 of those starts to 50-plus scores, the highest last year, that 99 against South Africa at Perth. She's been dismissed on 5 occasions before getting to a half-century, having got those starts to move beyond 30. So she's on 32 at the moment. So this is a danger period for Elisa Healy in theory. As this is walloped into the leg side, nicely played by Healy out towards the deep, and Danny Wyatt-Hodge. The vast expanse of the MCG means you'll have to hit it pretty hard to go to hand out there in the deep.
Yeah, it's a fair way, isn't it? Just on cue, a couple of bounces of Danny Wyatt-Hodge from Healy. So it doesn't matter if she's playing Test cricket or white ball cricket, she'll just keep going at a game. Such a big area, isn't it, here at the MCG? Plenty of gaps.
She's moved past 500 Test runs with that as well. Driven back at Lauren Bell, who lets it through her legs, and then it has to be retrieved by a tumbling Filer. Australia now trailed by just 2. The lead is in sight.
Henry, we're still waiting for Sutherland to get to 137. When she does that, she'll have the record in women's Test cricket, the most runs in 6 consecutive innings.
Ah. Well, wow. You say waiting for it as if it's an inevitability.
Commentators curse sometimes.
If she gets out, I'm going to, that should go on your bowling card. In comes Bell, dropping it in short. What a peculiar delivery that was. She's looking at her hand as if the ball's come out in a very peculiar way. It was just tapped on the head by Healy out towards the offside.
We call those nana balls. By the time it's come down the other end, you've had a nap. That one, 83 kilometres an hour. So it definitely got stuck in her hand there. It was like a slow ball bounce, a tennis ball bounce.
So Lauren Bell at the end of her, it was actually just trying to bowl that slower, that sort of leg cutter. Runs in now, and outside the off stump, just dropped into the offside, easy run. And with that, the reaction from the crowd tells you that the scores are level. So there we go. The score stands at 170 on the board, but while England are all out, Australia find themselves just 2 down. That is the end of the over. All going very smoothly for Australia since the break. And replacing me in just a moment will be Matt Clinch.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
R-E-S-P-C-T, find out what it means to me. R-E-S-P-C-T, take F-T-C-T.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, Australia 2 for 170. About to surpass England's first innings. And from an Australian point of view, Annabelle Sutherland on 76, Alyssa Healy on 34. It's all looking pretty rosy at the moment. And England's torrid tour is continuing for the moment as they've got just the one breakthrough so far. The umpires have come together just to have a look at the pink ball. No doubt having a look at the condition of it. 60 overs in. Having a good look at the seam, most notably at the moment. That's how the night comes across.
Yeah, look, it would suit England here, wouldn't it, Clinchy, if they can swap the ball, because it has got a bit soft, and Lauren Bell was just trying to attempt a slower ball leg cutter, but just got stuck in her hand a little bit. I'm just trying to have a look. The seam does a little bit, it doesn't
There's a
look
tiny
great,
bit of
does
stitching which has come loose. So, interestingly, at the first break, the tea break, the lunch break, as we're traditionally used to it, Alyssa Healy said on the TV interview that she felt like England had bowled really well and the ball had gone soft. And in her view, the outfield had slowed up a little bit. And from an Australian point of view, they put themselves in a good position. But they were still uncertain around Elise Perry and her fitness. So that would impact as to how they might attack the rest of the day. Start of a new over as Annabelle Sutherland looks to drive Nat Sever-Brunt, but it's fielded by Sophia Dunkley, who does the fielding at mid-off. Australia 2 for 170. It's the temptation to maybe try and score quickly today, put England back in under lights.
Yeah, batting's much easier, isn't it, with that softer ball as well. But as we said, it's not going to run across the ground as quick.
There's a straightish mid-on as Sutherland comes forward and once more defends Nat Sever-Brunt into her 7th over, none for 9.
So I think you'll see a lot more sort of cross-seam balls delivered here and trying to scoot some through. The LBWs sort of bowled rather than the catches. There's no slip, no gully in play.
Which is the challenge for Nat Sever-Brunt to bring some variety. Comes in full to Annabelle Sutherland. It gets a big stride forward and just pushes it down to mid-off where Dunkley does the fielding. Australia 2 for 170.
Yeah, so they've got that short cover catching, which is just on the front crease, popping crease there, and then there's a catcher at mid-wicket as well, so in close.
Sever-Brunt right arm over the wicket, a slower delivery in which Sutherland drives, but straight back to the bowler. Sever-Brunt with her body behind it, able to prevent any runs on offer. Sutherland's played a pretty cautious innings after giving a few chances early. Once she got towards 50, it felt like that really focused her attention, and a big 6 down the ground. Only so far we've seen of this Women's Ashes match off the outside edge this time from Nat Sever-Brunt, and it's fielded by Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who's fielding a backward point. That would encourage Sever-Brunt. Just a little indecision as well as Sutherland took a few steps forward and looked towards Healy. Do you want it? No, turn around, back you go.
It was almost the Benny Hill music. Cue that. That almost met in the middle. Luckily, both went back safely.
To be fair, I don't think Annabelle Sutherland had any idea where the ball had gone. Once more, a slower delivery from Nat Sever-Brunt, and a maiden from that over from the English all-rounder from the Shane Warne stand end. Australia 2 for 170 after 61 overs with Healy on 34, Sutherland on 76. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Gosgo with you on ABC Sport. The other stat, which I don't know whether you have, Rick, readily available, Sophie Eccleston, as to how many overs she bowled consistently from the Shane Warne stand end, given that Alana King bowled 22 overs?
Yeah, something like that.
23, I think.
23. And she bowled pretty much most of the first session, Sophie Eccleston.
All of Eccleston's spell of 20 overs was that one spell, which started last evening.
So you wonder whether she might be asking Heather Knight whether it's worth having a bowl from the members' end.
They're still not happy.
The players have come together once more, and they're showing the umpire just the part of the seam which has come loose, the stitching, and holding the stitching in their fingers to say, you can't expect us to bowl with this, can you?
Look, all the umpires, they always have the scissors, or what do they call it, that little thing that they have, thingamajiggy, where they pull out the little pair of scissors and a little knife in it and whatever they have in their pocket to try and do some repair work on the ball.
A Swiss Army knife. As an umpire, you need to have everything, don't you?
They wouldn't make it anywhere near it through an airport, but that's fine. They're allowed out in the MCG. They're still not happy about it, though. And they also have that thing. What's that? Rick, you would know, but what's the thing they have where the ball's trying to fit through the...
To try and work out if it has been disshaped in any way. Yeah, I don't know what the actual official term is for the piece of equipment they use, but it's basically just a ring that allows them to put the ball through to work out whether it is in enough shape to be bowled with. Now, I'm not sure whether England are winning this battle with the umpires in trying to get this pink ball changed. So, as a result, the helmet and the pads have come out for the short leg once more, and Sophie Eccleston is going to change and bowl from the members' end here at the MCG. So 20 overs, 4 maidens, none for 62. England's frontline spinner.
I've just Googled it. It's an umpire cricket ball gauge.
Is that really the name? We need to come up with a better name than that, surely.
I mean, we could come up with something that's a bit more creative than that, couldn't we?
Very safe, isn't it?
0467 920 222 is the SMS number if you want to help us out, come up with something in which the umpires could use to try and work out if the ball has been dislodged, or tms@bbc.co.uk if you're listening to us in the early hours of the morning from the UK. Sophie Eccleston is warming up. Sun is still beating down, but she's one of the few players that has the jumper having been brought out for her. And a slip in place as Heather Knight is looking to make some changes to the field.
Interesting with the vest too, it doesn't have the number on the back, so if everyone's got it, it makes it a little bit more difficult, doesn't it? With their shirts with the number.
We saw it a lot last night, didn't we, as they started to get towards sort of 9:30, the extra half an hour. Became a lot cooler in Melbourne. Eccleston starts a new over into the pad of Elisa Healy, who comes forward. And you heard Amy Jones and Heather Knight were both up. They like that start.
It's good in unison as well, but good start here from Eccleston.
Sammy Beaumont in at short leg as the next delivery from Eccleston, angling it into off stump, is defended by the Australian captain. Australia 2 for 170. Scores are level after England were all out for 270 yesterday. It's been a good day for the Australians. Eccleston wider on the crease and striding forward Healy. Watchful once more just to try and make sure there isn't any rip or turn for the English leg spinner.
But again, it's a little bit easy to score, isn't it, at the moment for the Australians? Sorry, Rick.
A little known fact for you, Matt. 170's never been scored in a women's test before as an innings total.
There you go.
It's unique.
Eccleston fires the next delivery in. Healy is not wanting to take any risks at the moment. Just defending into the offside. So how many women's tests have we had?
This is the 151st.
151st, and we've never previously had 170 as a score. There you go. We're learning. Hope you are as well. Eccleston comes forward. Struck on the pad is Healy, and the finger goes up. England get the breakthrough. Sophie Eccleston swung from the Shane Warne stand side to the members' side and gets the Australian captain, who has decided to send it upstairs. The English are celebrating. Now all eyes turn to the big screen.
We have a review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Start with front on, please.
She went straight upstairs, didn't she, Clinchy?
Although unless there's any bat in this, it looked pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
Has been taking a big stride forward, but struck right on the knee roll.
A couple of times.
Sean Craig, as our TV umpire, will be able to hear.
It might have been an inside edge, I think, off the bat. Just need to see hotspot.
Is that hit bat first or pad first?
Just building ultra edge.
I reckon that's hit pad first. The more we look at it, which is often the challenge, you slow it down.
Oh, is it simultaneous?
Yeah, that's a very good point. There's only a small gap,
couple of times for
small
me,
gap between the bat and the pad.
Frame by frame.
Oh.
And I reckon it's hit pad and bat almost at the same time, if not maybe just slightly in front of the pad. This is a tough one.
It certainly is. You have 15 looks at this and come up with 15 different answers. I do think it may have got the inside edge of the bat first. Just by a little bit.
Yes, it's no conclusive evidence. We've got pad first.
I feel like this might end up in an umpire's call.
We're going to go through to ball tracking when available, please.
They need the evidence to overturn the decision which has been given out in the middle.
She's going to be given out here.
Alyssa Healy is shaking her head as she watches the replay on the big screen. Has 6,300 in at the MCG too, likewise.
Pitching
ball
outside
tracking.
off, impact in line. Wickets hitting. Claire, going to come back to you on field, get you to stay with your original decision of out. Signal now.
Hitting the top of the bails between middle and leg stump, and the Australian captain has to go. England get the breakthrough. Healy is out for 34. LBW Eccleston, who gets her first wicket in her 21st over. She has toiled away hard here on day 2 at the MCG. Healy having faced 68 deliveries and 2 fours. Australia are 3 for 170.
It'd be fair to say Alyssa Healy is not happy, Jan. The way she's walking off, hands on the hip, shakes of the head. She believes she got an inside edge before it hit the pad, but it was very close, wasn't it? So it was given out, so there was no conclusive evidence that it didn't happen with bat first. So very close for me. I felt it may have got the inside edge, but that's very difficult to overturn, and Claire Polisak had given that out. So Alyssa Healy has to depart.
As Beth Mooney makes her way out to the middle of the MCG, and that's always the challenge when you're playing Australia. You get one gun batter out, and another one comes out to join Annabelle Sutherland, who's on 76, and Sophie Eccleston finally gets a breakthrough for England.
Lucky they didn't change the ball.
No, you're right. It's funny how these things work, isn't it?
Yeah, just skidded on a little bit. It wasn't an amount of turn. It sort of just hit the pitch and went on with the arm there from Eccleston.
31 years of age, Beth Mooney playing in her 9th Test match, 453 runs, past 50 on 2 occasions. And England's spirits are just a little brighter at the moment. As Heather Knight is making a couple of changes to the field. Sophia Dunkley is in between sort of a mid-on and a long-on. That's Eva Brunt in a similar, in fact it's Lauren Feidler who's in a similar position. Eccleston having got through the breakthrough, comes in to Beth Mooney who's forward and just tentatively looking to try and work it onto the onside. A very good over for England. Sophie Eccleston with a wicket maiden. And Australia are 3 for 170. Scores are still level with Mooney yet to get off the mark and Sutherland on 76. Thank you to Michelle Gosgo. As always, we love to hear from you. SMS is 0467 920 222. Or if you want to get in touch, if you're listening to us through the UK, the email is tms@bbc.co.uk. Almost the perfect timing. England get a wicket. Alex Hartley rejoins you on the radio. Welcome to you, Alex.
Hello. Needed that one, did England? And a good change of ends from Sophie Eccleston. Alyssa Healy obviously not happy with that one. And live, I thought she actually hit it first. But when you keep seeing the replay, then it looked like pad first. So I'm actually not sure. It was literally ball trapped between bat and pad. So you can understand why Alyssa Healy walks off shaking her head. And she was convinced that she hit it.
Yeah, she really didn't like the call. But I thought the more they slowed it down, the more it looked like it hit the pad first. Nat Sevabrunt starts a new over. And Annabelle Sutherland is driving straight to the fielder at that straightish mid-on. And a dot ball to start the new over. Australia 3 for 170. So if you're Sean Craig sitting in the TV third umpire's chair, are you giving it out or not out? Sevabrunt comes in. Sutherland is looking to use soft hands, trying to play it backward a point. And it's fielded by Heather Knight, who comes in from cover.
Am I giving it out or not out?
And I'm not giving you the luxury to say umpire's call. You've got to make a decision.
I'm giving it out. I am English.
I should have known that could be an option. You'd fall back to the home loyalty. Sutherland awaiting the next delivery. It's a full ball from Nat Sevabrunt, and it's driven straight to the fielder. Maya Bouchier, who does the fielding at a straightish mid-on. Pleasant day in Melbourne today. Temperatures in the low 20s. Over 6,000 fans in once more for this historic day-night test match as Sutherland is taking a big stride forward, looking to get on the attack for Nat Sevabrunt, but can't beat Maya Bouchier once more. We've seen Sutherland with one big six down the ground. She's got a lot down a fine leg and through the covers. Such a versatile player, and the power in which she is able to display when she gets it in the right zone. Jones up to the stumps to Sutherland on cue. Flicks a full delivery out backward of square leg just for a single. As it's gathered in the deep. Australia 3 for 171 with Sutherland moving to 77.
The scary thing is about Sutherland, when she goes past 28, she averages 418.
So Australia have hit the lead by that one run, and Annabelle Sutherland, Rick, is that right? 500 runs.
Yep.
With Australia 3 for 171. So a couple of milestones, 6 test matches, 500 runs. as Alex Hartley made reference, a high score of 210, and at the moment an average of 70.5, which continues to go up.
It's climbing, isn't it? It's climbing. Amazing. Annabelle Sutherland. Once she's in, she's so hard to dismiss, which makes that Danny Wyatt drop just all that more crucial as Australia go ahead of England now. And England obviously getting the wicket of Healy. Brings in another world-class batter who's had an unbelievable Ashes, Beth Mooney. We've got some interesting fields here for Beth Mooney.
We certainly do. Mooney, the leading run scorer in this women's Ashes across all formats. She comes forward to Nat Severbrunt and sees out the over by defending back down the pitch. Australia 3 for 171. Mooney yet to get off the mark. Sutherland is on 77. Matt Clinch and Alex Hartley with you through ABC Sport and via the BBC through BBC 5 Sports Extra. Beth Mooney has been so dominant in T20 cricket, leading run scorer in the history of the Women's Big Bash. You get to think she bats in the middle order in this Test side.
I know. And also
just waiting for a chance.
Talia McGrath, Perry. It's never ending. Never ending.
On the SMS, Georgie has been in touch from Glenn Huntley in Melbourne. Half-hour breaks for the women's test is great. It would have been good if they could tell the spectators at the ground how long the breaks are. It caught me out enjoying listening to you all, particularly Stixie, Alex and Gozzy while watching at the G. Good to have you, Georgie.
I didn't know how long the breaks were either, Georgie, to be completely honest.
There's been a little element of sort of finding things out as we go throughout this day-night test match. Eccleston starts a new over. Sutherland comes forward. It's well chopped off by Nat Severbrunt, lunging to her left, preventing the single. 3 for 171 Australia at the start of the 64th over. Australia leading by 1 run now. Eccleston with the cardigan on, or the vest as she comes in and bowls to Annabelle Sutherland. She takes that big stride forward, looking to take out the LBW from Eccleston, looking to attack if it's just a little bit short and wide. Eccleston around the wicket. Again, a good stride, taken out of her crease and pushed into the offside.
It's just amazing how Eccleston can just toil away for hours on end. Such a repeatable action. Just so consistent, constantly at the stumps.
Into her 22nd over as around the wicket she comes in.
Tweaking her 22nd over.
I was trying to say 2 words at once, which is never good when you're trying to do radio commentary. Stick to one thought, please. I was also contemplating what would have been the longest spell you would have bowled.
Oh, not very. 10 overs.
10 overs.
Played a lot of white ball cricket and maybe a few more club cricket wise, Ashes warm-up games. I mean, I never wanted to stop bowling, so
just hoping the captain keeps you on.
Yeah.
Just walk up, give your cap to the umpire and don't even look at the captain. Hope that you continue on. But it was going to be one of the curiosities heading into this test match at the end of the series as to how much preparation the bowlers in particular would have. Eccleston around the wicket once more. Sutherland is back and looking to play off the back foot, but straight to extra cover. And 5 dot balls so far in this over from Sophie Eccleston, having got the breakthrough of the Australian captain. Big opportunity here to try and maybe pick up one more. Still questions around Elise Perry. Sutherland using her feet, hits straight into the ground to Eccleston and throws back to the keeper's end. Sutherland pulls her head out of the way. And that is the end of the over. Australia 3 for 171. Mooney yet to get off the mark after 2 deliveries. Sutherland is on 77. Alex Hartley's with you on ABC Sport. And through the BBC, Ben Cameron about to join you.
Grandstand cricket.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio and across the UK via the BBC.
Good on you, Clinchy. 3 for 171. The Aussies lead by 1 run. Grandstand cricket here on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron alongside Alex Hartley, former English World Cup winner. Happier days for England as Severbrunt bowls outside the off stump. Letting it go is Mooney.
You've finished playing your schoolboy tricks now?
I'll never grow up. Never lose the kid in you.
Tapping me on the shoulder and getting me to look the wrong way.
I did it to John Alexander, who's an Australian tennis legend for the entirety of the 2 weeks of the Australian Open. Siva Brunt bowls again. Mooney forcing off the back foot. Through cover point. Pierces the infield. Comes back for a couple. Nice stroke there from Beth Mooney, who's been the form batter of this Australian team throughout the white ball games. Off the mark with a couple there. 94 off 63 in the last T20. Also a score of 44 and 75 off 51 in the first T20 two-player of the match performances.
Yeah, she had a good series, or she's having a good series.
Facing Siva Brunt, again on the back foot, knocking it out to the cover fielder. Lots of nice text coming in here. Interesting to see the English women's side learning from the men, wanting to change the ball. If they did change the ball, Healy probably wouldn't have been out.
Oh. Or maybe she'd have got out earlier. Maybe she'd have been out to the seamer. Who knows? The butterfly effect.
Left-hander Mooney, facing the right arm medium of Siva Brunt, thick inside edge. Squirts down to fine leg for one. Onto 3 goes Beth Mooney. 3 for 174 the Aussies, a lead of 4. Just repeating, if you've joined us late, Elise Perry is expected to bat if required in this innings for Australia, but that remains to be seen.
Might not be needed until tomorrow. At this stage, Australia have the opportunity.
Siva Brunt to Sutherland, punching out into the covers.
The opportunity to bat big, don't they, and bat once. I mean, bat all of today, all of tomorrow. Back yourselves to bowl England out in a date.
0467920222. Ravi and Sydney getting involved. Here comes Siva Brunt, bustling in, bowling to Sutherland. Lofts it down the ground. Does she get enough of it? She does. Over the infield. Will pitch. And it will come back. So 2 more for the Aussies. 3 for 176. Sutherland along to 79. Ravi from Sydney. Alex Hartley calling for someone else to act maturely is a delicious irony. Never change, Alex.
I'm glad Ravi picked up on that. Someone sprayed hairspray in here. It smells like hairspray. Can you smell that?
I don't use hairspray, so no.
There's someone down there. Excuse me. It's got my head out the window. Someone's definitely spraying their lid with...
Oh, it's not Rick.
No, not me.
He's got a hat on. He's got a hat
Sorry,
on.
Rick.
I've no need of hairspray.
It's easy target. I apologise. I can smell that too now.
Yeah, there must be somebody out there with some hairspray. But then it's too windy for people. There's somebody playing Candy Crush.
Cricket's boring them.
20 metres below us.
3 for 176. Now the Aussies, Eccleston bowling to her fellow southpaw, full and straight, turning it through mid-wicket for a single is Beth Mooney.
That's frustrating there at mid-wicket. You could hear Sophie Eccleston through the stump mic. She had the opportunity to bowl at the new batter, Beth Mooney, and then just an easy single through mid-wicket means that the in-batter, Sutherland's back on strike. Interesting field now, though, for Eccleston.
Changes to around the wicket. 2 catches, one just off the pitch and a catching mid-off, and then a catching extra cover. Low full toss down the track. Sutherland hammers it down the ground. Knocked down by the mid-on fielder. Keeps it to just 1. Approaching a 3rd Test century. Annabelle Sutherland, averaging 70 in this format. What could be what does smell like hairspray? What could it be if it's not that?
It probably smells like hairspray, though. It's not burning, so no one's on fire.
We have been broadcasting from here during a fire alarm. I think Hawthorn and Brisbane in the AFL when fire alarm went off. Back over the wicket, Eccleston, bowling to Mooney, full and straight again. Just drives with the on-drive down to the fielder at mid-on.
I feel like, Rick, you've got something to stop this nonsense.
Into the over, I'll jump in.
Eccleston unfurls again, gives it some air, and another on-drive from Beth Mooney. Doesn't go beyond the fielder. 5:45 local time here in Melbourne. Beautiful summer's evening. Eccleston trots away from us. Again, full and straight, a little wider outside off drive from Mooney down to the fielder.
It's well bowled this to the left-hander, Sophie Eccleston. Just making Mooney play with a straight bat.
Couple of steps into the delivery stride, back and pulling Mooney through square leg. Chase on in the deep, coming across, unable to get there on the dive is Wyatt Hodge. And that is money for old rope for a batter of the class of Beth Mooney. Doubles her score. First boundary moves along to 8. Australia 3 for 182.
Just a note on Annabelle Sutherland, who's just got to 500 career runs. She's done it in 9 innings. The only one quicker for Australia was Karen Rolton, who did it in 8. Also with 9 innings, Denise Annetts, Belinda Clark and Betty Wilson. So equal second for Annabelle.
Not bad that really, is it?
No, it's a very good career she's putting together. There was a beautiful photo I saw on the television broadcast of young Belsey with Will out on the MCG.
Yeah, I was on air for that and I said it makes you feel sick how talented this family are.
Well, the most impressive sibling is clearly Tom.
Hey!
We're going to get
a
change of ball here. Does look like the fourth umpire, Lisa McCabe, with the box that looks like it belongs out of Deal or No Deal.
It does. Sometimes they have a bag, don't they, with a...
Yeah. But coming out to change the pink ball, which has gotten a little too soft for England's liking. So the whinging finally worked. I think, as they say, shy kids never get sweets.
Well, backhanded compliment from Simon in Adelaide. Alex has grown on me.
Wish I could say the same, Simon.
Cheers, Simon.
Thanks for your text. 0467920222.
Makes you sound like a climbing plant, doesn't it?
Alex has grown on me.
So we will get a change of ball here. Speaking of plants, Rick, during we did a Chris Kringle. Alex should be pleased to know during the Boxing Day test. Idea 10 out of 10, execution about 6 or 7 out of 10. It was run by me this year. Not my best work, but Rick got a cactus, which lives in the box and is still going along strong, isn't it? Out the back of the box.
I can't take it back to Tasmania because of biosecurity protocols. So it's got to live here.
Is it actually back there?
Yeah.
Well, they don't die, do they?
No.
Well, I hope not.
So it will be our MCG box cactus. We have some renovations coming up here. Please make sure the cactus survives.
Oh, I see. Do you know what? They always surprise me how spiky they actually are. This one's hairy.
It's deceptively furry, but don't press too hard.
You've got a furry cactus. It looks thirsty, though.
So England do have a new ball here. Not a new ball, but a renovated pink ball. Refurbished. 3 for 182. Australia leading by 12 runs. Alex Hartley is watering the cactus. Not too much.
No, I think I might have drowned it.
Thank you.
Here comes Siva Brunt. New over from the Shane Warne stand end. Sutherland, rock solid forward defensive. I do remember I was listening to Ed Cowan on the Grandstand Cricket Podcast, one of the leading cricket podcasts in the world, and he was talking about, he remembers playing in the Boxing Day test and a young Annabelle Sutherland and a young Will running around. Here they are. Siva Brunt in and bowling. Sutherland on drive. Fielder slightly deep, but doesn't take on the single. I spoke, Alex, about the other sibling, Tom, as well.
Golfer.
He's not a pro golfer, but a very talented golfer. Shot under par at Royal Melbourne, which I think is the hardest of all of the courses on the sandbelt here. Siva Brunt bowling again. Sutherland cutting forcefully through point. Patroller out in the deep. We'll rein it in and fling it back. A couple more for the Aussies. 3 for 184. Sutherland along to 82. That is very impressive going.
Jeez.
You a golfer?
I love golf. I love golf. It's not very good. But that's okay. Don't need to be competitive anymore.
Siva Brunt arrives. A low full toss and drilled on the bump. The fielder just in that catching position, just off the edge of the pitch on the onside. Sophia Dunkley doing the fielding. They do say, don't worry, you're not bad at golf. You're just bad at everything you do in life and you choose to play golf.
Nice.
Sutherland picks up her bat. Siva Brunt in and leaning on one into the covers. Sutherland doesn't pierce the field. Sue in Canberra says, hi Ben, Alex and Rick. The smell might be sunscreen. Love the call, especially Rick.
That is not what that says.
I had to change it on the run.
Especially Alex.
Said especially Alex, but I editorialised. Siva Brunt arriving to Sutherland, chunking it back down the pitch. That is the end of the over. Mooney on 8, Sutherland on 82. The Aussies leading by 14 runs on the first innings.
Yeah, Siva Brunt for me has been impressive with the ball. She bowled 10 overs, none for 17. She's just bowling those cutters. She's able to just run her fingers down the side of the ball. She's obviously got the leg cutter as well, so she's just mixing up her pace, just keeping the stumps in play, just being that boring bowler, just targeting the stumps and not going away from that.
A couple of good texts coming in here. David in Pakenham says, what do you think about Elisa Healy's disapproving reaction to her dismissal? Will that be looked at by the match referee? What did you think of her reaction to that dismissal?
Yeah, I think that she'll probably get pulled into the office and a little slap on the wrist.
Eccleston, new over, left arm over the wicket, very full. Mooney on the on drive. Slip and also that bat pad.
You're allowed to disagree with the umpires. You know, you're allowed to shake your head, but she pointed up at the big screen and was like, you what?
Can't gesticulate really, can you?
Yeah.
Eccleston spins out another delivery. Slightly uppish on the drive there, Mooney. Gets through the catching cover, out towards the cover boundary. 2 more for Mooney and the Aussies.
I think that carried.
Oh, did it?
I'll have to have a look on the replay, but...
Maybe just a half volley in there. That was my first reaction, but I'm wrong plenty of the time.
No, it carried.
Oh, it did.
Carried and dropped.
Another one.
Add it to the tally.
DJ Khaled. And the story of England's tour.
Not another one.
Eccleston has bowled well without reward and forward defensive here from Mooney. They haven't dropped their bundle here, England.
No, they haven't. There's one thing that they can't do is go flat as a team. They cannot go flat. It was Rhiannon McDonald-Gay at cover and dropped that catch.
Eccleston trots away from us in the members. Delivers, whipped uppishly, not far away from the bat pad. Now through the vacant mid-wicket. One more for Mooney. 3 for 187. What about the idea of the 2 30-minute breaks in the test match being adopted by the men? I love it. I think it works.
I like it as well. The 20-minute break doesn't give you really time to breathe, does it?
No. Have a cup of tea.
Not really, because you've got to like cool down a little bit. You end up on air.
Got to blow on it. Cool it down. Eccleston around the wicket. Down the track comes Sutherland. Hammers it back down the ground. And that will be 4 more. And Annabelle Sutherland is closing in on a 3rd test century. And it's a great conversion rate when she goes past 50. She's up to 86. Australia 3 for 191.
A little bit out of character there for Sutherland, who comes down the pitch and slaps it back past Sophie Eccleston, who has her hands on her head because it was aerial, but there is no fielder there anymore. Fielder's on the offside.
It was almost a smear from Sutherland. Quicker ball, maybe an arm ball there from Eccleston, very wide and full. Well taken by Jones, end of the over. Is that just maybe Eccleston thinking if she comes down the track again, I can slide one past her with the arm ball there? Finish the over, Hartley?
Yep, she was thinking if she uses her feet here, then I've got her. But Sutherland, nope. Let that one go past.
3 for 191. The Aussies leading by 21. Ben Cameron, Alex Hartley, Grandstand Cricket here on ABC Sport. Dad Peter and daughter Patrice, I hope I've got that right, driving down from Sydney to see the women's test match action on Saturday at the MCG. We are enjoying your broadcast on the radio. Hopefully there's a good day of cricket to come for you tomorrow. The double Ps.
Double Ps?
Yeah. I wasn't sure on the pronunciation.
I don't know where I'm looking.
I went with Patrice, so I think
Patrice.
That's right. Patrice.
Peter. Dad Peter, daughter Patrice.
That's a beautiful father-daughter trip, isn't it? Drive down from Sydney, listen to the cricket on the radio, come to the game.
What time to be alive? Just make sure if you come into the cricket, you'll be able to sit wherever you want really, but sit to the left as we look at the ground because the right is in the shade all day and it's cold.
Cold. It's from a Mancurian as well. McDonald Gay beginning a new over, bowling to Mooney. Bit of pad. Drops down on the onside. What is the weather back in Manchester?
I imagine it is 45 degrees, blazing sunshine, nowhere else you'd rather be. It's 4 degrees, raining. Shock.
Is that Fahrenheit?
Nice, Rick.
Slip in place, a gully as well. Right arm over to the left-hander, Mooney. Bit of pad again, more bat this time. Playing it down towards mid-on. Are you a Manchester United or City fan?
Neither. I grew up as a Burnley fan.
Burnley?
Because that's where I was, that's where I grew up.
Is that Turf Moor?
Yeah, that's where I did all my maturing.
Lack thereof. Down goes Jones. McDonald Gay arrives outside the off stump. Edge dropped. Once again, the story of the summer for England. Put down at first slip. Sophie Eccleston this time doing the dropping. It's been her who's had so many chances off her bowling dropped. Alex Hartley.
You just cannot drop as many catches as England have done. It's gone to a left-hand side, but you've got to be taking that when you're in the slips. She's almost dived past it. It's hit her on the wrists. England said that they've got to stay up and about and they can't go flat. I mean, it's going to be hard not to be flat after a couple of consecutive drops. McDonald Gay dropped one off Eccleston. Eccleston dropped one off McDonald Gay.
Returned the favour. If only there was a really catchy rhyming phrase about the importance of catches. It'd be great to use right now, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I can think of one.
McDonald Gay arrives again. Sutherland thick outside edge. But it gets through the field down to the boundary for 4. 3 for 196 and Sutherland into the 90s again.
Well, it's clever batting from Sutherland, isn't it? And however many times that just happens, you drop a catch, the next ball goes for 4. It's frustrating. Very, very frustrating for England out there in the middle at the minute.
Big welcome to those of you that have just joined us on Sport Digital, as well as the ABC Sport button, with play halted due to rain in Sri Lanka. Story of the day has been missed chances again in the field from England. McDonald Gay bowling to Sutherland, who's cutting behind point. Fielder out in the deep. Will run it in, White Hodge, return it to Jones. One more for Sutherland. Sutherland onto 91, Mooney on 12. Sutherland has had a number of lives today. She was dropped earlier on in the 20s by White Hodge. She was on 29 at that point in time. There was a miss stumping down the leg side. A really tough chance as well for Jones off a thick outside edge that was low down for the keeper. And Sutherland is making them pay. Here comes McDonald Gay again. Full and wide, driving Mooney, up-ish. Knocked down at backward point. And then just a short time ago, as she joined us, Beth Mooney hedging a ball towards first slip, put down by Sophie Eccleston. Shortly before that, Beth Mooney was dropped by McDonald Gay off the bowling of Eccleston.
I'll tell you what's been frustrating. After 2023, really thought these two teams were going to compete throughout this Women's Ashes series, and both teams got knocked out of that T20 World Cup. England out the group stage by the West Indies, and Australia out the semi-final, well, lost that semi-final, South Africa. And really went into this series thinking these two teams are close. Really, really close when it comes to... 2023 just gave me so much hope. And then you come over here and Australia have just dominated. England have been sloppy at times, but Australia have been so good, so consistent. But it's just shown England's weaknesses.
Eccleston to Sutherland for defensive off the inside half of the bat. Do you know what the most laborious part of my job at the moment is? keeping track of all of the drops.
I haven't taken a single note. I've given up. This series, whatever happens in the test match didn't happen. It's not in the notebook.
Slip in place. Eccleston around the wicket with their slow left arm orthodox. A bit of bite and turn going with it, though. On the defensive stroke is Sutherland, just gliding it out towards backward point. So a slip in place. They've got a catching mid-off. Just a yard in front of the popping crease. Half a pitch width off the edge of the pitch. Catching extra cover as well. Eccleston bowls. Flat and wide. Cutting is Sutherland. Through the legs of the fielder, McDonald Gay. A nutmeg out to the boundary for 4.
That's poor from McDonald Gate, from the youngster at cover. It was hit to her hard, but you've got to be stopping that. You've got to get your body behind the ball. Sophie Eccleston, it was short, it was wide, it wasn't the best delivery, slightly quicker. It was a really good shot. Straight through McDonald Gate.
Eccleston tries again to Sutherland, and Sutherland goes well forward. Goes for a little wonder as well. So McDonald Gay dropped Mooney off the bowling of Eccleston. Eccleston dropped Mooney off the bowling of McDonald Gay. And McDonald Gay said, I'll one-up you.
Have 4.
Eccleston, well flighted, going back though and pulling his Sutherland. Threw a wide bit on, the diving effort won't get there. And that will zip away to the rope. Onto 99 for Annabelle Sutherland.
It's been a special knock, hasn't it, so far from Sutherland. She really does capitalise once she's got in. She's had a few chances. England put them down early on in her innings. And it's a good shot, this, from Sutherland. It's not even short from Eccleston, but she just rocks back in her crease and punches it through mid-on for 4.
Closing in on a third test century on 99. Eccleston bowls, Sutherland on the front foot. Now we're closing in here on drinks, and we're going to have a drink. So Sutherland will have to pause on 99 and wait. The Aussies lead by 35. Australia 3 for 205. Sutherland's on 99. Mooney's on 12. Alex Hartley can't wait to get out of here. I mean Australia, and get home after this series. But we will pause. This is Ashes Cricket on ABC Sport and 5 Live Sports Extra.
On Hard Quiz, it's not whether you win or lose that matters. It's what you do with your big brass mug when you win.
All new Hard Quiz.
Just kidding. It's how much you win by.
Wednesday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Lauren Bell to continue. Angled away, nicely played. A controlled edge down towards deep third. Bouchier herring after it is going to have to give up that pursuit. It's 4 runs.
We're learning, hope you are as well. Extra come forward, struck on the pad is Healy, and the finger goes up. England get the breakthrough. Sophie Eccleston swung from the Shane Warne stand side to the members side and gets the Australian captain.
Eccleston around the wicket, down the track comes Sutherland. Hammers it back down the ground. And that will be 4 more, and Annabelle Sutherland is closing in on a third test century.
The Women's Ashes. Women's Test Cricket on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Well, she's on the cusp of 100, is Annabelle Sutherland. And what would be her 3rd in Test match cricket, her 2nd in Ashes cricket, and as many Test matches, punctuated as well with a double ton in there too. What a player. Didn't necessarily get the runs in the white ball series, contributed with the ball, but it has to be said, Sarah Elliott, when the opportunities come in this Test match, she's taken it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a terrific innings from Sutherland. Hopefully she can get one more and keep pushing this Australian total right up. I think by her standards, she'd probably say it's not her best innings, but just to persevere and the way she's playing the ball now, it's been terrific.
Jed in Adelaide on the SMS. Does England have a fielding coach? Cheers, team. Well, they've got a huge support staff. A massive amount of people are out here, has to be said. Will from Parkdale. Alex sounds like Stuart Broad wanting to void the Ashes, void the series. Oh dear. And then Tim and Colleen and Burp and Gary East. Good day, Alex, Ben, and the amazing Rick. We're feeling sorry for the English team. Nah, not really. I knew that sounded too good to be true. Honestly. Right, the players have had drinks. They had an extraordinary cart with a huge drinks bottle on the back that looks rather like it might be sort of a threatening weapon from a military parade, doesn't it, as it heads out to the middle, as is making its way back towards the boundary edge, with Sutherland on 99. She won't be on strike, but is on the cusp of a ton.
It's such a challenging day for the English girls here. It's been a tough series, and then today the chances have come. They've bowled pretty well, really, but unable to hold on to the catches.
Well, their catch percentage is, frankly, disastrous from a cricketing point of view. 37 catch opportunities with 37 catches, 18 drops across the series. So the catch efficiency 67%, 1 in 3 going down. Here comes McDonald Gay, left alone outside the off stump by Beth Mooney, keeper up to the stumps.
Well, data like that's good. A good starting point for when they get home and review and
well, it is
kind of way forward.
And you think getting through this Australian batting lineup's pretty tough, but if you have to essentially take 15 wickets in an innings rather than 10, you know,
put it like that, that's a significant challenge, isn't it?
The first of our gulls has arrived on the outfield. Here is McDonald Gay, whipped down towards fine leg from the batter Mooney. They'll turn for a second, get there easily. Dunkley with energy runs round to pick up. 2 runs taken. The Australia lead stands at 37.
Good hard running too. The Australians, just attention to detail on that front. Terrific. Mooney was always setting off for 2 then.
These two, along with Elise Perry, feel born for Test match cricket in terms of how they bat. More so than Healy, I think.
Yeah. Mooney might be the one that...
McDonald Gay into the left-hander, who's walloping into the leg side. That'll be 4. Lovely shot. Lovely pick-up. It was just dropped a little bit short. And a shoveling sort of pull stroke into the leg side brings a boundary. It's a lovely piece of timing from Mooney. Australia lead by 41.
It's certainly Mooney... very, very capable at this level. High score just of 85. I feel like she's really... one-day cricket, she plays so well, as do the other 2, but 3 terrific names there.
So Mooney on strike, as in comes McDonald Gay to bowl to her, driving into the offside, and it's taken on the bounce by the England captain Heather Knight at cover.
And maybe that just makes Mooney hungry. If she hasn't got that 3 figures up yet in a Test match, that'd be the one thing that she could add still to her.
Well, not many can say they've got 3 figures in all 3 formats. Heather Knight can. Scored 100 against Thailand in the World Cup here. T20s. This is down the leg side, and Jones has to move to her right to collect. Would have been wide in a white ball game, not in a Test.
Sure, the Australians will want to just keep putting their foot down. If that score's passed, see Sutherland over her 100. I want to keep motoring and bat for the majority of this day, if not all of it.
Here is McDonald Gay in the long sleeves. This is in the air. Oh, it's another down. This time it's Boucher in the gully. It's almost unbelievable. She flings the ball away. Oh. McDonald Gay takes a cap from the umpire. And the wheels aren't just rattling, they've disappeared down the highway. Goodness me.
Oh, that is hard to watch. That they don't come much easier than that in the gully. The straight chest, hip height. And she can't believe it herself either. Wow. England just cannot take a trick. There's nowhere to hide.
They can't catch a cold. It's unbelievable.
Oh dear. You can just see what's that going to do to the morale of the team. Wowee.
Sutherland on 99. Crowd up and about. Here comes Eccleston. This is dropped into the offside. Wait there is the cry. The crowd having to wait as well.
I still can't believe that, but we need to fix our eyes on Sutherland and the amazing job she's doing.
Here comes Eccleston again. Sutherland is driving into the turf. Not a run there because Beaumont is waiting at cover. A thought for Maya Boucher. She's not had a good time with the bat. Now she's put down a straightforward chance. Eccleston ready to go again. Sutherland on 99. And she chops the ball away through the offside and for 4. And there it is. A Test 100 at the MCG for Annabelle Sutherland. What a player. What a moment. This famous old ground rises to acknowledge a brilliant innings. Yes, there have been chances. But goodness me, has she made England pay. A third Test 100 for a superstar of the women's game. Annabelle Sutherland, all credit to you.
A fantastic knock, and just watching her there celebrate and really soak in the crowd, extremely appreciative of the display they've seen from Annabelle Sutherland today.
Her father, former head of Cricket Australia, James Sutherland, he's here. And what a moment. Here is Eccleston. Bowls a ball which is defended solidly. And it's a solid defence that will almost be as cutting and agonising for England as the runs accumulated, knowing that how hard it is to get through, and when you get those chances, not taking them. Eccleston round the wicket to Sutherland, who's defending again into the offside, and there'll be no run.
What a fine innings, and a fine young player. To think she's still so young with so much cricket ahead of her and what she's accomplished already.
Eccleston with a grunt bowls a ball which is a full toss. The effort ball is put away through the leg side. Sutherland on to 107. Australia's lead up to 49. And England are in all sorts here. Eccleston takes her cap from the umpire, and I will use this moment to bring you some Annabelle Sutherland appreciation stats. She becomes the 10th player overall, 3rd Australian to register 3 or more hundreds in women's test matches, with the other Australians, Betty Wilson, Jill Kinnair, and now Annabelle Sutherland. It is a small club.
That is the names on that list, and to think of the greats we've had that aren't on that list. What a terrific feat.
She also becomes the 10th Australian batter to register 500 runs in women's tests. In that time, 350 plus scores, which now includes 300s. She's got an average well in the 80s, far and away ahead of anyone else. And, you know, likes of Elise Perry, she averages just shy of 62. Shafali Verma 63, but Annabelle Sutherland the 80s.
Fantastic.
Astonishing number.
And 23 years of age, is she? So young.
Yeah.
100 came off 193 balls, 1 6 and 14 fours for Australia's 36th century.
And to be fair, batted through some tough stages. Australia's certainly on top in the game, but that loss of Georgia Voll's wicket.
Here comes McDonald Gay, with Mooney waiting and dropping the ball into the ground. Boucher still in the gully, so she hasn't had the ignominy of being moved from that position.
Not sure who they'd put there.
Rick, how many drops have you got there?
Give me a while.
Well, I know, it's even for your mathematical prowess, it's going to take some tallying up. He's tough as the fielding coach, says Simon from Adelaide. Same joke made by Shane in Ballina. In comes McDonald Gay, and this is edged into the ground towards Boucher, who inevitably takes it cleanly this time.
I've got 5, and plus the one that eluded Dunkley at long on.
Is that in the innings or just today?
In the innings.
Okay, well, yeah.
Australia dropped 5, so haven't been completely flawless themselves.
Tom says Annabelle Sutherland's mum is there too. Well, both parents here. That's brilliant news. What a moment. In comes next delivery, which is driven. Lovely timing from Mooney to the right of a tumbling fielder. Filer waiting at mid-off, and there'll be 1 run taken. Australia's lead, by the way, reaches 50. And with that, it's the 50 partnership as well. So 50 runs between Mooney and Sutherland. Shouldn't have been, really. Australia 220 on the board, 3 down. Jared, have the English women considered the little girls and boys back home that are watching this? I know, it's almost unbearable from an England point of view. McDonald Gay to the right-handed Sutherland, who's defending very solidly again. She's 107 from 197.
It's such a tough game, and Ashes tours, not trying to defend them, but they are long, and if things don't go your way early in the series, which they haven't, they can really go downhill pretty quickly. You got to feel a little bit for those England girls out there.
McDonald Gay will try once more, running in from the far end towards us. Driven with a high elbow from Sutherland up to mid-on, no run. That was a really special moment with the crowd all rising around. I mean, sort of thing as an Australian cricketer, 100 at the MCG in a test match against England. It doesn't really get better, does it?
Oh, it's brilliant. No. Will no doubt be a highlight of her career when she does eventually look back on it. A good, healthy crowd in as well to celebrate her.
Here comes McDonald Gay once more, charging in towards us. Played with a little clip towards mid-on once again. So just the one off the over. Decent over from the England bustling medium pacer. To join the conversation, you can email tms@bbc.co.uk. Jane emails from a chilly Shoreham by Sea in West Sussex, hoping to see some England wickets soon. Well, they've done their best to create chances. Problem is taking those chances. I wonder how cold Shoreham by Sea is this morning. I mean, I imagine very. How cold remains to be seen. I'm going to tell you in just a moment. But beautiful part of the world. But at the moment, I imagine not looking in its brightest flush. Yeah, it's raining and it's 7 degrees.
Oh dear. Well, if things are bad here for England, at least they're in the sunshine.
Well, they are.
Had a great summer of weather.
It's going to be 38 degrees on Sunday.
Wow, won't that be tough if we get that far? Be demoralising.
Well, it might be. Yeah. Sophie Eccleston's going to try once again. There's a slip in place, short leg, mid-on and mid-off are up. In comes Eccleston. Bowls a ball which Mooney will clip towards mid-on. A little bit of a yes and no, which could potentially have led to some problems. The crowd, by the way, just shy of 10,000 at the moment. A few more will drift in, no doubt, as work's finished in the last hour or so. Eccleston in once more, and Mooney in two minds, eventually plays off the back foot to clip the ball to the leg side.
Mooney doing a great job out there as well. No doubt hungry to get amongst the runs, soak up this occasion.
Eccleston bowls a ball which Mooney is going to slap through the offside. Out it goes towards cover point for one. The score moves forward to 221 for the loss of 3. 51 is the lead. I need to apologise to Paul, who emailed last night when we were deep in discussion about the birds on the outfield. And we were calling them seagulls. And we've apologised for this before. There is no such thing as a seagull. They are gulls. The word gull is a Norse word. It means sea bird. So therefore we'd be calling it, I suppose, a sea bird. I suppose. The ones that everyone hates are the herring gulls. They're very intelligent and extremely amusing. They live 30 years and are very maternal and paternal, much maligned. When it's the human beings that are at fault most of the time. Well, there you go.
That's great information.
30 years. This is driven through the offside, and Dunkley will have some work to do. It's a couple of pigeons that go flying near her. As 2 runs are taken. Good running again from Mooney, whose energy levels seem relentless.
Henry Annabelle's Sutherland's score is now the highest in tests at this ground, beating Betty Snowball's 83 not out. Way back in 1935.
Betty Snowball, no. This is defended into the onside, and there is no run. She's a bit
English
of a
player, of course.
Yeah, bit of a wicketkeeper. She played in the era of Myrtle McLagan.
Yes.
And those are 2 names that ring through the...
Myrtle actually had the second highest, 77 here.
Well, to have passed that record is... This is played into the ground towards mid-on. I mean, it's devastating, particularly for our colleague Daniel Norcross, who has rather a soft spot for Betty Snowball. It's a wonderful name, and rather a fitting name as a sort of wintry cricketer, I suppose. Right then, I am getting out of the way. It sees England in trouble again, this scoreboard. 3 for 223. Australia lead by 53 runs, and Annabelle Sutherland unbeaten there on 109. In a moment, we'll be joined by Matt Clinch.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, Australia 3 for 223. Annabelle Sutherland still there on 109. Beth Mooney is on 20. Annabelle Sutherland, a special moment for her at the MCG, becoming the first woman to score a century here at the MCG. And in her 6th test match, she has scored 3 centuries. Start of a new over as Beth Mooney comes forward, pushes McDonald Gay into the offside, and a dot ball to start the 75th over, with Australia now leading by 53 runs. And Sarah Elliott, everyone who's come in today at the MCG, I'm sure will remember that innings by Annabelle Sutherland.
Oh, absolutely. And just to hear the crowd get around her as well, it was great applause and really special moment for her.
McDonald Gay in from the Shane stand, right arm over the wicket, down the leg side and beats everyone. Mooney can't get any bat on it, past Amy Jones and down to the rope for 4 in front of the side screen. 3 for 227.
Just seeing footage there of Elise Perry sitting in the Australian bench there, but still in her training kit, as opposed to being whited up.
Yep, she's got the Australian knit on, but just the normal polo underneath, so not giving any indication that she's going to be batting anytime shortly if there was a wicket to fall. But at 3 for 227, it's a luxury that Australia has, that she can put her feet up and try and work out if she is required. McDonald Gay with a full delivery. Mooney's looking for a quick single down to mid-on. She's able to comfortably get home as Filer does the fielding. 3 for 228. Will Sutherland is playing for the Australia A side against the English Lions, so he, funnily, has never been around when Annabelle has scored any of her centuries. Often he has been playing cricket, but the rest of the family were in attendance. She plays for the Melbourne Stars, so based here in Melbourne, playing either at the Junction Oval or occasionally at the MCG. And here is Sutherland on cue, back in her crease and just pushing this next ball out to Nat Silverbrunt, who does the fielding at extra cover. 3 for 228. But you would have seen so much of her career, Sarah, and the rise in which she has into this Australian side.
Yeah, absolutely. More of the early days for me. I just remember her in club cricket, playing for Paran Cricket Club. I don't know how old she was, probably 15 or 16, just hitting our bowlers straight back over their head. Confidence to hit over the top early in her innings. That's still one of her signature shots.
Donald Gay past the umpire, wide of the off stump, and Sutherland hits it wide of Lauren Bell, and just a little misfield there in the end, which is going to, in fact, it's Lauren Filer, result in a few extra runs, and Sutherland's going to rub insult into injury here by running 3. Filer's misfield, which ricocheted off her boot, raced out towards the boundary. The Australian fans are cheering. Sutherland put her head down and thought, I can get an extra run here, and picks up 3 on what should have been just a single.
There's going to be no love lost. As much as we all feel a little sorry for England here, the Australians will absolutely be putting their foot down, and that's just a great example of it there. The intent to run, things terrific in terms of take on mid-on and mid-off. We'd see it in a one-day, a white ball game, so why not here in Test cricket when Australia are well and truly on top, and then to turn that 1 into a 3, terrific.
Australia leading by 61 runs as Beth Mooney awaits the next delivery down the leg side from McDonald Gay. Jones doesn't take it cleanly, but she does block it with her pads. So another good over from an Australian point of view as we head towards the dinner break. Australia 3 for 231. Beth Mooney is on 21. Annabelle Sutherland on 112 from 204 deliveries. Australia leading by 61 runs after England were all out for 170 yesterday. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you on ABC Sport and through Test Match Special through the BBC as well. So at what stage did you feel like you could know right from the outset that Annabelle Sutherland was destined for greatness when she was playing as a teenager?
Right from the word go, I think.
Yep.
And also having worked at Cricket Australia at that time when she was coming through, and so working with James Sutherland, there's always a lot of talk in around his daughter that was coming through, even from probably primary school days. I think she probably played in the under 12 primary school champs, something like that. Right from the word go,
yep.
Such an athlete too. She's She's a tall girl. I don't know how tall she is, but strong. Got a great technique and a great temperament.
There's always a photo of her and Will on, I think it's a Christmas Day at the MCG. As Eccleston starts a new over around the wicket, and Sutherland plays it off out of inside edge, just out in front of square on the onside, and through for a single to move to 113. Australia 3 for 232.
Matt, in the history of women's Test cricket, there's been only one other player who scored 3 centuries in their first 6 matches. That was an English lady, Enid Bakewell, in the late 1960s.
So first player since the 1960s.
Yep. And no Australian has done more than one.
It's incredible. Sophie Eccleston now over the wicket as she comes into the left-hander Beth Mooney, trying to beat Nat Sever-Brunt at mid-wicket, who cuts it off by moving to her left. 3 for 232.
She's just got that determination about her, that real fight. Puts her in great stead to be consistent.
Mooney, who's had a life as well, back and pulling as she almost beats the fielder backward square leg. That's well fielded. That's the type of statement in which England are looking for. Maya Bouchier lunging to her left and coming across Heather Knight with a high five. So England trying to lift their spirits on the field and encourage that sort of effort.
That was a superb fielding effort. That's what they're capable of. It's just that contagious errors in the field.
Mooney got that right out of the middle of the bat as well as she moves to 22. Sutherland back on strike, hit into the turf and straight back to Sophie Eccleston, who does the fielding.
We speak a lot about James Sutherland in terms of, Annabelle's heritage, but her mum, impressive athlete as well, and very impressive lady in terms of sitting on subcommittees and committees of Cricket Australia and Cricket Victoria.
Eccleston around the wicket and she beats Sutherland, who comes forward. We haven't called that nearly enough from Sophie Eccleston, who started her day bowling from the Shane Warne stand and has bowled in the afternoon from the members' end. Eccleston in frustration, feeling like that could have been a good enough delivery to hit the top of off. Slip still in place. As Eccleston takes a few moments behind the umpire, comes in around the wicket, and this time Sutherland takes a bigger stride forward and just defends into the offside. 3 for 233. Mooney on 22. Sutherland on 113. Australia leading by 63 runs. The 2 runs coming from that over from Sophie Eccleston.
She's bowled well, Eccleston, hasn't she? But tell you what, the loads must be wearing on her. Is it a 27th over? We've still got another full session to go after this. They need someone to go with her, don't they? They need some pressure up the other end.
It's almost getting to the stage where England might be looking to experiment a little bit and just try and see if they can find someone else who can provide some support. Donald Gay has come in and bowled well. She's about to start her 12th over. From an England point of view, the search for answers continues. With more than half of the MCG now in shade, the floodlights are on, but the natural light's still doing the job. There's McDonald Gay in from the Shane Warne stand side, angling it away from Beth Mooney. She beats the fielder at mid-wicket, Nat Sever-Brunt, and will pick up a single. As Filer races after it to do the fielding, and they turn and come back for 2. So Beth Mooney was keen for a second. 3 for 235.
Just see they're lifting their intensity a little here, the Australians, with that running between wickets. Happy to take, I wouldn't call them risks, but just to take on the running a bit.
So Lauren Bell, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 43. Well, Filer, 10 overs, none for 24. As McDonald Gay comes in, wide of the off stump, and Mooney's looking to come forward a little inside edge onto her pad, which is gathered by Jones up to the stumps. That's Sever-Brunt, 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17. Sophie Eccleston, as you said, 28 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 96. And McDonald Gay in her 12th over, 2 maidens, none for 49. So the 5 bowlers haven't been used by England so far. McDonald Gay comes in down the leg side, and Jones whips the bails off. Mooney is looking to come out of her crease. She's batting right on her crease at the moment with her back foot. Just trying to put the pressure back on the experienced Australian left-hander.
See Mooney just taking her time. She's very composed out there as well. Happy to play the game on her terms, dictating speed.
3 for 235. McDonald go wider this time with the stumps, and Beth Mooney comes forward and just pushes it into the onside. Nat Severbrunt does the fielding. But for Annabelle Sutherland, whose backyard has been the MCG, you think about the amount of time she would have spent in it, test matches with her dad James as the CEO of Cricket Australia. To do it in Melbourne, I'm sure that will be a lifelong achievement for her, for whatever she goes to do for the rest of her career. McDonald go once more, angling it in on middle stump, and well defended by Beth Mooney.
Even for the rest of this game, who knows?
Yeah.
He's still got a lot of batting to come. Should be hungry to make it a really, really big one. But yeah, absolutely. And James, a terrific player as well. I always mention his administrative prowess, but a terrific player as well.
Final ball of the over. As Beth Mooney comes forward, pushes it into the offside, quickly takes off for the single as it was just wide of a lunging Tammy Beaumont, and able to pick up a single out to her right at backward point. The end of the over, and the 3 runs coming from it, Australia 3 for 236 with Beth Mooney on 25, Annabelle Sutherland on 113. If you're listening to us on the ABC Sport digital feed and you're wondering about the men's test match between Australia and Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka are 5 for 136 with play stopped due to rain in the second session on day 3. Feels like that's moved along relatively quickly when you think about how long Australia batted for. But day 3 there, they are still trailing. This is Sri Lanka by 518 runs. We'll take you back as soon as the covers come off from Sri Lanka, and of course keep you across all the action there with Corbin Middlemass, Jim Maxwell, Brett Sprigg, and the team there. Shell Gosco rejoins you on ABC Sport. And Sophie Eccleston starts a new over. How long can she continue to bowl here as Beth Mooney picks up a single? Just clips it away, the full delivery wide of Nat Severbrunt at mid-wicket to move to 26. Welcome back, Gozzy.
Thank you, Clinchy. Great to be back here. And I've just been watching the cricket and the body language here. Sophie Eccleston, the arms have dropped a little bit more. It's been a long spell. A couple of drop chances off her bowling, but she's also dropped down a couple as well.
Yeah, that's the frustration. Eccleston comes in, hit back to her by Sutherland. She throws it back above the stumps to Amy Jones. And Sutherland was just wandering a little bit out of her crease, looking to dance down the pitch. Yep. Maybe more frustration and a statement of intent.
Yeah, I think so. There we go. Should have seen that earlier on in the tour.
Sophia Dunkley is out at long off as Eccleston wider of the crease, and it's hit straight by Sutherland to Nat Severbrunt at extra cover. So deep mid-wicket and a straightish mid-off in position with Nat Severbrunt sort of hovering around that extra cover straightish mid-off position. As wider on the crease goes Sophie Eccleston, trying to drag Annabelle Sutherland out and across with Heather Knight in place at slip. 3 for 237.
Sophie Eccleston in her 29th over. She does have an innings where once she bowled 46 overs.
We'll come back to that in a second, Rick. With the sunglasses on. The vest as she comes in outside the off stump, trying to once more get Sutherland looking to cut.
Wonder if she'll wear her sunglasses at night.
You would think not, but players are superstitious. I don't need to tell you that if she has some that may be able to be used at night, she might. Just out of...
It's a good song, Clinchy. Yeah. Corey Hart, I think, used to sing it.
So she's not blinded by the light. As Sutherland on the attack, uses her feet. For half a moment, they hesitate almost mid-pitch to try and work out if there's a single to the right of Lauren Filer, and in the end, they are able to get through. As McDonald races across to provide the support. And Australia pick up 2 runs from that over from Sophie Eccleston. She's moving towards the 100 runs off her bowling. 1 for 98 from 29 overs. 78 overs completed. Australia 3 for 238. So the new ball available in a couple of overs time. So that match in which Sophie Eccleston bowled more, Rick, when was that?
That was at Trent Bridge against Australia in 2023. She bowled 46.2 overs in the first innings and another 30.5 overs in the second. So 77 overs for the match. It's a big load.
Sure is.
It's a lot of overs, isn't it?
And yet you're thinking she's going to probably have to do something similar here, in all honesty. Maybe a little more. As McDonald Gay starts a new over from the Shane Warne stand side. Sutherland comes forward and is beaten once more. Amy Jones doesn't take it cleanly behind the stump, standing up here as Annabelle Sutherland is still looking to attack here as we get closer to this second break in the day-night test.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Australia can really put the sword to England here. It's been tough going for them, and they've put down chances. Haven't been able to build that pressure. No slip anymore. There is a gully, but at times here there hasn't been anyone there except Amy Jones behind the wicket as catching. There's no one in front of the wicket, no short leg. So, yeah, very difficult to see where they're trying to get their wicket. Maybe a touch low in the pitch and going sort of straighter through short cover and mid-wicket.
Amy Jones has decided the helmet standing up to the stumps isn't working, so she's gone back, which is a win for McDonald Gay, although Sutherland is looking to attack, and she drives through the gap, through the covers to pick up a single to move to 115. Australia 3 for 239 in the 79th over.
Clint, you were just downstairs at the past players function and had our esteemed colleague Joe Broadbent down there, scored a 200. Karen Rolton was downstairs, scored a 200. So
Michelle Gosgo's down there, scored a 200.
Well, we got a little bit of a photo on the Annabelle Sutherland in the background, who's also scored a 200. Lex Perry in the dugout.
Very nicely done. McDonald Gay right arm over the wicket into the pad of Beth Mooney, who's batting out of her crease, and they take off for a leg bye. 3 for 240 as Nat Sever-Brunt comes racing in, but it's fielding back far enough that they're able to comfortably get through for a single. Australia now leading by 70 runs.
Annabelle Sutherland, she could be in rarefied air if she can go and score another 200 in test matches. And last one was her last innings against South Africa.
Back at the start of 2024 at the Wacker. McDonald Gay comes in, full outside the off stump, and Sutherland just looking to push it into the offside and a dot ball.
And well, this hasn't been as fluent as the one that was in Perth. Obviously, yeah, that was epic. It's been a bit more tough going here for her.
216 deliveries for her 115. Doing it on a home ground, the MCG in Victoria. Now Sutherland looking to try and just drop it on the offside, but backing up McDonald Gay prevents the single. So the mindset when you start to get past 100 and you're moving towards 200, the physical and sometimes emotional toll that starts to just trickle into your mind from time to time. How do you try and switch on and switch off?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. When do you ever go and bat for 6 hours in the nets? You don't.
Not very often.
Unless you're Steve Smith, maybe. But everyone else, they're all human. You're not really doing that.
McDonald Gay coming in once more. Short ball in which Sutherland's all over. Pulling it out to the fielder in the deep, who races around to her right and does the fielding. And Tammy Beaumont covering the territory out there. A single to close the over. Australia 3 for 241. Annabelle Sutherland to 116. Beth Mooney on 26. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Gosgo with you for ABC Sport.
Yeah, it's not so much the physical one, it's the mental side as well. And she knows she's been dropped, I think it's 3 times throughout this innings. So she knows that that's happened. It's also very important for her to put that aside and just move on to the next ball. But she's such a seasoned campaigner now that she's been able to do that and then push on. And she knows batting at times can be tough, and then you can try and accelerate at other times.
She's spoken in the past about her cricketing journey getting underway in the backyard like so many Australian sporting fans, and playing against her 2 older brothers. Eccleston starts a new over, and forward comes Sutherland and just pushes it out into the offside. 3 for 241.
Yeah, well, lucky she's chosen cricket, not AFL.
Yes. No, the developments that have taken place now in the AFL world with all 18 teams represented. Eccleston in, angling in on middle stump, and Sutherland is striding forward and defending once more.
Gossie, is Karen Rolton here at the ground?
She is.
That means 6 of the 10 double centurions in women's tests are here at this venue.
There we go.
And if our worlds can unite, we'll try and get Karen Rolton on air potentially during the dinner break. Sutherland comes forward and pushes it into the offside to Nat Sever-Brunt. She's on 116. Australia 3 for 241.
There's an imposter in there, Rick. It's me. So everyone else.
Not at all. 2 are actually playing in the match as current players.
That's true. Annabelle Sutherland and Elise Perry. Around the wicket comes Sophie Eccleston, and it's pushed back down
make
the
that
pitch.
3. Tammy Beaumont.
And Tammy Beaumont.
Of course. Wow, that's a good stat.
That is a good stat. Eccleston is trying to whip through her over because the new ball is approaching. So 4 dot balls so far. Full delivery, clipped away by Sutherland. And she'll pick up a single just to the left of McDonald Gay, who did well to stop it. 3 for 242. Sutherland moves to 117. Field changes for the left-handed Beth Mooney. Australia's lead is 72 runs.
Yeah, I think England would have dreamed of a few centuries here at the MCG. Probably not with ball in hand, like Sophie Eccleston's 1 for 99 at the moment.
No, Beth Mooney's also been given a life as Eccleston comes in, and Mooney's able to turn her around the corner, down to fine leg. The chase is on. And a good effort by Maya Bouchier as she flicks it back inside the rope. And they turn and come back once more as Beth Mooney runs 3. She moves to 29, Australia 3 for 245. And that's the end of the over. The 4 runs coming from it, and the new ball is due. Michelle Gosco with you on ABC Sport. Our new ball. Ben Cameron, specialist, is coming in.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra, and BBC Sounds.
Thanks, Clinchy. So the new ball is available. Australia piling on the pain here for England. 3 for 245. Sutherland on 117 and Mooney on 29. I think they've taken the new ball, understandably.
They weren't happy with the old one, were they?
No.
Ben? So, see if they can change their luck a little bit here. Lauren Bell, she's been pretty good for me. 2 for 43 off her 17. So, even her with her pace, we saw Amy Jones coming up to the stumps. So, just all the pace has gone out of the wicket here. So, this is really crucial here for England if they can jag one early on here.
Can they use this new ball? It's not quite the nighttime new ball, but it is in that twilight period. Shadows have lengthened.
Yeah, there's no urgency for the Australians either. We've got Beth Mooney, 29 or 46, just quietly. As she does, she sneaks up on you. She's going at a good clip as well.
Just recapping, if you're listening to us and expecting to hear Sri Lanka and Australia in the men, come back to that as Bell begins with the new ball and Mooney defends, pushes out towards cover. The underarm loops right over the keeper. And that is emblematic and a little bit embarrassing for England.
Yeah, it wasn't the best there from Tammy Beaumont, was it? Even if Amy Jones had got 3 on top of her head right up towards the sky, they still would never have got near that. Whoops.
So they do get through for a single on that. 3 for 246 is the Aussie score. If you're expecting to be listening to Sri Lanka and Australia in their test match, rain came 20 minutes before lunch. Still raining as it stands at the moment. Bell in and bowling. Sutherland on drive. Glorious. As good as it gets. Beautifully balanced. Great timing. Down the ground for 4.
Yep, well, that's what happens sometimes with the new ball. It comes on even better on the bat. What a wonderful strike that is from Annabelle Sutherland. It's a player in form. If you can do an on drive like that, exquisite timing from her. Full face of the bat as well.
Brings up the 250 for Australia. 3 for 250. Bell bustles in again, bowls to Sutherland, forcing off the back foot. Through the covers again, at least 2 more. She'll turn and come back for a couple. On to 123. And they'll come back for 3, in fact. Good work. Good running by the Aussies. She's showing great hunger here and no desire to stop. Owing a second test double century.
I don't think it would have been done twice in a row, considering there's not an enormous amount of tests played in the women's game.
I'm not sure in the history of Test cricket there would have been back-to-back test double tons. Rick Finlay will be all over that for us. Here comes Bell, right arm over to Mooney, the lefty. Defends out into the covers. Lights are on here at the MCG. Still the bright blue sky. Slip in place, a couple of gullies, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg as well.
It's been a tough tour for England, hasn't it? At the moment, just toiling away in the field and just haven't had any luck, but every time they've created the luck, they just haven't taken the chances.
Mooney a weight spell, gets a full delivery, drives through the covers, past the outstretched diving hand, and away to the boundary for 4. Beth Mooney at her best.
Well, here's the problem. Sometimes you do change that old ball that was pretty spongy and had no pace in it. All of a sudden, get the new ball in hand and then you're bowling a half volley. Beth Mooney was never going to miss out on that. A glorious shot through cover all along the carpet for 4.
Beth Mooney used to facing the new ball as well. Looking at Bell here, getting it on the stumps, tucking it away to mid-wicket. Fielder there. End of the over. That new ball seems to be coming on pretty nicely. Mooney on 34. Sutherland on 124. The Aussies leading by 87, 3 for 257.
No player has scored 2 double centuries, let alone back-to-back.
Ooh.
Is that
in women's tests?
In women's tests. What about the entirety of Test cricket, Rick?
You're talking about men?
Yeah, men.
Oh, I'm reluctant to mix up men's cricket with women's cricket. But I can do it just for you, Ben.
Thank you, Rick. No, I agree with your premise. I think it's worth not overlapping the two too much, but I'm just interested if a man has ever done that before.
Back to back.
Yeah. It'd be a fair ask.
Probably if we look at Bradman, I think.
You reckon he would have... Don would have done it? That's pretty good company to sit alongside.
I remember.
You remember?
Very good.
Just a small child then, Rick?
Adolescent.
Jeez,
just confirm that for us, Rick.
That'd be great company, wouldn't it?
It would be unbelievable.
She's 23.
I
mean, how many...
So what's the ceiling is the question that follows. 0467 920 222. If you wish to get involved, file up with the 1 overall new ball from the members' end on the middle stump, and Sutherland plays it away somewhat awkwardly. 2 slips and a gully in place. Deep point. Cover fielder, quite a straight cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Deep square leg and a fine leg as well.
Big change, Ben, though. The bats would have been very different back in Bradman's era.
Filer right arm over, back of a length, and Sutherland hopping to defend out to mid-wicket for a single. I think the interesting part, Rick, I've just considered this for a moment, and Gozzy too. It's less about, I think, conflating the men's and women's games in this instance. It's the fact that, clearly it hasn't happened in women's cricket, but they play so few tests. This is the 151st test, whereas men have a lot more opportunities. So how unique is it for a player to score back-to-back test centuries in that respect, I think is the point of interest that I'm looking for. Is that well explained, Gozzy?
Yep, makes sense to me.
1 slip, 2 gullies. Right armour to the left-hander, leading edge, it balloons out to point, and nobody is there. It lands safely. You couldn't write about it.
Oh, dearie me. That's right in no person's land. The Bermuda Triangle happens all the time. Things are going away of the Australians at the moment. England just cannot get anything right. Hands on hips everywhere. It's very, very quiet out in the middle. You could hear Beth Mooney calling no before.
You can't hear a single bit of chirp, can you, Gozzy?
Nothing. It's very quiet. As an Australian, it makes me very happy.
3 for 259. Sutherland back on strike, pulling, not timing it well, but it gets wide of the mid-on fielder. Well enough that it will skip over the turf and make it out towards the rope. I didn't think she had middled that at all, Sutherland. 129 she moves to. Australia 3 for 263.
It's been done 7 times by 6 players in the men's game. Wally Hammond did it twice, Bradman once, Kohli, Campbell of India, Michael Clark and Sangakkara of Sri Lanka.
So Michael Clark did it. When did Michael Clark do it, Rick?
2012, the month of November.
Where were we playing then? In Australia?
Don't know.
Bowling. Here is Filer to Sutherland. That's a fair question. Clinchy's laughing, but
it would have been,
if he scored, well, you would think so. But if he scored,
I'll go to his file.
Two Test double tons in a row in Australia. I mean, usually we wouldn't play 2 Tests in November in Australia.
One was early November, so it might have been away.
He might have played one away, and then the first Test of the home summer, perhaps. See? Great to have you with us. If you were expecting to be listening to Sri Lanka and Australia, rain has come there. Filer bowling. Mooney missed timing on the drive. End of the over. 3 for 264. So I reckon the first of those might have come in South Africa, Rick.
How would you remember that?
It's just a theory. I would think it would have been against South Africa, and then maybe for the start of the home summer.
No, it was home. It was Brisbane followed by Adelaide.
Brisbane followed by Adelaide.
South Africa, 259 not out, and then 230 in his next innings.
Wow.
And both tests were in November.
Yep.
What about the biggest gap between? I'm pushing it here.
I'm trying. So obviously that makes sense to me now. South Africa likely wanted to go home because that was the point where they didn't want to miss out on their Boxing Day test as well.
That's right.
So we played them early in the summer.
Yep.
So we obviously played them and then had 2 tests against another nation for Boxing Day and the New Year's test. Grandstand cricket here on ABC Sport. It is raining in Galle. Sri Lanka 5 for 163 in response to Australia's 654 declared. That's why you're hearing us if you're expecting to be listening to that. Bell beginning a new over, bowling wide of the off stump and a bye. Missed by Jones and they'll scurry through for 1. And it has been sloppy, untidy. Just all round messy from England. Drop catches, poor efforts, diving in the field, a whole lot.
You know what it looks like? You've just been sent to your bedroom because you've been naughty. You're a teenager and you drop your shoulders and your arms go beside you. That's exactly how England is at the moment.
And been vaporised by the Aussies. In again, Bell. Mooney defending from the crease, hurdling it out towards cover. Shadows lengthening, covering 2/3 of the playing surface here at the MCG.
Benny, I was saying before about the bats. We had a talk off air about how the modern day bats, they don't use linseed oil at all.
No.
In the bats, and how we used to sort of knock them in when I was a kid.
Yep.
I'm sure you had your own stories about that.
I did. How did you used to oil up your bat and knock it in? Right arm over, comes Bell again to Mooney on the leg stump, tucks it through square leg. The umpire vacates out of the way as the ball gets right out into the deep. 2 more for the Aussies. 3 for 267.
Well, I had a 3-pound bat, so I needed to try and, take some of the oil out of it. I put so much oil in it. And to knock it in, we didn't have all those fancy mallets that they have now. We just used to get it on the end of the bath, on the ceramic bath, and sort of rub it up and down on the bath. Try and, flatten down the surface of the bat.
1 slip, 2 gullies, bowling Bell on the top of off, and Mooney again turns it through square leg. Hopping as she does so.
And a better way of describing it is probably a chainsaw trying to chop a piece of wood. So basically just trying to flatten out the surface of the bat.
So smoothing it out.
Yeah.
I only remember, my memories are knocking the bat in with the ball hanging in the stocking.
Oh, yeah.
And then hitting the mallet on the bat to knock it in. It was the early days, but a lot of them came pre-knocked in. It was the back end of my childhood. 2 slips in a gully, right arm over, Bell bowling to Sutherland, leaves a wide ball.
Not the old Duncan Fernley back in the day. You had to knock it in yourself. They didn't have sleeves on the front of the bats back when I was playing. I'm a bit older than you, Benny. You're a youngster. So, for me, we couldn't get the sleeves on. That came very much later in in the piece.
I had all of the main brands, but I did have a period where I wanted to be different. So I had a screaming cat. And my do you know it was made by I think it was the Hall out of Millie Champion Hall. So he went on his own and made a screaming cat named Bat. And the reason was that when you would knock it in, when he believed he'd made a good bat, the sound that the mallet would make on the middle, he said sounded like a screaming cat. That's why he called the Bat brand named as that. So he slips in a gully. Bell in and bowling. Here to Sutherland, lifting aerially through mid-wicket. 4 more. Write it down, Rick. That's another boundary for Annabelle Sutherland. And the lead is up beyond 100, 102. It's a 100-run partnership between Sutherland and Mooney. The Aussies 3 for 272. Sutherland on 134, Mooney on 38.
Getting close to 137 for Annabelle, at which point she'll have the most runs in 6 consecutive innings in Test cricket.
Oh, she's a tremendous player, isn't she? And again, just worked off her pads there. I actually first saw Annabelle Sutherland, and I think she was 14. She was playing at the Under-18s Nationals for Cricket Australia 11. And I didn't know who she was, and she's straight out to the middle against our New South Wales Metro team, and I think it was a couple of balls in, she's gone and smacked a 6 down to long on over the top. She was 14. And this was into the wind, and I'm like, who's that? It was Annabelle Sutherland. So, yeah, she was a special player even at that age. Another member of the 200 Club I'm just watching on the TV. Elise Perry.
Will she bat? She's not wearing her whites. It doesn't look like it. Has the long sleeve sweater on top of the polo. Filer new over, right arm over, bowling here to Mooney, chopping down on one. A late cut through backward point, just for 1. Protection out on the point boundary. 3 for 273. But anyway, also, my old batting coach, Ian Kevin, who also had a stable of much more accomplished players, like the Hussey brothers and Damien Martin, amongst many others. Josh Philippi, etc., etc. He used to always scream out, the screaming cat, whenever you'd play a good shot under his tutelage. Filer bowls, top of off, Sutherland drops it down on the offside, sets off for a single. Yep. It's through for 1.
Lauren Bell's 2 overs with the new ball, as you predicted, with a harder ball, Gossie, gone for 19 runs.
There you go. So it can backfire sometimes, and it's obviously happened here. Australians much prefer the ball coming onto the bat, especially Beth Mooney, as you mentioned, Ben. Like, she's used to batting with the new ball, opening in the white ball format.
Spread field. Filer past the umpire. Mooney playing and missing. Angling it across the left-hander there, Filer. A little bit of shape away. Past the outside edge it goes.
Yeah, that one a little bit quicker. Almost at 120 kilometres an hour. So, yeah, just outside the outside edge of Beth Mooney's bat. Interesting when the players score the 50 or 100 now, they turn, it used to be the face of the bat showing up. They now turn it to the back.
Filer again to Mooney, ducks under a bouncer. I'd love to hear from people about their bat stories as well. Knocking them in and how they used to do it, what they used to do. 0467 920 222.
Yeah, it's great. Although when I was lucky enough to get some runs for Australia, I didn't have a sponsor, so I just showed a blank bat.
Really? You were sponsorless?
Yeah, at that time. Actually, it was Charmaine Mason actually got me to Newbury in England, and I just picked it out of a tub and went, yeah, that'll do. So that was the bat I used.
Right arm over, Filer bowling, driving Mooney exquisitely through the covers, jumping onto the front stool and just leaning on it. 4 more for Mooney. The Aussies are piling on the pain. 3 for 278. Mooney onto 43.
Oh, it's effortless for her at the moment, isn't it? There was 3 fielders converging on the ball there, and she was able to evade them all. It just trickles into the boundary. She's done that numerous times in her career. must be frustrating for the fielders, but she knows her game back to front. She knows how to hit a gap as well, Beth Mooney.
Filer bowls again, digging out a full ball. Here's Mooney. End of the Filer over. And that should just about do us for the dinner break. So Australia leading by 108 runs. Have 3 for 278. Mooney on 43. Annabelle Sutherland, a third Test century. She is unbeaten on 135. And every time she's gone past 50 in Test match cricket, she has gone on to make a Test century. The Aussies will be the happier of the two teams by a considerable margin. Michelle Goscoe, what did you make of that middle session of this women's Test?
They didn't help themselves, did they, England? They produced some chances, just unable to capitalise on those. The fielding has been poor throughout this whole Ashes campaign, and it's continued on day 2 here of this day-night Test match at the MCG. And as I mentioned, you can just see from the body language, they started really well off-field before the first ball was bowled, but every time a run was scored and a drop chance went down, you could just see the body language drop, and it was very, very quiet out in the middle. So, yeah, it's tough going for England.
124 runs off 29 overs in that session for the loss of 1 wicket.
Say that again, sorry, Rick. How many runs?
124.
Yep.
Off 29 overs.
Wow. Yeah.
Over 4 and over.
They really did pile on the pain there. So the Aussies getting into a very commanding position. Just recapping today, the story of the day, if you just want the Cliff Notes or the storyline version of today, has been the missed chances of England. So could have had Sutherland on 29. She was dropped by Wyatt Hodge at point. Also, we saw a missed catch low down by Jones for Sutherland. Also a missed stumping down the leg side. That was a tougher chance, but 3 chances before she passed 40. And in the end, she's gone on to post a third Test century. Out today was Phoebe Litchfield for 45. Then there was a bit of a partnership between Annabelle Sutherland and Elisa Healy before Healy was out for 34. Somewhat controversially, LBW off the bowling of Sophie Eccleston. Elisa Healy didn't look too happy with it and really showed her displeasure. But from that point onwards, Beth Mooney and Annabelle Sutherland have combined for a 100-run partnership plus a 108-run partnership to be specific, and that is the lead for the Aussies. 3 for 278 is the score for Australia at the moment. Sutherland 135 not, Beth Mooney unbeaten on 43. The bowling figures: Lauren Bell 19 overs, 2 for 62. Lauren Filer 12 overs, none for 37. Nat Siva-Brunt 10 overs, none for 17. Sophie Eccleston 30 overs, 1 for 102. And Rihanna McDonald-Gay 13 overs, none for 52. So those are the numbers. Okay, that is how we arrive here at the dinner break on day 2 of this Women's Day-Night Pink Ball Test.
Well, welcome back to the Melbourne Cricket Ground, where we're enjoying the music of Sampa the Great, who's performing. Over to our left on a stage that has been erected at the pavilion end of the ground. Part of what we're seeing across this Women's Test match is some musical acts taking the stage during this dinner break. And the crowd are enjoying that almost as much as they're enjoying the Australian dominance, which continues unabated. And what a performance it has been from Annabelle Sutherland. She has been quite sensational. Yes, given opportunities by a generous England fielding unit, but she's unbeaten on 135, alongside Beth Mooney on 43. Australia have 278 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. The lead stands at 108. No question which side will be enjoying dinner more than the other. By the way, in Sri Lanka, in Galle, Sri Lanka 5 for 136. Play stopped due to rain in the second session on the third day. They are still trailing by 518 runs. We think the covers aren't too far from coming off, and they do a great job in Sri Lanka of covering the entire outfield. So when the covers come off, actually, it's not that long before play gets back underway. So we will be seeing play before too long, hopefully, from Galle. Meanwhile, let me talk you through what we've seen in terms of Australia today and how the women's side have been getting on here at the MCG. Well, wickets that have fallen. Phoebe Litchfield played nicely, 45 from 127 deliveries, but eventually tempted to drive at one from Lauren Bell, and through it went to the gloves of Amy Jones, and so that saw Litchfield going for 45. And at that point, Australia found themselves 99 on the board, but 2 down. And then a partnership worth 71 to take the scores level between Healy and Sutherland. Healy, who is running reasonably freely, but not necessarily quite as freely as she might otherwise, scored 34 before being out. LBW to Sophie Eccleston, little bit controversial, I think it's fair to say. She was given out on the field. The question was whether it was bat or pad first. You could make an argument both ways, but eventually I think because of the fact that it had been given out on the field, there wasn't enough evidence to overturn it, so she had to go. And since then, Sutherland has carried on, moving to 135, becoming the first woman to score a Test 100 at the MCG, her 3rd Test century as well. Beth Mooney, meanwhile, 43 from 60 deliveries. England have dropped 6 catches in the innings. It has been, frankly, appalling, I think it's fair to say. It's not been a vintage display from England's fielders in what has not been a vintage display across the women's Ashes. Alex Hartley, a World Cup winner with England, has been less than grumbled over the course of what we've seen. You've been increasingly annoyed, Alex, by what you've seen from England. We'll get on to Australia's dominance and Annabelle Sutherland in a moment, but you've had a bit of dinner now, so has that perked you up a touch?
Yeah, it has. It has.
Good.
Yeah, I'm just sad now. Like, it's got to the stage where there's not much else to say, to be completely honest. I'm sad for the girls. You know, nothing, like literally nothing has gone their way.
Gone their way, or they have not taken opportunities?
Both.
Okay.
Both. You know,
the Healy dismissal went their way.
No one means to drop catches. You know, no one means to misfield, but we've been scrutinising them, and rightly so, for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and you would think they wanted to start afresh. They wanted to come out. They got bowled out for 170. They created opportunities today. There was 3 drop catches in the first 20 minutes of play, and things have just gone from bad to worse for England. And they've got to stick as a team. That's the one thing that they can do, is stick together and not get frustrated with each other and not be disappointed in each other. They've got to stick together. But yeah, it's another dominant Australia display.
Annabelle Sutherland is a phenomenal Test cricketer, isn't she?
Yeah, she's absolutely exceptional, isn't she? And once she gets in, she gets past 28, she goes on and makes big runs. She averages 418 in when she's past that 28. Sorry, I can't even speak.
I know.
That music was so loud, it's really rattled through my brain. Yeah, she's an exceptional cricketer, and I think for me it's been the way she's been able to go through the gears in this Test match. Her defence is immaculate. She gets into really, really strong positions, gets her body behind the ball. She very rarely exposes her stumps. And when she's decided to take the game on, she's done it with confidence, and she's done it well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's taking advantage when you get those chances. Chris emails from Brecon, tms@bbc.co.uk. Wherever you are in the world, we've had listeners all over the planet during this series, saying, Chris, dear TMS, I've listened to every match of the Washes. I didn't expect England to win, but I did think that they would compete. I really wasn't prepared for England to be so badly prepared. Lacking energy in the field, sadly fielding like amateurs, not the centrally contracted players that they are. No excuses. Needs a change of coach, captain, philosophy, or women's cricket will start to decline. I don't think that'll be the case. I think that you look around this ground and, yeah, sure, you want competitive matches and fixtures, but there's no question women's cricket is an unstoppable force moving forward, I would argue.
You're right.
But I think it is not. It's for England, this has really been very, very poor.
It has. But there is one positive that comes out of this tour. Things can't get much worse, so things can only get better.
Well, there is that, I suppose. Rich from Geelong, relaxing with a glass of wine, enjoying tuning into the cricket. I think I speak for a lot of cricket fans myself. I wish the England team were more competitive, but so good to have a women's Test at the G, and I hope this becomes a regular event. It's been a brilliant event so far. You were never going to see 100,000 in, that was not going to be the case. But what we have seen is good crowds around about the 10,000 mark, making plenty of noise. And I had a little bit of I made the mistake of when I got into bed last night, Alex, of getting into a social media argument with somebody who, when I put a picture out of the gulls on the outfield, said, oh, there's more seagulls than there are spectators. And I said, actually, there's 11,000 in, and found a newspaper article that showed a headline from the county championship in England last year, proclaiming the 6,000 at the Oval was the highest attendance this century. And how wonderful it was. And I agree, it's absolutely brilliant, and I will defend the county championship.
Eat that.
To the hilt. But the point is, it's very easy just to say there's empty stands. 11,000.
There'd be empty stands if there was a Sheffield Shield game here. There'd be empty stands if Australia were playing the West Indies here.
The point is, it's 11,000 people, and the women's game is in a much healthier place than it's ever been in terms of support, certainly. Here comes Lauren Bell bowling the first over after the dinner break, which Annabelle Sutherland drops into the ground. And we are up and running, Alex.
Well, you think the ball, it's only 4 overs old. When the sun starts to go down, the lights take over, it might start to do a little bit more. So hopefully England can capitalise on that. Take their chances.
Here is Lauren Bell again, who's had a good time of it this tour. Got 2 wickets of the 3 that have fallen in this innings, and she runs in. That's onto the pads of Sutherland, who tickles the ball into the leg side. And Danny Wyatt has, I think, had a decent dinner in the sense that she's running in like she's absolutely full of energy. I suppose if you had a decent dinner, maybe you wouldn't. A decent dinner, you might sort of hobble in a bit lethargic.
It's a tough balance. People always laugh about cricket, it's revolved around food, but it's a tough balance of how much to eat when you're going back out to field, or especially bowl.
Yeah, what did you do?
Stuff my face.
Why did I know that was going to be the answer? Lauren Bell running in, 1 slip and a gully. And Sutherland drives. Little lack of timing, hear it off the bat, a bit tinny in its sound, no run.
But there are some players that can't eat.
Really?
No.
Rick?
Henry, those 2 runs that Annabelle Sutherland took her to 137, which means she now has the highest number of runs in 6 consecutive innings in women's Test cricket.
Whoa, you were keeping
542.
I'm amazed you managed to get through your dinner, Rick, with that on the cusp of that. Oh,
I was very nervous.
He was eating numbers.
In comes Lauren Bell again. Sutherland will just ease that ball into the leg side for the easiest of runs. I do sense this could get quite ugly, this session for England.
Yep, it really can. Though, I've just seen Elise Perry down on the outfield when I was down there doing my TV work, and she is hobbling.
She?
Properly hobbling, yeah, and she was holding her hip as she was walking past and not moving in a good way.
Well, that is interesting. A cork of the hip or something or other that Michelle Goscoe was talking about.
What?
I know, I found it confusing.
Cork of the hip?
Something like that. I'm not quite sure what it meant. I sort of smiled and nodded. It wasn't to do with a cork in the normal sense that, you know, the sort that you send flying across the bar. A little bit of a pause as Beth Mooney waits to face her first ball of the evening session. Australia lead by 111. Here comes Bell, and this is tickles round the corner. Another little tickle. This time it goes very fine, beats the dive of a tumbling Amy Jones, and down to the ropes it goes as Lauren Bell, who's been excellent in the main, has been a little more expensive actually in the last couple of spells. Australia have 285 on the board now for the loss of 3 wickets.
26 runs actually off less than 3 overs with the new ball.
Right. So her radar has gone slightly askew. What's that? Beth Mooney, 8 matches, 500 runs in Test match cricket. There you go. Average of 37.8. She'll be hoping to book herself in for bed and breakfast here. Here comes Bell and played away off the face of the bat out towards deep backward point for 1. Score at the end of the over stands at 3 for 286. Australia lead by 116. Interesting email this from Nicholas Rowe. I wonder what impact this series has had on women's cricket for England. I can see grassroots club county cricket being unaffected by the public discussions of attitude, performance and results surrounding the national team. They may even draw from it to become out maybe a little stronger, but surely this national team engagement has taken a big blow. The team seems to have been found out by a thoroughly ruthless and professional Australia. I think Australia have shown everyone what it takes to be top tier. And if England want to compete as credible equals, then it'll take more than learning from the experience and moving forward to merit the respect of their fans and followers. The bubble has clearly burst. How do we mop up the mess?
It's a great email,
isn't it?
I think it's the accountability for the losses that we just wanted honesty at the start of this Ashes from the team, didn't we, about where they've gone wrong.
Filer runs in, starts the over with a ball which is nicely angled into the offside by Mooney to get one.
And there was we're really close, we feel like we're really close, and ultimately they're not close. Australia are the better team. Australia have outskilled England in all disciplines during this Women's Ashes series. So I think when England go home, they've got to really reflect on that and say why and what needs to change.
Filer running in past the umpire, and Sutherland will work the ball towards Knight at mid-wicket, who sprints in with plenty of energy. This is her 199th game as England captain. Will she captain her 200th? Who knows? She said to me the other day she wasn't thinking about that, but I think there's been quite a lot of criticism for Heather Knight. I think it's a bit harsh on her personally.
They need her.
Filer bowls a ball that Sutherland will pick up an easy single from, just working the ball round the corner down towards long leg for two. And pretty easy 2 runs as well, moves to 140. They need her because she's a senior figure with authority.
And who has been carrying this England team. You know, I think she still has the skills to play in this England team. Then they need her batting.
One thing that has really struck me, Alex, is to how often we hear from England, we're a young side. They average in age above Australia.
Yep.
Here comes Filer outside the off stump, and that'll be run. But will be only the one run. That's a very good stop from Tammy Beaumont in the covers, diving to her left.
Yeah, then they are a young side if you look at them, but they're not as young as Australia. England have got more players over the age of 30 than Australia. Are they a young side in terms of professionalism compared to Australia? Absolutely. Australia have been professional for longer. But yeah, they need some honest conversations.
In comes Filer, the ball that swings away from Mooney at full delivery, and she runs through for a single. The stumps are struck, and there is some enthusiasm from England. The ball deflects away in the opposite realm, and so as Mooney can celebrate a 50 she thinks, we'll have to wait and see whether the third umpire agrees. My instinct is she's home, but it was a good piece of fielding.
It was a really good piece of fielding from the captain, Heather Knight. My instinct is she's home as well, and she will be raising her bat for 50. But we are just going to have another look at this. But yeah, she's miles home.
Thank you. Ready to make my decision for the big screen?
I think she's going to got to 50 here without realising.
Do you think?
Well, there's been no raise of the bat.
There we go. It's announced around the ground. She looks up, sees the scoreboard, and thinks, oh, there you go. And now she gets joy by Annabelle Sutherland. And they come together with a little brief high five. I think that rather caught everyone unawares. Australia lead by 122. They're approaching 300. Mooney's on 51. Sutherland 141.
Just quietly, Beth Mooney, 51 off 64.
Yeah, it's going pretty rapidly. Filer around the wicket to bowl to her. And that's a poor ball. And it's whipped around the corner. She's not really put that away as she should have done. It goes dribbling down towards fine leg for a single. Hello to Colleen from Vegas. Brisbane, beautiful part of the world.
I've never heard of that.
Enjoying the commentary. Lovely to hear from you. I mean, it's scant relief when a Message from Ken in Sandringham. Great call. Thanks. You've got to admit that women's test more exciting than the men's. Much closer. England can still fight back. Doubt the Sri Lankans can. Thank goodness for the ever entertaining and informative Rick. Well, here to that.
Did you send that, Rick? He's speechless.
Saw through me.
I did find you liking one of your own quotes on the BBC Live text once upon a time.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I get more dislikes than likes, so I have to go through and give it an extra like.
Well, maybe think about what you're saying then. In comes Bell, start of a new over, worked off the pads by Mooney, down towards long leg.
Now, the live text commentary fans are savage.
They are, they can be. 294 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. BBC Live text commentary, for our Australian listeners, it's a bit of an institution, so sort of, it can be a bit irreverent. And you just follow it on the BBC Sport website. There'll be analysis, quotes from the commentary. If you're in England, you can watch the highlights there, or Britain, I should say. You can follow the highlights there. And there's much more besides. In comes Lauren Bell. Sutherland just drops the bat and the ball into the offside, gets a single. And there's potentially an overthrow. What happened there? But also you get the best of the social media contributions as well. Like this from Bowen Farnborough. I think the media are to blame for this performance. They build them as superstars. Unfortunately, the players have believed the hype. Except they're a long way behind Australia. Return to basics and hard graft. So if you want to, as an Australian listener,
dislike or like,
yeah, or just see more and more people getting stuck into England. In comes Bell, and Mooney will get at least 1 into the offside, probably a couple, maybe even 3. No, it will just be 2. Nicely played off the back foot. Australia now just 3 away from 300.
Doesn't help when they quote pointless things like that.
Well, it was
a really good piece of fielding, but she's in. That's not helping it. No wonder I get so many dislikes.
Well, if you're following the live text commentary and you want to give Alex a little boost, then give some thumbs up for that. Just make her feel a bit better.
Out of context, that is a bad quote, isn't it?
No, but it's in response to the quote below, which is about the run-out chance. Round the wicket comes Lauren Bell. Into bowl to Mooney. Chipped in the air, but it's going to evade the fielder at square leg. It goes probably 5 yards to the left of Tammy Beaumont. 1 more run taken at the moment. With 5 from this over already. It's all been pretty straightforward in terms of accumulation. Oh look, they're flying in now, the likes. Sort of. No, that's my laptop. You can't start liking from me. Here comes Lauren Bell to bowl to Annabelle Sutherland. As a drive is nicely timed, but it'll go straight to mid-off. Jason from Gloucester agrees with you, Alex, about the fitness side of things and how the difference between the sides. And it's a more complicated issue, and we know that fitness is, but when John Lewis did say they were more agile and athletic, Australia, it just sort of,
Thanks. Been saying it for 4 months.
Oh, look at this. 26 thumbs up for you, Alex. In comes Lauren Bell, and Sutherland's going to play that nicely to the right of mid-on. Throw comes in, and Rhianna McDonald-Gay not far from hitting the stumps, but she would have been home. Australia moved to 299 for the loss of 3 wickets. David's a fan of you, Alex.
My dad's called David.
No, it's not him, don't worry. It's a name that others have. 299 on the board, 3 down, the end of the over. Australia's lead 129. Covers coming off in Sri Lanka, where the score is Sri Lanka 5 for 136 when rain stopped play. We'll take you back there for listeners that have been following that game. You'll be able to follow the action once again shortly with the deficit 518 runs after a mighty effort with the bat from Australia, with 654 for 6 declared.
There's hundreds everywhere.
Here's Filer, and slashed away. Lovely timing. That's going to bring runs. It'll bring 4. And with that 300, Sutherland moves to 147. Filer a little bit short and wide, and Sutherland in this form was never missing out.
Well, England have been expensive since taking the new ball. That one short and wide. Sutherland played to perfection. Just back in her crease, watches the ball straight out the middle of the bat. Pass backward point for 4. And that is just timed so nicely from Annabelle Sutherland.
303 on the board, 3 down. In comes Filer again to bowl to Sutherland, who's ducking out of the way of a bounce, the sort of bounce that follows a poor ball, one of frustration. What's happened? You're annoyed.
I'm not annoyed.
You get sometimes like this when they put on social media a quote of yours that you've actually said, which is problematic when you've said it.
No, it makes me not want to say anything.
What? Here comes Filer outside the off stump, and chasing a wide ball is Sutherland. She wasn't far away from edging that. Right, I'm going to chuck some stats your way, Alex.
Perfect. I love stats. That'll cheer me right up.
You don't need cheering up.
Are you watching this cricket?
Yeah. Cricket is very much the winner at the moment. So Beth Mooney, the 11th Australian to register 500 runs in women's tests. Here comes Filer down the leg side. That's a loose ball. Not only that, she also goes past Karen Rolton to become the 4th highest run scorer for Australia across internationals. And I know players play more nowadays, but it is quite telling about the success of this Australian team in the last decade or so. The top 4, Meg Lanning, close to 8,500. Then it's Elise Perry, just over 7,000. Elisa Healy, 6,741. Beth Mooney now, 6,274. Here is Filer. Sutherland whipping the ball aerially but safely into the leg side for 1. So here we go. Score stands with a lead of 134. An imposing lead.
It's getting to the stage now where you think, how long will Australia bat for? We've got so much time left in this game, 2 whole days and potentially another couple of hours. How long will they bat for? Will they try and only bat once? You would imagine so.
You'd have thought so, yeah. Why, you know, especially if Perry's struggling, give her as much chance to.
And then you start to think, when do the Seagulls come back?
Well, it won't be long. They've made sort of brief appearances.
Because they will put a batter off, because they were right in front of the sight screen.
I'm not being funny, Alex, but if we've reached the point from England's perspective where you're hoping for seagull intervention to try and distract the batting,
Where else can we go?
Here comes Filer. Full delivery, and Mooney just so easily plays the ball into the offside. And there is a single added. So we're end of the over with the score standing after 88 overs at 305 on the board for the loss of 3. Sutherland is on 148, Mooney on 57. I mean, that really is clutching at straws, isn't it?
And claws I shall clutch.
How did that sentence go?
Claws I shall clutch. Yeah, that's right.
We actually said claws you could clutch, which is quite a nice sort of avian image, I suppose. But we've been told we're not allowed to call them seagulls. They've got to be gulls.
Oh, grow up.
And also, you missed this earlier because you were busy doing something else. Do you know how long a gull can live for?
24 years.
Incorrect. And you've tried to go big there to try and be annoying. They can live 30 years.
No.
Yeah.
It's my age.
You wish. In comes Bell. That starts a new over. Mooney again. Drop and run. Nicely played.
No wonder there's so many of them.
Well, I know. Maybe that was last night's gathering was a sort of veterans meetup. I mean, I
thought you were going to say mating season.
No. I quite like the idea that you might have the same gull that for 30 years has been knocking around. And so in 1995, might have watched a young Shane Warne bowling at the MCG. Tells his mates about it. Pulled in the air, into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder running around should just about stop it. And a good tumbling save out there in the distance from Danny Wyatt-Hodge, with 3 runs probably taken. This big outfield allows for that. And indeed, there it is, 150 for Annabelle Sutherland. She looked to get there with a boundary. She gets there with 3. And this crowd up again to salute one of their own. Parents here, they'll have loved every moment of this. The crowd certainly have. England haven't, but they'll appreciate how good it's been. Annabelle Sutherland, unbeaten on 151.
She's just unstoppable. At the minute, Annabelle Sutherland, England put her down early, and they are regretting that because she has capitalised on that second life that she got. And she's started to accelerate now since the new ball. Australia have accelerated since Mooney got to the crease, but Annabelle Sutherland, what a player. What a player. And I have absolutely no doubt that she will become an Australian great in no time.
Yeah, if not already. Mooney certainly is, as she waits now and will look to try and get the ball towards fine leg. Can't do so. Collected by Amy Jones. The lead up to 140. Here's a message on the SMS, 0467 920 222. With my golden retriever Marley at Mentone Dog Beach, enjoying the call, contemplating coming to the G for day 3. I'd recommend it. It's going to be a lovely day tomorrow. This is where the message gets confusing, because it's from Sydney from Melbourne.
Are you going to travel?
No, I think the message is from Sydney. In comes Bell, driven by Sutherland towards mid-off, no run.
Well, it is a name.
Yes.
And a city. It's confusing, that. Sydney from Melbourne.
Little bit.
Yeah.
But I think that's the gist of it. At the ground, says this message, turning over the strike so easy, real lack of pressure. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It has been easy.
It's hard to create that pressure now, isn't it? England, they've still got slips in play. They've also got fielders on the boundary.
2 balls left of the over. Here comes Lauren Bell. And a swing and a miss from Sutherland as it balloons over her right shoulder.
Annabelle Sutherland joins Heather Knight and Karen Rolton as the only 2 players to score 2 scores of over 150 in tests.
Ooh. In all women's tests?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's pretty elite company. The records tick by.
She played 6 games.
Yeah.
It's absolutely outrageous. Here's Laura Bell to bowl to her. This is played off the back foot crisply into the offside. Dunkley Fields in front of that white picket fence that surrounds those supporters on the deck chairs. It'll be getting a little chilly out there, I imagine, with the wind blowing and the sun having dipped down. And 2 runs are taken. End of the over then. Sutherland has reached 153 from 252. Mooney is 58 from 71. Australia 3 for 312. The lead 142. Alex Hartley to be joined in a moment by Matt Clinch.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
I'm gonna soak up the sun. I'm gonna tell everyone to.
Thank you, Henry. Good evening, everyone in Australia. Good morning in the UK. Australia 3 for 312. And Annabelle Sutherland has now moved to 153. So only her 200 in Perth. And she scored more matches in a test match in this short career. Are you happy with the music choice, or what are you telling?
I like the music choice.
Happy with that?
No, I just got the classic tap on the shoulder. I looked the wrong way.
Oh, gotcha. Hook, line and sinker. Lauren Filer starts a new over. A short ball from the members' end, in which it's ducked underneath by Beth Mooney. She's on 58. Annabelle Sutherland on 153. This should be the period of the match where the ball is at its most dangerous, most threatening, as the lights look to take over, the natural light for the moment. But in about half an hour, 45 minutes, the full floodlights will take effect. And the challenge for England, having been in the field all day, is can they muster the energy to try and pose some challenges here. Filer around the wicket, full delivery, which is clipped away by Beth Mooney. She won't get a single as it's cut off by Heather Knight, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Yeah, England have to take advantage when they can here and try and create some pressure. They've got the in-out field. They've just got the 1 catcher. 2 catchers, sorry. They've got Sophie Eccleston at slip. And I think it looks like Danny Wyatt-Hodge from here at like a gully backward point region. Maya Bouchier, sorry.
As Filer turns at the top of her mark once more. Shoveling with the elbows out, wide of the off stump, and Mooney is able to cut back with a point out to the fielder just inside the rope, and they take a single, and that's all they'll get. Mooney moves to 59, 3 for 113.
Lauren Bell's 5 overs with the new ball. It's gone for 40 runs.
Yeah, expensive Lauren Bell. She's been so clinical throughout this test match, actually throughout this Women's Ashes series. Whether or not it's tired body, tired mind, or probably, to be honest, the fact you're bowling at a set batter at 159.
The first 17 overs went for 43 and 2 wickets.
Interesting. Rick Finlay with all the stats. Filer comes in. Sutherland ducks underneath the short ball, so trying to put her energy and effort into it to at least come up with something that's going to make Annabelle Sutherland or Beth Mooney play a false shot. Interested just in the body language as Beth Mooney scored her half century. Annabelle Sutherland moved past 150. There was kind of no real celebration. It was sort of a business-like exchange. Mooney almost was happy to continue on without really celebrating the milestone, knowing that there might be more on offer. And Annabelle Sutherland, well, I think she's got her eye on 200. Filer past the umpire, wide of the off stump, a flash away from the outside edge. Heather Knight can't believe it as it goes through what would have been a vacant 4-slip region. Annabelle Sutherland flicking her wrists and knowing that there was a gap there, and the face of Lauren Filer says it all. Hand to her eyes, and she doesn't want to look.
Yeah, it's wide outside the off stump. There's no foot movement at all from Annabelle Sutherland. She's planted in the crease and just backed herself to slash that through the covers. A thick outside edge that probably would have gone to 2.5 had there been a catching slip there. There's only Eccleston, at first. And gets away with that one, does Sutherland.
Just wonder whether it's worth putting in a second slip. Filer wide of the off stump once more, and a repeat of the exact same shot. Thick outside edge, maybe a little wider this time, a third and a half sort of slip, but in the air probably would have cleared the slip region anyway. But it is testing the England patience as Annabelle Sutherland is looking to accelerate here, and she moves to 161.
It just shows how difficult it can get when the lights start to take over. Your judgment just goes a little bit. She's been out there for a long time, 255 balls, so maybe just a tired mind for her as well out in the middle. There was no foot movement for either of those shots as she flashed outside the off stump, but there was no catches there for Annabelle Sutherland, so she gets away with it. If you're going to slash hard.
Yes, 9 runs off the over from Lauren Filer. And it was interesting listening to Annabelle Sutherland, who stopped and did a TV interview at the dinner break and spoke about the possibility of trying to really bat for as long and as deep as they possibly can, knowing that the tactics to get as far ahead in the game as they can and put the pressure right back on England, and with the fitness uncertainty of Elise Perry to really try and cash in tonight.
Yeah, there's still so much time left of this game, still so much time for England to try and Australia to try and force a result, as they lead by over 151 now.
Alex Hartley alongside Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport and through the BBC. Australia 3 for 321 as McDonald Day starts a new over. Full delivery to Beth Mooney as she plays it out to deep backward square leg and through for a single. Mooney to 60. Australia leading by 152 runs. And McDonald Gay in her 14th over, none for 53. Interesting sort of in the dinner break, we're just talking around the innings of Annabelle Sutherland. Sort of had that life, as you said, with Danny White-Hodge. Probably not putting the Amy Jones one where it came off the edge into her pads. That's the type of catch which is really hard to judge. Donald Gay in past the umpire once more, angling in on the pads of Annabelle Sutherland, and she's able to flick it away, back with a square leg. They turn and come back for 2. Some good running there from the Australian duo, and Lauren Filer's throw is just a little wild in the end.
Little win for England here. Annabelle Sutherland has faced 256 balls, which is exactly the same number of balls she faced to get to 210 against South Africa.
Well, what's she doing? Boring, so though. Get on with it.
Well, she's on 163 here. McDonald Gay comes in. She's trying to just beat the fielder at mid-wicket as Nat Sever-Brunt does the fielding.
I actually think that shows how well England have bowled as well, and they've not got wickets, but they have created those 6-7 opportunities, haven't been able to take hold of them. And Lauren Bell, Lauren Filer, Sophie Eccleston, they have bowled well Nat Sciver-Brunt, they've been economical. It's not easy out there, as you know, we've been talking about the grass that is on this pitch, the 9 millimetres of grass, so it's a completely different surface to that one she played against the Wacker against South Africa.
Sutherland on 163 as she's bowled. Finally, England get the breakthrough. McDonald Gay hitting the top of off, and the footwork was lacking from Annabelle Sutherland. An inside edge onto her off stump. And what comes to an end, an extraordinary innings here at the MCG. Annabelle Sutherland, 163 from 258 deliveries. Australia are 4 for 324. As I'm sure most of the 10,400 in at the MCG will applaud what has been a very memorable innings by Annabelle Sutherland.
It's been absolutely outstanding from Annabelle Sutherland. One of the best knocks that I've seen. The crowd giving her a cheer as she turns her back, waves her bat up at the crowd around the MCG. To even play a test match here is something that a lot of these girls will have dreamed of, and for her to play a test match here, get 150, absolutely outstanding. As her mum and dad watch on, she'll be mad that she's got out though, because when she looks back at the replay, those two from the Lauren Filer over where she didn't move her feet, and then that one again didn't move her feet, and what she has done so well in this innings is got behind the ball. She's had that, her defence has just been immaculate throughout this innings, and then just over the last 10-15 minutes since we've come back from tea, she's just not quite got behind the ball as well as she had previously. But tell you what, you can't take anything away from that 150.
You certainly can't. And for McDonald Gay, she picks up her first wicket, so you can see the relief from her able to get the breakthrough. And you're right, the look on the face from Annabelle Sutherland was one of disappointment that she was out. She felt like there was more to give, and Ash Gardner strides her way out to the middle. Australia 4 for 324. Australia leading by 154 deliveries as Gardner comes forward, faces her new first ball and pushes it into the offside. Tammy Beaumont does the fielding. Ice bath, what do you imagine would be the first thing Annabelle Sutherland does? Put the feet up?
Put the feet up, yeah.
For most of the Australian players, they're either on the side of the field in the sort of temporary little dugout area or watching in the viewing room. They're applauding as she made her way off the MCG. As Ash Gardner pushes it back down the pitch, the final ball from McDonald Gay. And the end of the over, 4 for 324. After 91 overs, with Beth Mooney still there on 60 from 75 deliveries. And Gardner looking to get off the mark. Thanks to Alex Hartley on ABC Sport and through Test Match Special on the BBC. Michelle Goscoe comes to join you with Australia in a very good position, 4 for 324. And Gozzy, Annabelle Sutherland's innings comes to a close, and even some of the England players coming across to give her a pat on the back as she made her way from the MCG. So a great sign there of the healthy competition, but also the acknowledgement of what a significant contribution it's been.
Oh, what an epic innings we've just seen from Annabelle Sutherland. She looked disappointed, and no smiles on her face either when she was dismissed, but a couple on the English faces there.
Lauren Filer in once more from the members' end. They've got one, can they get two? It's a full delivery to Beth Mooney as she just probes it out onto the offside. And McDonald Gay does the fielding at extra cover.
You'd think under lights now it might actually swing around a little bit. That ball's how many overs old?
About 11 overs old.
Yeah, so it can still come into play under lights here.
This really is the best time to be bowling. Slip in place for Filer as she comes in around the wicket. Mooney's able to work it off her hip, backward of square and through for a single. Mooney to 61, Australia 4 for 324.
Another record for Annabelle Sutherland. She's the first person to score 163 in a women's test match.
There you go.
Wow.
New territory.
There'd be a few numbers probably available once you get north of 150.
Yep.
But Annabelle Sutherland continuing to create more history. Her name on the honour board here at the MCG, which is her home ground in Victoria. Filer comes in and loses her footing as Gardner is happy to let it go by. Wide outside the off stump.
Seen that a number of times, actually. We said earlier on it was actually at the Governor-General's game at North Sydney Oval. It feels like 3 months ago. I think it was 18 days ago or something. And she was tumbling over early on. Mentioned it was almost like Mark Wood, actually.
Yep.
English player, test player. So very similar.
She had real problems in the first couple of women's one-day internationals and then almost seemed to have sorted it out. Filer in once more, a short ball, and loses her footing as Ash Gardner's up on her toes, can't beat the fielder at backward point.
What did you say, Clinchy? She's got it sorted. That was 2 in a row there. So
it looked like she had it sorted after the first 2 women's one-day internationals, and now it's having played a number of matches since then. All of a sudden it's become an issue once more, and she's just looking to clean out the spikes on her shoes, as it looks like the front 2 might have just a little bit of dirt which has been picked up on her follow-through.
I can't actually see the hole.
Yeah, she's got the full spikes on, and they're just trying to do a bit of running repairs out in the middle. So you have those full spikes, and she needs to try and change those as often as she can to make sure they're as long as possible to get some grip.
So while that's taking place, Matt Clinch and Michelle Gosco with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC. Unfortunately, the covers are on in Sri Lanka, with Sri Lanka 5 for 136, with play stopped due to rain in the second session of day 3. So if we have any news there, we will take you back there immediately. So the news was that they were hoping to start in around 15 minutes' time. So positive news there, with Australia posting 6 declared for 654. If you want to get in touch with us on the SMS, 0467 920 222. David has done so in the member stand here at the MCG. What has happened to all the gulls? Have they deserted the G tonight?
Well,
I think they'll come out in an hour or 2.
Maybe. Well, it's been great talking to Henry Moran about the bin chickens that we do have in Australia.
We go into some funny areas, don't we? Filer having her spikes adjusted, comes in and keeps her feet as she comes in and bowls to Ash Gardner, who defends into the offside. Tammy Beaumont does the fielding.
That's the best part about cricket. We can, and grouping of seagulls, I'm actually not quite sure what that is called, but I did tell Henry a grouping of bin chickens was called a skip. He actually thought I was being serious. I'm like, no, a skip bin.
Filer shuffling in once more. Short ball down the leg side, and a wide is called. As soon as I mentioned the rain in Sri Lanka, a couple of the members of our team, Corby's been in touch, Corbin Middlemass and Stuart Clark as well. They're ready to go, so it sounds like the news is a bit more optimistic there.
Just watching Lauren Filer there, that almost the leg came up saying, I need some new spikes, please. She's really struggling with the grip at the moment.
How many pairs of shoes would she travel with, would you imagine?
She'd need a few.
I think so.
One.
You had one? Yeah. How many bats did you have?
One.
Filer in past the umpire. Back of a length once more, and Gardner is forward and defending. Australia lead by 156 runs. Just the 2 runs coming from that over. Australia 4 for 326. Matt Clinch alongside Michelle Gosgo with you from the MCG. The Lights are looking to take over here. A crowd of 10,405 was the latest crowd number we had, after 11,000 yesterday, looking to surpass the record back in the UK of 23,000 across the 4 days. It looks like on track to do so, and hopefully plenty of fans come in on Saturday for the day-night test. And tickets are around $20. If you come in after the first session, they are $10. So it's a good way to get value for money. You can wander around the bottom level of the stands and pick your favourite seat to watch throughout the afternoon. And there is that little social club which is on the field, where the city end of the MCG is, for those familiar with it, in AFL season. And there's probably about 50 to 60 fans who are sitting there inside a little picket fence with the comfort chairs and getting a different experience of watching a day at the cricket.
That's pretty cool, that area over there. I'll tell you what, if I was batting, though, I'd be wanting to try and hit a 6 in that area. Something to a target over there, and just say, hey, you smack one into this little area. I don't think it was first in, best dressed, I think, down there. Which is a pretty cool sort of thing to do here at the G.
McDonald Gay, having got the breakthrough of Annabelle Sutherland in the previous over, comes in from the Shane Warne stand end, bowls to Beth Mooney, who takes a stride forward. And Digs out a full delivery, plays it straight to Heather Knight, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
It's pretty cool here, actually, with the former players down here as well. A number of absolute legends of Australian women's cricket. Linda Clark, got Christina Matthews, who just got inducted into the Hall of Fame.
McDonald Gay around the wicket to Beth Mooney, back the length, and she plays it wide of Heather Knight at mid-wicket. Looks to come back for a second. That's not on offer, as well fielded by Tammy Beaumont coming around to her right, so just a single. Corby's messaging me still, saying that the covers look like they're going back on. Stuart Clark is saying, tell Gozzy, we're hearing you loud and clear. Give us a joke.
Oh, thank you.
On cue.
Once I thought I was wrong, but I was mistaken.
There you go. Australia 4 for 327. Ash Gardner looking to get off the mark. She's faced 6 deliveries. And she defends back down the pitch, straight to mid-off.
Just sitting here and wonder, actually, and go, how cool is this? We're sitting here at the G, under lights, pink ball, watching Test cricket. And it's amazing here. There's a decent crowd in. As I said, it'd be great to come here and just wander around. You might actually bump into some absolute legends of Australian women's cricket.
Absolutely. We were fortunate to be on the field at the start of the day's play, and all those legends making their way out. Slow ball from McDonald Gay, chipped away beautifully by Ash Gardner. Was waiting for that delivery and gets off the mark with a boundary out to backward square. After 8 deliveries, she's up and running with that boundary. 4 for 331.
Yeah, nice way to get off the mark too. A full toss there on her hip. Just worked away straight off the middle of the bat there from Ash Gardner. Just coming back in after being injured with a slight calf injury.
Calf injury, having missed the T20 internationals like the skipper and Healy, as Gardner's looking to drive back past the bowler. Well done by McDonald Gay to get a right hand down and deflect it to ensure there was no run on offer. Having gone for 5 in this over.
Her figures don't really reflect it. 1 for 60 in her 15th. I think she's been bowling pretty well, especially last night here.
Yep. Did a fair bit of the bowling workload in the second session. As their final delivery is a full ball once more, and Ash Gardner is able to dig it out to close out the over. Bowling at around 110 kilometres per hour, so still giving good pace here. Australia 4 for 331. Mooney is on 62. Gardner is on 4. Michelle Goss goes with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC. Ben Cameron about to join you.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
4 for 331. Mooney on 62, and Gardner, new to the crease, is unbeaten on 4. Michelle Gosco. I don't know what that song's called, but it always reminds me of Remember the Titans.
Oh, it does. Great movie.
Filer beginning a new over, around the wicket, the right armour on the leg stump and clipping it away. Mooney through mid-wicket for a single. Loud call of no.
I love great sports movies. Should make one about this Australian women's cricket team.
We keep getting into movie chat late at night.
That's movie sort of time, but we've got a lot of theatre going on here. This often is happening at the MCG.
Slip in place to Gully as well. Filer past the umpire. Bowls to Gardner. Turns it away through square leg. Very comfortably there. So another single. 4 for 333, the Aussies. Gardner along to 5.
Oh, the Gooch is on. Graham Gooch, 333.
Song is called Spill the Wine by War, for what it's worth as well. Shorthand out of the match between Australia and Sri Lanka. The covers are back on, so won't restart at 8:20 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Filer bowls. Mooney tickles it around the corner. Very fine down towards fine leg for 1. So that was what we were hoping for, that 8:20 resumption. Not to be. Only 27 overs bowled on day 3. Sri Lanka 5 for 136. So still 518 runs in arrears.
You knew that reference, the 3-3-3.
I didn't know.
Graham Gooch. Rick would know that reference.
1990.
There we go.
Century in the second innings.
Filer bowls now, trying to pull Gardner, a play and a miss. Through to the keeper it goes.
I was used to watching sort of the men's Ashes series and seeing some epic challenges between the two teams, and that's what I grew up on.
Well, I tried to reference Andy Caddick's running style to Alex Hartley earlier, and she was nowhere on it. Filer in and bowling again, full and straight, driving Gardner upish back down the ground, punching it with timing for 4, and on drive. Gardner on to 9, the Aussies 4 for 338.
Well, that shows a person who's in form. Ash Gardner. If you can do an on drive early on in your innings, you know that you're hitting the ball well, and full face of the bat through the line of the ball. Just a little prod forward onto that left leg. Wonderful strike.
Filer shuffles in again, short and wide this time, bottom edge on the cut from Gardner. It bounces into the gully. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. 0467 920 222. That's 0467 920 222. Also through the BBC, courtesy of TMS, and on 5 Sport Extra as well.
Still waiting for the seagulls to come in.
Yeah, when will the seagulls?
Where do they hang during the day? The beach?
Down at Albert Park, I would think. Maybe at the lake, down at the beach. Come in at night time, pick up some of the scraps that have been left around by the patrons.
They used to call me that at soccer. The seagull. Pick up the scraps up the front.
Just tap them in.
Get the goals.
When did you play soccer?
I played New South Wales under 16s.
Did you?
Yeah.
Striker, obviously.
Yep. I couldn't run. I wasn't fit enough to run in the midfield. Sit up the front, get all the glory.
Only way to do it. McDonald Gay is about to begin a new over from the Shane Warne stand end. Shuffles in, right arm around the wicket, keeper up to the stumps, bowling now on drive. Not really timed there from Mooney. So fielder in the gully. They've got a deep backward point, a cover point. Cover fielder mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, deep backward square or a deep square leg. In fact, just slightly in front of square, and then a fine leg as well. Well, that's beginning to take full effect at the MCG. McDonald Gay with the pink missile. Bowls Sida Mooney. Prods onto the front foot. Knocking it down again to that straight mid-wicket.
It's like a one-day field at the moment, isn't it? There's no pressure on Beth Mooney. All of a sudden, you blink of an eye, she's 63.
It's bordering on declaration bowling.
Ooh, maybe.
Mooney hasn't had the best record in Test cricket, in spite of her great white ball career. Facing McDonald Gay here, gliding straight to the gully on the bounce. So her white ball numbers are astronomical. This is her 8th Test match, 453 runs at just 37. There's a better average in both formats of white ball cricket. How are you spending your Friday night? Let us know. 0467 920 222. McDonald Gay in and bowling to Mooney. On the leg stump, clipping it behind square. Just one you would think. The fielders in the deep converge. Pro comes back in. Just a single.
She has to be known as the burglar, doesn't she? She sneaks so many runs. Takes it away from you before you even know. Hits it in the gaps. That's what she is, the best gap hitter of the cricket ball in women's cricket in the world for me.
Caught a lot of her innings in WA and the WBBL. Over the wicket to the right-hander Gardner, McDonald Gay, and the Aussie just turns it around the corner again. Down towards that wide, fine leg. Almost a deep backward square. Just another single, building a bit of a picket fence in Slick Rick Finlay's scorebook. 4 for 340, grandstand cricket on ABC Sport.
Yeah, but she sneaks up on you, doesn't she? As I said, she does it so well in white ball format.
Mooney facing up, Jones goes down, gets a full ball play and a miss outside the off stump. Just fidgeting outside the off stump, defending at a ball, and she can do that, Beth Mooney.
Yeah, sometimes she just plays in front of a front leg at times. End of the over. 4 for 340, but sometimes she can do that. She holds it back quite low. So it means if she wants to get the ball onto the ground, she needs to play the ball quite late under her eyes, but sometimes she does prod that bat out just in front of her front leg.
I noticed that earlier. She was shadow batting on the boundary, and it came up on the TV monitor. Really choking down on the bat. Like there was
very low.
3 or 4 inches of the top of the bat handle. Didn't have her gloves on at this point in time, so it was far more noticeable. But yeah, it is interesting. Where did you hold the bat handle?
In the middle. But I was very unique. So I loved watching David Boone when I was a young kid coming through, and I'm the only one I know that does this. I batted with the bat on the ground the whole time, even when they were running in, and only lifted it last minute. So
you wouldn't tap?
No, I tap 3 times, but I'll leave it on the ground.
Yeah. And then pick it up at the last minute.
No. Never had a backlift. Unusual, huh? Go figure.
Siva Brunt beginning a new spell from the members' end. Onto a good line and length immediately. Defending Gardner just down on the onside of the pitch.
So it meant my wrist.
So eventually you picked it up.
Well, no.
Right as they delivered it.
No, not really, no. Unless it was a short ball. So on the front foot, my bat would just go from the ground through. So my hand speed was really good. And wrist speed.
Siva Brunt in and bowling again. Stump to stump. Very watchful on the forward defensive Gardner.
And it was interesting talking to someone like Lisa Slaker about it. I'm like, no, I had a big backlift. She's like, you never lifted your bat. I'm like, oh, no wonder I could have hit the ball harder. But I also used to get out LBW sometimes. So I changed it later on in the back end, sort of lifting the bat up.
Here comes Siva Brunt again. Outside the off stump, forcing on the back foot is Gardner. Good for a single. Cover and point come around and cover fields in Tammy Beaumont. Trots out to the boundary. 4 for 341, the Aussies, a lead of 171. When you think of Adam Gilchrist, who used to hold the bat handle right at the top,
yes,
a lot of leverage for Gilly.
It's cool, isn't it? You can have so many different techniques and everything works in different ways. That's why I love cricket. It can take anybody, different techniques. You just got to find out what works for you.
No really turning tonight here at the MCG. There are multiple shadows fanning out from the feet of the English players. Siva Brunt around the wicket to Mooney. Goes with the angle. Through square leg does Beth. Takes one more. Just accumulating at the moment. 65 Mooney. That Aussie lead continues to grow. What do you think would be the plan from here for the Aussies?
Oh, I was just thinking about that. Look, it'd be great if they could get England under lights just for the last little bit, sort of half an hour, but I think they'd want to probably extend their lead a little bit more.
There's one thing I learnt working with Darren Lehman this year is Brunt is in again and driving Gardner without timing straight to cover. Just how aggressive Darren Lehman is as a cricket brain. One, he's incredibly intelligent as a cricket brain. So astute. I learnt that, and how he'd scored so many first-class runs, etc. But also how aggressive he is. I wouldn't doubt for a second Darren Lehman would be going for it now and looking to declare tonight. Siva Brunt bowls again on the leg stump, strikes Gardner on the pad, drops at her feet. He was always thinking, moving the game forward, attacking. He would 100% be thinking, bowl tonight, use the pink ball, new pink ball under lights, and that will serve you best.
I heard a lot of the commentary, actually. It was wonderful. And look, I think if it was different circumstances here, Australia's retained the Ashes. This is part of the multi-series format. I think they just want to try and grind them into the ground. There's still 2 more days of this test match. They back their bowlers to do the job. I mean, they may do it. I think they would love to just bat once in this test match. So maybe that's why they'll sort of try and bat as long as they can. And they've still got, have a look at it. Taylor McGrath hasn't even come out yet, nor Elise Perry, who may not anyway, but...
McDonald Gay beginning a new over. Around the wicket, wide on the crease. Sticking out a full ball is Mooney. It was outside the off stump. There's a dog in the stadium for reasons unknown to me. It kind of looks like a tawdry knockoff of Rusty the Wonder Dog.
Come up here. Dogs are great.
I love dogs. I'm just...
How did it get in the
This dog
ground?
didn't look as good as Rusty the Wonder Dog. McDonald Gay bowling again, driving Mooney on the square drive, chunking it off the toe out to cover point. Jen and Rusty, I'm baking, sewing and listening to you. That is the Rusty the Wonder Dog as well.
Oh, the wonderful Rusty. What are you baking? Very important question.
Mooney picks up her bat. Faces McDonald Gay, chops down on a ball late, bottom edge. Tumbles out towards point.
It's a good way to spend your Friday night. You wake up the Saturday morning and you have the waft of the smells of the baking.
Peace and quiet for Jen and Rusty at the moment as well. Jim's off calling Sri Lanka and Australia, albeit with the rain falling there, which if you're trying to listen to that and wondering why you're getting us, that is why. McDonald Gay bowls again. Mooney rock solid for defensive. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Friday night. How are you spending it? 0467920222. 222. English women searching for the 5th wicket. Bowling McDonald Gay on the hip of Mooney. Turns around the corner, nearly down towards fine leg. Fielded on the bounce by Sophia Dunkley. Just for a moment it looked like it might have carried down there.
Yeah, I thought so. It did look like she was going, didn't it? And then she just stopped in her tracks and the ball just bounced safely in front of her. But they need to take those chances, don't they, here, England?
Jones goes down as McDonald Gay comes in. Gardner flicks it around the corner. I think a little bit of bat involved, maybe not. Leg byes signalled by the umpire. 4 for 344. What have you got for us over there, Rick? Quiet as a church mouse in the corner.
Well, taking a bit of a breather after Annabelle Sutherland's innings. There's a fair bit to
crunch the numbers there. Yeah. Recapping the day, if you joined us late, Phoebe Litchfield, the first wicket to fall, out for 45, caught behind off the bowling of Bell. There was a good partnership between Annabelle Sutherland and Elisa Healy before Healy went LBW off the bowling of Eccleston for 34. Then we got into the Sutherland and Mooney partnership. Over 100 runs they were able to put on together, but really it was all about Annabelle Sutherland. Siva Brunt new over, punching Gardner into the covers. Annabelle Sutherland eventually dismissed for 163, her 3rd Test century. So Sutherland does it again. And really, the tail of the tape today has been England's poor fielding. Drop chances, 3 chances for Sutherland before she passed 40. Bowling again, Siva Brunt outside the off stump. Defending into the covers once more is Gardner. So 3 lives there. The ground fielding has been rank average, to be frank. And the catching has been probably worse than that.
Just had a message from one of my former maths students of 35 years ago who married an English guy. They have a family in England and their daughter, she tells me, was playing cricket recently with Rihanna McDonald Gay, just out of London.
There you go. That is a story.
Yeah. And hearing us on the radio.
Siva Brunt in again, a short ball, pulling Gardner, not quite getting it. Safe, it will drop in front of the fielder out in the deep. It was all the way back on the rope. Out there in those deep pockets. And the MCG maybe could be slightly closer. What do you think, Gozzy?
Yeah, possibly. I'll tell you what, you can be Frank, I'll be Betty. Whoever you are, the fielding has been atrocious today.
Yep.
So a shout out to Alice Sheridan in England.
Text in 0467 920 222. What was Mr. Finlay like as a maths teacher? Siva Brunt, right arm around the wicket. On the stumps, and Mooney keeping out a ball that keeps slightly low. What's your favourite kind of maths, Rick?
Calculus. I love
Calculus?
Is there different
What
types?
is it about calculus that you love?
It's so, I don't know, it's so natural, so clever. Yeah. Beautiful patterns.
Right arm around Siva Brunt. Pulling there is Mooney out through square leg into the deep. Another single. 4 for 346. Mooney on 66, Gardner on 12. Australia's lead 176.
I was born in the wrong era. I'd be good now. Phones.
Phones, yeah.
Calculate everything.
Siva Brunt off the short run up. Back of a length and full face of the bat from Gardner. Do you think if you were... I've got to get out of here. They've decided this chat is a name. I had a good question for Rick. 4 for 346 the Aussies. A lead of 176. Henry Moran is about to step in, as well as Sarah Elliott. A double change coming up.
Grandstand cricket.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listen app.
Well, just the 3 wickets have fallen in the day. And in that time, Australia have racked up 290 runs. Is that right? I think it is. Feels that many. Here comes McDonald Gay, who's got one of the wickets that's fallen. And forward defensively, with the keeper standing up, is Beth Mooney. The lead, 176. Sarah.
It's been some terrific batting, hasn't it? Sutherland, fine total that she posted, and now to watch Mooney. She looks really hungry to get her ton up. They've given a few chances, but really it's been Australia's day.
I think that is for sure. Can they add to it? Here comes McDonald Gay, and Mooney whips the ball into the leg side. One of the challenges of this venue is there are so many pockets to find runs. It's not like a tight ground like North Sydney where you can close off the gap, stop the accumulation, which word we keep using, but it has been very much the order of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has, and Australia running with really good intent. You're right, it's a ground with sort of big pockets. It's very hard to set a field to protect the singles.
McDonald Gay to bowl to Ash Gardner, driving into the ground, and this is good from McDonald Gay, who's bowling wicket to wicket, and not straightforward. And you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination. English women's cricket has a weird lack of left-handers. Just for some reason, you've got very, very few, and so a lot of the time, these bowlers, particularly when they're used to bowling in the nets, they've spent all tour bowling in the nets, their teammates. In comes McDonald Gay, and edging! Oh, dropped! Eccleston with a drop at slip. It's another regulation chance. And Sophie Eccleston's put it down. Another.
Oh, I can just see Heather Knight, the anguish on her face. It's almost a right smile as well. Oh.
She had time to see it. It was in, it was out. And chasing a wide delivery, Ash Gardner gets a life.
You've got to feel for the bowler here. She's really toiled away and could easily have a couple of extra wickets to her name.
McDonald Gay bowls to Gardner, taps the ball towards mid-on.
Oh, I just feel for them now, Henry.
Do you? Genuinely?
I genuinely do.
But it's amateur.
It's amateur. 100% it's amateur. But still, you're out there, you're on the world scene, you've got a lot of eyes on you, and they just cannot take a trick at the minute. And yes, it may be resultant of effort, and, it's not just luck. Like you said, you create that stuff.
4 for 347. Very short and taken high above the head by Amy Jones. Too short, says the umpire, and that'll be wide as the flags fly high above that vast scoreboard over to our right-hand side. I mean, I had to sort of create an extra column in my notebook for the drop catches. Normally, enough room for 3 descriptions of drop catches is enough for the average innings. In the air, briefly, but thrashed away through the offside, and Ash Gardner plays that nicely. And it's going to bring 4 runs. Insult to injury for an England side that have taken a fair bit of punishment in the last few weeks. Much of it coming from the remarkable batting of Australia. Much of it self-inflicted, I'm afraid. And with that, the Australia 350 comes up. 352 on the board, 4 down. Sophie Eccleston deep in conversation with teammates, and we've spoken a lot about all those elements of what creates a good side, and one of them is the ability to concentrate and the ability to be switched on, knowing that at any moment you might get that chance that could turn a game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what Test cricket is, isn't it? That's bringing that determination to be able to switch on and be disciplined and keep yourself in the game. It seems that they've switched off here, England, not willingly necessary, but...
Siva Brunt round the wickets onto the pads of Mooney, who is moving on to 69. Australia 3-5-3 for the loss of 4. By the way, India's women in the Under-19 World Cup have eliminated England, who had a somewhat miserable collapse, I think it is fair to say. They had been going on quite nicely, 81 for 2 to 101 for 8, most of them out slog sweeping, eventually 113 for 8, and India chased down their target after 15 overs, 1 wicket down. Here comes Siva Brunt, driven through the offside, and there'll be no run there. So both England and Australia eliminated from the Women's Under-19 World Cup.
Wow, that's good for South Africa, good for India, good for, I guess, the world game. I imagine England will be looking to that next generation after this performance. Who's coming through, who's pushing for selection?
Well, you'd hope that the coach won't be turning around thinking, well, it's all right, the Under-19s are in action, I can pick my... Oh dear.
2020 cricket's hard, isn't it, in that context of a game can go anyone's way on any given day.
Here is Nat Siva Brunt into bowl onto the pads of Ash Gardner, as we're in the 100th over of this Australia innings. All the details of that game, by the way, under 19s, you can see the scorecards, etc. The BBC Sport website on that, we had commentary of that as well.
And what do Australia do here? You'd have to think they're going to bat the whole day and a little bit into tomorrow.
Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't you? Siva Brunt bowls a ball which Gardner is going to drive towards mid-on. I mean, given the batting that's still to come, you'd have thought Gardner's going to want to get runs. McGrath will certainly want to get on with the score. The scoring. Elise Perry, maybe not needed as a risk. Why take that chance? But having said that, another night of rest. This is pulls nicely into the leg side it goes. Oh, a fumble and 4. It was a little awkward for Dunkley, but it should have been stopped. And the crowd, you could tell from the reaction, there was the excitement from the shot, the slight dulling of that excitement when they thought the fielder would get there, and then it quickly got resuscitated when they saw it had gone beyond Sophia Dunkley for 4 further runs.
She just never looked like she was going to stop that. Even though it was in reach and very stoppable, she just did not look like.
Matt in Exeter with an email for tms@bbc.co.uk, making me laugh here. It says, contrary to an email we had earlier from Nicholas, that England's torrid performance will harm engagement with the national side. Here comes Siva Brunt, driving into the offside. There won't be a run there. Beaumont stops at cover. End of the over. 100 bowled. 5 from that particular effort from Siva Brunt. And the score 4 for 357. Australia lead by 187. So contrary to Nicholas's email, and purely anecdotally, I've seen more engagement with the women's side off the back of this abysmal display than I can remember from previous happier series. People do love a moan, me included. Perhaps John Lewis can borrow from Oscar Wilde and argue that it's better to be talked about than not. In disappointment, Matt in Exeter.
Oh dear.
I mean, that is clutching, isn't it?
He's probably got a point. It has got good coverage, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, the other night and the cricket programme with Michael Vaughan, Ebony Rain for Brent and Mark Chapman, you can find on BBC Sounds via the Test Match special stream. The point was made, 45 minutes of the programme was dedicated to the Women's Ashes. There was a men's series taking place in India as well, so people really do care about this. This is thrashed towards Bouchier at Gully, where she dropped a catch off Mooney earlier on.
So what's the next Test opportunity for England?
England's women?
Yes.
Test match cricket.
It's a while away. We've got a World Cup later this year. That'll be their focus.
We do, and we've got a series against India and West Indies in the English summer.
Okay.
But a big gap until then. They come together again in May, this England team. Here's McDonald-Gay, Mooney with a ball that goes down the leg side, can't get anything on it. Jones does well to her right to stop it.
A good amount of time then to sort of regroup and reset and put this one behind them.
Well, yeah, and I think some home truths. I think there's the other point, that actually real honesty, real brutal honesty is needed. And that's hard. Here comes McDonald-Gay to Mooney, again down the leg side. Again, nothing she can get on it.
It's hard when you're on tour, isn't it? But we haven't seen any display of accepting that real honesty from the England side at the minute. But of course, they're on tour right in the thick of this series. But you'd hope some shift.
Yeah, I think this is the thing, isn't it? What you want to see is an acknowledgement of what's gone wrong, as opposed to we were close.
Yeah.
Because they've not been close. Here's McDonald-Gay down the leg side again, and Jones is being kept busy at the end of a long day out there. The England keeper up to the stumps is having to move very rapidly to her right. That was an excellent take, by the way.
Well, she's been good behind the stumps. Should be hoping she can make some runs. I always feel like we don't see the best from Jones, which he's capable of with the bat.
I agree with that.
In the WBBL as well.
I agree with that. She's a fabulous keeper and averages over 30 in ODIs with the bat. Here's McDonald-Gay down the leg side again, and Amy Jones once more moves to her. If this was an over in an ODI match, should be bowling a long, great stream of wides, but it isn't.
But maybe our expectations of Jones are higher than, I always hear as a batter and keeper equally, rather than just that wicket keeper that might come in. Maybe my expectations are wrong, but he's got a great technique and has the temperament, it would seem.
McDonald-Gay, final ball of the over. He's outside the off stump, driven towards Wyatt Hodge at cover. As the over comes to an end. Can't be too far away from drinks, probably at the end of the next over. By the way, what's happening in that action in Gaul? Well, the match is still delayed by rain, with Sri Lanka at 136 for 5. In response to Australia's 6-5-4 for 6 declared. 3 Australian centurions, one of them a double ton, Usman Khawaja, 232. Stephen Smith made 141. Josh Inglis on, I'm going to say it the Australian way, debut, making 102.
How do you say?
Debut. A bit like you'd say debuted. Because how would you say sort of the past tense of making a debut?
Debuted?
Oh, yeah. Fair point. Outside the off stump, left alone by Siva Brunt. Oh, yeah. I hadn't thought about that. Siva Brunt bowling to Gardner.
That last over was the first maiden for 37 overs.
Ooh. And most of those because they were just left alone down the leg side. Here comes Siva Brunt. Slip in place. Gardner waiting. Driven again without perfect timing, and Boucher will field. The lead 187, 357 on the board for the loss of just 4. Gardner on 20, Mooney 69.
What's going through her mind as she prepares, knowing she's going to have to bat again at some point, probably early tomorrow?
Maya Boucher.
It's going to be hard for her to get herself up and about.
Yeah. Full delivery, which is brilliantly stopped actually by Boucher, and she almost does well enough to affect the run out, and that's good fielding. I mean, that's what she should be concentrating on, the good elements, and also remembering she in the last test scored 100.
That's right. Well, it's a great opportunity in terms of character, and I think that's what England can still take from this is who can put their hand up when the chips are well down to really fight, and really there's still a lot to be taken from their perspective from this final part of the Ashes series, and that was she's an outstanding fielder. That drop was very unusual for her. Her athleticism is terrific.
Played off the back foot into the offside, and there'll be no run. We've a message from John from Meningie, South Australia. Just had an early evening jog, now for a G&T, then preparing to run a Dungeons and Dragons game tomorrow. So the Aussies have enough to declare and hope to sneak some wickets tonight. I don't think they will, probably.
No, I think the question there, do they have enough? Quite possibly they do have enough. They'll want a bit more to be sure of that. And that said, they're going to look to dominate here. They're going to look to really bat for a while longer.
Pulled into the leg side. Really just helped on its way by Gardner to get a single. Out towards the deep where it's fielded on the boundary.
They're showing no signs of sort of upping the run rate or the intensity. They're scoring pretty healthily. It's slowed down a little bit, I think, since the second new ball's come into play, but they're showing no signs of sort of upping the ante.
No.
Very comfortable, still rotating strike, pick up the odd boundary when it's on offer for low risk.
Just looking up Meningie. Apparently derived from the word Meningeng, meaning place of mud.
Where actually is?
South Australia.
Okay.
Defended into the offside. There'll be no run. And that will see the players get the opportunity for some refreshments with the score at 4 for 358.
The second consecutive maiden.
Ah, good spot. Well, there you go. And that is something for England to bring some cheer. There we go. 102 overs bowled. The lead is a mighty one for Australia, 188. And as drinks come onto the field, you're listening to Ashes Cricket on ABC Sport and 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to ABC Sport. During an emergency, ABC Radio will interrupt coverage in your local area to bring you the latest emergency information. Keep a battery-powered radio handy and stay listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
The Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Pulled in the air into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder running around should just about stop it, and a good tumbling save out there in the distance from Danny Wyatt-Hodge, with 3 runs probably taken. This big outfield allows for that. And indeed, there it is, 150 for Annabelle Sutherland. She looked to get there with a boundary. She gets there with 3.
Sutherland on 163. As she's bowled. Finally, England get the breakthrough. McDonald Gay hitting the top of off, and the footwork was lacking from Annabelle Sutherland. An inside edge onto her off stump. And what comes to an end, an extraordinary innings here at the MCG.
This is ABC Sports coverage of Women's Test Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
So drinks being taken. Players out in the middle, deep in conversation. I wonder what the England team are saying out there, Sarah. What do you reckon?
I'm not sure. Chatting about the mix of cordial that they're drinking, maybe. just trying to encourage one another. I'm sure they're trying to stick together. That's the one thing that Heather Knight will be doing, trying to rally the troops and say, come on here, let's push hard. We've just got this sort of final session to go. Let's get as much out of it as we can. 1 wicket, that'll bring a second. I think that'll be the language. It has to be.
Well, here come the Gulls, suddenly arriving with great enthusiasm. That at least sort of 100 have suddenly appeared from nowhere, and we know, as per our email early on, that they can reach the age of 30.
It was very good you didn't say seagulls.
I didn't say seagulls. I've just said gulls now.
Well done.
But isn't that fun? So they, sadly, there's not a single one out there that's seen a women's test at the MCG, because that was 1949, the last one. And even our most veteran,
the grandfather of, not even, maybe.
Maybe. And as for somebody that saw Betty Snowball's fabulous innings that has been surpassed by the efforts of Annabelle Sutherland today, well, that will be distant memories. And it's part of what's lovely about this test match is it does give a chance to look a bit back through history and look through some of those memories, those names. And it's brought together so many brilliant names from Australian women's cricket from years gone by who are a floor below us, sharing all those conversations and enjoying going down memory lane. And it's a brilliant part of it. And this occasion, it's felt like a proper, almost like a sort of festival, hasn't it, this first few days?
It certainly has. Particularly as someone that's been involved in women's cricket, I feel like you walk down there and there's a heap into that function room. Yes, there's a heap of people played against, played with, but actually in the outer two, the opportunity to catch, everybody's come in to support this occasion. So it's been lovely. It has been a festival. There's been lots of people. For those of us that have been within that sort of women's cricket community in Victoria and Australia, it's been a great occasion.
There's a message on the SMS. With the glory days well in the rear-view mirror, I'm spending a glorious northwestern Tasmanian summer evening with a sports drink. The ABC team on the wireless, well, through the phone on the ABC Listen app. Listeners in the UK, BBC Sounds would be your equivalent. Playing on the cricket computer games, I'm setting SA a total to chase. Caleb Jewell and I are at 0 for 146. 2 days to play in the Sheffield Shield. Now we're talking.
Fantastic.
Right, we're going to see Sophie Eccleston, who's put down 2 very presentable chances today. Coming in for the far end of the ground, the Shane Warne stand in the distance. Still plenty in. We've seen, again, over 10,000 making their way into the ground. Tomorrow I think we'll see more. It's a weekend, of course, and the temperatures will be a little bit higher. And higher again on Sunday, should we get that far.
That's right. Well, particularly tomorrow to come along, if you get the chance, because you'll see Australia bat, you would have thought, and then you'll get the chance to see the likes of Kimmy Garth with the new ball, and Australia going hard for these 10 wickets.
Eccleston with a bit of effort. And an edge pass slip, and Knight couldn't have got there. Now she has to turn on her heel and try and retrieve the ball before it reaches the boundary. She does that, leading by example. The England captain, who she would say she's not had a flawless series, but I think in terms of leadership and attitude, she's been pretty exceptional, actually, in trying circumstances.
Yeah, full credit has to go to her, doesn't it? Challenging to lead any team on a away tour under these circumstances.
Partnership 36 off 69 balls. They're not going at an express rate, these two. As in comes Eccleston, bowling to Gardner, and stopped by Tammy Beaumont at short leg. The lead, 190, Australia 4 for 360.
I'm interested to get your thoughts too, Henry, on Shelley Nitschke, former Australian player, obviously coach of this Australian side.
Eccleston bowls a slightly quicker ball, which is defended by Gardner.
I think it's her in that position is really valuable. Obviously set up before with Matthew Mott and the likes, but to have a former Australian player that has been there and done that and understands the work ethic, the intensity, her leadership is exceptional. She's the right person to do it. She's got humility. She understands it. She's very grounded.
Oh, that's a good ball from Eccleston. Beats the bat of Gardner, and there's oohs and ahs out there in the middle.
She had to work hard to earn her spot. She came into the Australian side later than most. She's tough. Kind, tough, but gets it. Is that, have England explored that? Is that an area?
It's a good question, isn't it? And here comes Eccleston, bowls to Gardner, defended once again. They need somebody who, whether it's John Lewis and a different guys, whether it's some other leadership figure coming in as well.
Who's in the camp at the minute? They got past English player in that big support crew that you speak of?
Well, no, frankly. As this is hit away firmly by Ash Gardner, out through the offside. Boucher in pursuit, won't stop it. And 4 runs to conclude the over to see Australia's lead heading to within 6 of 200 now. And Gardner plays that very nicely indeed to move to 27 from 45. And it's a very good question. I think, do you need someone from an era of years gone by to say, you don't know what you've got compared to what we had to fight for? But I'm getting out of the way. We could continue this chat all day, but Matt Clinch is going to take up commentary.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener app.
Thank you, Henry. The floodlights have taken full toll here at the MCG. The Seagulls are back in Australia, 4 for 364 with Beth Mooney toiling away on 69. Ash Gardner is on 27 and the start of a new over. And Nat Sevabrunt coming into Beth Mooney. She defends into the onside. 103 overs completed. Australia leading by 194 runs. It's a challenging scenario for England to be in, Sarah, as they try and find some optimism and some energy as we get late in the night.
Hopefully a regroup at drinks there. They've created chances. That's what they've got to keep going with. They just need to take them.
Sevabrunt wide of the off stump, and it's driven through the gap at cover point and through for a single as Beth Mooney moves to 70. Australia 4 for 365.
Yeah, it can be demoralising, the fact that they haven't taken as many wickets, but they need to be encouraged that they're creating chances.
A day in which Annabelle Sutherland scored 163 from 258 deliveries, including 21 fours and 1 6. And the surprise was when she got an edge onto her off stump. Nat Sevabrunt with a shorter delivery. Amy Jones is up to the stumps and a wide is called. It was well done by Jones to take that. Ash Gardner sort of backing away a little bit. Decided not to play the pull shot. Australia 4 for 366.
It was a good delivery, wasn't it? She's strong on the crease. Not necessarily that much pace, but really hits the deck.
Into her 15th over. She comes in over the wicket and it's driven by Ash Gardner, but straight to Tammy Beaumont, who does the fielding at extra cover.
I wonder how long Ash will be patient here. The feeling she might be getting a little angsty. That run rate has slowed down a little bit. I know what she's capable of. The ball's getting a little softer.
It felt like when Annabelle Sutherland and Beth Mooney were out there was a real intent to score and score freely. Sevabrunt in past the umpire and Gardner up on her toes, looking to punch it into the offside, but straight to Tammy Beaumont once more. Didn't have to move too far to her left to cut off the single. 4 for 366.
I'm sure the crowd would appreciate some Ash Gardner batting.
Coming back after that calf injury, you just wonder how much batting she has done in the days leading up to the test match. Obviously, she would have had to have done enough to be past fit. Sevabrunt angling it in down the leg side and unable to pick up the single there. Ash Gardner plays it straight to Heather Knight, who does the fielding at mid-wicket, the one fielder inside the close range region with a deep backward square leg and a wideish fine leg for Nat Sevabrunt.
I don't think she would have had to do too much batting, to be fair. That last innings she had down in Hobart was unbelievable. That 100 she made, more a mental preparation for her, not necessarily hitting balls. I think just switching.
Sevabrunt streaming in and defending. This time Ash Gardner into the offside. Just the 2 runs coming from that over. Australia 4 for 366. Mooney on 70, Gardner on 27. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you through the ABC and the BBC through Test Match Special.
It's just a shift in mindset for Gardner, I think. I think she doesn't need to hit more balls. She's hit plenty over the summer, but just getting her head into the frame that, okay, it's Test cricket. How am I going to approach that? What are my batting plans? Where am I going to score? How am I going to tighten up my decision making, if that sort of makes sense? And she will have done that and prepared really well for this.
How significant did you think that Ash Gardner innings was in Hobart, given she's had plenty of times where she's got past 50, but to go on and score 100 for her country, it wasn't lost on her what it meant, and the concentration and application, which she clearly had spent a bit of time thinking about it, and Beth Mooney being there probably helped her.
Oh, it was really special. You could see how much it meant to her. It's a big milestone, a mental one, but to break through, terrific for her.
Sophie Eccleston from the Shane stand end comes into Beth Mooney and just pushes it into the onside. There's a short leg once more. Tammy Beaumont has the helmet on. Nat Sever-Brunt is at mid-wicket. Long on is just slightly back. Mid-off extra cover and backward point. Slip in place as well for Eccleston as Mooney just tries to turn it from outside off stump, but can't pick up a single once more.
I think Ash Gardner's capable of so much with a bat, and she'd probably be, not disappointed is the wrong word. In the last couple of years, the bowling's sort of taken over more and been the focus, but hopefully we'll see another level with her batting.
Mooney on 70. Eccleston comes in. Quicker delivery. And Beaumont's right in the game there in the batter's eye line. Just trying to cut it off to her right. It trickles past her and Sever-Brunt does the fielding. But 3 dot balls to start with. Eccleston into her 32nd over for the day. 1 for 108. As the leggy comes in and forward comes Beth Mooney. Once more, watchful, not wanting to play a rash shot. She's had a few lifes, Beth Mooney, tonight.
She has, hasn't she?
Ridden her luck, still there on 70.
She'll be loving this opportunity for her. This Test match 100 will be pretty special.
In comes Sophie Eccleston. It's clipped away this time by Beth Mooney. Out to the fielder at long on as McDonald Gay does the fielding. Australia 4 for 367. With the 1 run so far coming off the over with 1 delivery to go. And with no Elise Perry batting so far, a golden opportunity for Beth Mooney just to get 1 spot up the order and just a little bit more time out in the middle. Eccleston around the wicket to Ash Gardner, who looks to drive out towards McDonald Gay, who throws at the non-striker's end, and a direct hit. Unfortunately, Gardner was comfortably able to get through to move to 28. Australia 4 for 368. The lead is up to 198. 2 runs coming from that over. Thank you to Sarah Elliott, who's going to take a breather, and Alex Hartley to come back in and join you on ABC Sport and through the BBC. Crowd posted at 10,405 in for day 2. And they've seen a memorable day from an Australian point of view. Alex Hartley, welcome back.
Good to be back.
Is it? Almost said with some
gritted teeth.
Some conviction.
Great to be back.
You've been a part of these huddles in the England camp from time to time. We expect Heather Knight to take the reins and Nat Sever-Brunt to step in from the side and offer support. Who are some of the other voices who might come in to just offer a word or two, especially given someone like Sophie Eccleston's had a tough day?
Yeah, I think Sophie Eccleston is one of the leaders in this group. You've obviously got Amy Jones behind the stumps as well, Kate Cross on the sidelines along with Charlie Dean. So there are players that can get these girls up and about. Tammy Beaumont always has energy out in the field no matter where she is, and now England have probably 150 extra fielders out in the middle.
The Seagulls have come right on cue about an hour before the scheduled stumps time, and as the night has taken full toll, the floodlights on, and Lauren Bell is back into the attack from the members' end. Slip in place for her, with Australia leading by 198 runs as she comes in from the members' end. Bowls to Ash Gardner, who's looking to drive, and it's fielded out backward point. Danny White-Hodge does the fielding. How have you assessed the England chances that have been throughout the day?
There's been some poor misses, hasn't there? Some poor misses for England today.
And as in the world of today's media, the cameras start to focus on Heather Knight every time a catch is put down. John Lewis gets focused as to where he is, how is he taking it in. Bell back of a length, it's dropped onto the offside by Ash Gardner, calls Beth Mooney through. And Gardner moves to 29, 4 for 369.
Yeah, the longer England are out there, the more they are showing the coach, John Lewis, out on the side. I mean, they are going to, aren't they? You know, questions are going to be asked at the end of this tour.
What's the developing narrative, isn't it, around England's tour to Australia? The gap between the number 1 and number 2 side, England's fielding, some of the comments that have been made, and you have to try and provide a result. As Bell comes around the wicket, this time Mooney pushes into the offside and quickly calls through for the single. So the Australians just picking up some quick singles here with Lauren Bell back into the attack, 4 for 370, and now that is a lead of 200 runs with those 2 singles in the 106th over. Beth Mooney just down on one knee, stretching out her hamstring. She's at the non-striker's end. Lauren Bell, short ball, and Ash Gardner ducks underneath it. This partnership now up to 46 runs from 89 deliveries.
It's well bowled that from Lauren Bell and well played from Ash Gardner. And just in the back of my mind, how costly is that drop going to be from someone like Ash Gardner? Dropped at first slip.
Yep. Just taking a little while to get going tonight, Ash, so the indication it's not all that easy to bat. Bell comes in, and how is that beaten off stump? Through Ash Gardner, and Amy Jones takes a good long look at the stumps. That was a beautiful delivery.
Yeah, brilliant delivery from Lauren Bell. Just angles in towards Ash Gardner and just holds its line and nips ever so slightly, but just does enough, and it just goes over the top of off stump. Great delivery from Lauren Bell.
Ash Gardner has a pretty good poker face, but a bit of a wry smile there, thinking, oh well, still here. And Bell trying to create something here for England late. Angling it in down the leg side, and this time Gardner's able to get all over that. Pulls it down to fine leg. It's cut off just inside the boundary. She comes back for 2. Excellent running. Sophia Dunkley had to cover a fair bit of ground moving around to her right. This partnership now up to 48. Ash Gardner to 31. Australia 4 for 372.
Yeah, this partnership just ticking along nicely, isn't it, for these two?
News coming through from Sri Lanka. Play has been called off for the day. Sri Lanka are 5 for 136 at stumps on day 3. So coverage to get underway around 2:30. 3:30. We're 2:30. 2:30 for the women's Ashes. 3:30 for the Australian men's test against Sri Lanka. So both available on the ABC Listen app. 3:15 the first ball for day 4 Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. So Australia having posted 6 declared for 654. Ever been to Sri Lanka?
I have, yeah. Beautiful place to talk.
Gaul?
Not been to Gaul.
Not been to Gaul?
No, I spent a lot of time in Colombo.
What was your travel diary highlight from there?
Ooh, it's a great question. We actually had a tour there during rainy season, so all the cricket got cancelled, and then in the afternoon it was blazing sunshine. It was lovely.
Sophie Eccleston to come in from the Shane stand side. Slip in place into Beth Mooney, who's pushing it into the offside. And it's fielded at backward point when Filer does the fielding. She's had a couple of wild throws and apologises to Amy Jones, who wears that one on the body. Yeah, just watching the last couple of days in Sri Lanka, they get a little bit of rain at night and then hot and humid early in the morning. Looks like a great place to watch cricket, as I think Mooney's just been distracted by the seagulls moving around once more.
Yeah, Sophie Eccleston actually seeing the funny side of that as all the seagulls go right across the middle of the pitch.
She was at that stage where she was right about to release the ball and was able to hang on to it. 4 for 372. Eccleston over the wicket, comes into Beth Mooney, who's just taking a stride forward and defending into the onside. If you flicked on the radio, it just joined us tonight. Elise Perry hasn't been on the field since yesterday in the middle session. A hip injury when she was fielding. Was scheduled to come in at number 3. Right on cue, she's on the monitor. As Mooney, almost mindful of Tammy Beaumont with the helmet there. Short leg, just trying to make sure she doesn't spoon one straight to her under the helmet. Eccleston trying to draw her forward. 4 for 372. Mooney staying in her crease as she defends once more.
She bowled nicely again today, Sophie Eccleston, hasn't she? Just consistently hitting the top of off stump, consistently bowling at the stumps. Into a 33rd over of the day.
Rick had the numbers that she bowled over 70 overs in the UK in the Ashes. As this next delivery is short and Mooney pulls it away. Hit with power and timing. Backward of square and across the rope for 4. Just a little short from Sophie Eccleston. And Mooney was able to pounce to move to 76. 4 for 376 Australia.
Yeah, it's good shot from good shot from Mooney, who just sees that one is slightly more back of a length and manages to pull the ball past Tammy Beaumont. I can't put...
You and I both need caffeine.
Yeah, I can't speak. Put my teeth in.
Less than 10 runs away now from her highest test score of 85.
So Beth Mooney on 76. Sophie Eccleston trying to close out this over. A little more flight, and Beth Mooney is able to play it away out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Just a single. As it's gathered in the boot deep by Maya Bouchier. 4 for 377.
Seagulls are so brave. The ball went in between them and none of them moved. None of them moved.
That is the end of the over. Ben Cameron is coming in to join you. Alex Hartley on ABC Sport, and through Test Match Special, Australia 4 for 377.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Just another manic Monday. Wish it was Sunday.
Thanks, Clinchy. Need you to lift, Hartley.
You need me to lift?
Yep.
What do you mean?
Late in the day. Bring some energy to finish off the day. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Through the UK on TMS. Spell bowling, gliding Mooney. Down to the third boundary. Just opens the face on it. Controls it through the vacant gully. And brings up another boundary. 4 for 381. Mooney into the 80s.
There are no catches now for England. No slips, no one at deep third. And that one played beautifully to deep third for 4.
Complete nightfall here in Melbourne now. Dark night sky, bright lights. Lauren Bell running in, bowling to Mooney, full and on the leg stump and turning it to the mid-wicket fielder. Mooney's highest test score, 85. That came against England in Nottingham in 2023. Did I beat you to the punch? Sorry, Rick.
Not at all. We got it in last over.
He beat you. I'm lucky. Rick never...
I was listening. I don't know how I missed it. Sorry, Rick. Just daydreaming. Bell around the wicket again to Mooney. Going back to defence, sets off for a quick single. Could be a chance here. Underarm at the stumps, misses. It wasn't a bad effort from the English fielder, scurrying in.
Yeah, Siva Brunt there, scurrying in, like you're saying, not far away from hitting the stumps, but I think Ash Gardner would have been safe, but a quick single there for Beth Mooney, and Ash Gardner, yeah, she'd have been home by a long way.
Yeah, comfortably through. Almost past the stumps. Slip in place. Backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square leg and a fine leg. Bell bowls outside the off stump. Gardner lets it pass. Do you think Australia should have declared, leading by 212?
Absolutely not. There's still 2 days left of this test match.
I think they should have. I think they should have had a bowl at England tonight. Brand new ball under lights.
I think Australia are in England's heads as it is. I don't think they need to necessarily make the most of the ball. Had they have got off to a flyer and, you know, they were 200 ahead before tea, then maybe.
Bell delivers. Back Gardner nearly chops it on. Off an under edge. Lands at her feet, trickles away.
But they still have the opportunity to bat all day tomorrow and bowl at England under lights tomorrow and then the next day. There's still so much time left in this game. Australia are in a very, very comfortable position.
You think they might run it that deep, almost until let's say, tea tomorrow afternoon if they're still batting and then look at declaring?
Well, if they can lead by 500, I don't see why not.
Bell passes the umpire, bowling to Gardner, turns it around the corner on the pull shot. Fielder down at fine leg, does the work.
The only thing is they might find it easy to bowl at England when the temperature's 31 rather than 38 on Sunday.
Yeah, that is a good point. 4 for 383. Now the Aussies, a lead of 2-1-3. Rick Finlay getting involved there. Alex, chin up. Absolutely love your passion for England. I feel ill when Australia lose. Can't quite read the rest of it, but that's from Dave in the road train.
Do you want to read the rest of it? Nah, you don't need to read that out loud. Thanks, Dave, I know.
The fawning's too much.
Well, what can I say? The ABC listeners love an English accent. Because they love Stephen Finn when he comes over as well.
They do love Finny.
The Love Doctor. Was he called did we do
the Love Doctor? Yeah, we did. We did.
Yeah. Back in 2021 when the England men's Ashes was a disaster as well.
Eccleston to have a bowl from the Shane Warne stand end. Fizzes out and offie, going back Gardner, slapping it through point. Just the one. 4 for 384. Play called off in the test between Australia and Sri Lanka, raining over there. Day 3. Sri Lanka 5 for 136. Trailing by 518 runs. Over the wicket to the lefty comes Eccleston. Going back and trying to cut. Just a late dab in the end from Mooney. For one in the direction of third. Some young tacker eating his ice cream on the big screen, getting a lot of love. Oh, he's raising the ice cream. He's pretty happy with it as well.
That's the best thing I've seen all day.
That is very cute.
The best thing I've seen all day. That is adorable.
He's loving that ice cream. Eccleston bowls and Gardner drives along the ground for one down to long off. What was the hand signal he was making?
He's so sweet. Not sure he knew what to do, really. As the crowd cheered him as he was chowing down his ice cream.
I could go on ice cream.
In this weather.
Slipping a bat pad. Eccleston bowls. Mooney forward defensive. That lead 216 here for the Aussies. So many drop chances for the English today. What can Eccleston do with this next delivery? Arms flail, bowls now. Forward goes Mooney, very watchfully. Trying to bring up that maiden test ton. I've spoken throughout the day about the fact that a test record isn't nearly as good as a record in the white ball formats. Good question for you too, Hartley. I'll get back to that in a moment. Bowling again. Here is Eccleston and lifted by Mooney, not far away from the bat pad. Through mid-wicket for a single onto 84, within one of that highest test score. 4 for 387, end of the over. Why do the players and what we now call the dugouts, he's back. The young fella is lying across 3 seats.
He's posing.
Like he's posing for a male calendar, flailing his legs, eating his ice cream. This is unbelievable gear.
Paint me like one of your French girls. That's how he's lying on there.
He's pulling faces. This is far more entertaining than the cricket.
This is outstanding from the young fella.
This kid is a thespian. Naturally theatrical. The finger. Not the rude finger, that's the gun fingers.
What a hero.
Pew pew. Bell bowling to Mooney here on the leg stump, and she just nurdles it away to mid-wicket. He's still pulling faces, this young lad.
He's eating his ice cream, his teeth are freezing. He's going, is
that brain freeze?
I think it could be. He's just put the whole cone in his mouth. He's got the bog eyes going and everything. What a guy. Bring him back tomorrow.
He's locked on Cam at the moment. He's pretty happy with his own work as well. The Australian team are laughing about it in the dugout. All draped in towels, trying to keep warm. Bell arrives again to Mooney. Tucks it around the corner for one. Another single, so equal highest score in Test cricket now for Beth Mooney. 4 for 388. Do you think they will leave a little bit of suspense here? Just maybe a couple of balls and then bring him back?
Oh, I'd love that. I would love that. You said you had a question for me before we were distracted by a hero on the big screen. Can you remember what it was? Come on.
The hero down there eating his ice cream. Well, yeah, what it was about the players being draped in towels rather than just wearing a jumper or something of the like, as Bell bowls outside the off stump onto the back foot. Gardner hops and cuts through cover point for a single. Lead of 219 for the Aussies now.
Well, I'm guessing no one's brought their puffer jackets from home with them because it's summer, isn't it?
No, but
they will have jackets and jumpers on underneath,
exactly,
and the extra layer of the towel.
But most of them don't. Most of them are just going with they're sort of wearing their white shirt, their whites.
They've been sat there for a couple of hours. It's the closest thing to...
Just go down to the rooms, get your hoodie.
Superstition.
Get your...
Can't move. Can't move.
Bell goes full here to Mooney. Just turns it away towards mid-wicket, as if that's going to work. England, you might move, it might create a chance, but England would drop it.
You said it, not me.
Four for 389. Plenty of Seagulls have come in again for the evening. Spell runs in those straight lines again. Full outside the off stumper, playing a miss.
Oh, Bell's had a few playing misses today. That one just outside the off stump, as you say. She's coming around the wicket now to Beth Mooney. A little change of angle and not going right across her. Beth Mooney thinks that's a drivable length and it wasn't quite there.
Most runs Bell has conceded in a test innings, beating a previous 91. She's up to 96 now.
Bell bowls and Mooney takes it off the off stump, drops it down on the onside. 96, Rick?
94, actually.
Got him.
Just testing you.
Well, I actually thought, Lonnie, you're not counting right. Katie Martin's asking for energy. She's asking me to just lift.
Well, must be my spirit animal, because that's what I've been asking of you too. Just a little flat today. 6.5 out of 10.
That's high praise. I'd happily be a 6.5 out of 10 for the rest of my life.
4 for 389. Now the Aussies. Now the kids jumping around on the screen trying to replicate the stardom of the ice cream boy.
It's just not going to be the same.
No. Slip in place, two catching covers. Eccleston around the wicket. Forward Gardner. Ball flicks off the bat to backward point. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron, Alex Hartley, former World Cup winner for England. Eccleston trots in again. Forward goes Gardner on the drive, just leaning on it. Well saved in there by Maya Bouchier.
Yeah, a good bit of energy there from Maya Bouchier, and the covers stops the easy single. Lovely shot from Ash Gardner, but a good piece of fielding. That's the energy England need as they go into the last half an hour of the day.
Into a trot, Eccleston, bowling to Gardner, well full and driving it back to the bowler. Maya Bouchier's dad, was he one of the early investors in Wisden?
Yes. Yeah.
Rick's a big Wisden collector. There's all of his yellow Wisden books at home.
You got them all?
Yes, I do.
They're worth a few bob, that.
Eccleston bowls, going back, Gardner cuts forward a point, protection in the deep. Just a minuscule amount compared to Rick's property portfolio? Where are you staying while you're here? Probably in one of Rick's apartments. Probably owns the hotel building.
Well, if that's so, can you get your cleaners to clean the rooms a bit more, please?
Lead of 220. Here for Australia. Eccleston over the wicket. Back and pulling is Mooney. Through backward square leg. Might have hit a seagull there. Takes off into flight.
They're not frightened, are they? They
No.
don't move. Must be really off-putting as a fielder. Genuinely, because you can't really attack the ball. I'm surprised no one's been deposited on yet as well.
Mooney's high score there, Ben.
Yeah, moves to 86. Thank you, Rick. Eccleston gives it some flight to Gardner. Plays a full ball off the back foot. Punches it out to backward point, end of the over. 4 for 391. The Aussies, a lead of 221. Yeah, I can only imagine that the ball would be maybe trickling over a little bit of that. Just put that up on the big screen. Beth Mooney's highest test score. I'm sure she would dearly love a test century. Showing highlights on our monitors of our very own Sarah Elliott. Playing in a test match against England. Where would that have been, Alex?
Where? I wasn't watching the monitor, sorry. So
I think it was the venue that Henry was speaking
Wormsley.
about. Wormsley. I was going to go with Wormsley,
Beautiful venue.
but I just didn't quite have the confidence.
Beautiful venue. Privately owned. Stunning. In the countryside.
One of my great regrets in life was that I didn't go over and spend a 6-month period, the Aussie winter, playing cricket over in Chelmsford.
Yep. Should have done. Great place.
Filer bowling around the wicket here to Mooney. Off the thigh pad. Maybe a little bit of bat involved as well. Balloons down towards fine leg, just leg buys. So the lead is Richie Beno, 2-2-2. 4 for 392. Was that sarcasm or?
No.
Would it great spot?
Yeah, great spot, yeah. I'm guessing you were thinking of going, when you were a bit younger, so belting night out.
Not that old.
Well, no, I know you're not.
Yeah, it was when I was 18, 19.
Yeah,
Would have been great
field
fun.
day.
Over the wicket again, Filer. Slip in place, bowling to Gardner, flashing, playing a miss. We're going to cut. That ball just jumped a little bit. Through to the keeper it goes.
Ben, Australia haven't had 2 century makers in the one innings this millennium.
Wow. When was the last time then, Rick?
And 1998 at Worcester. And also Guildford in the same year. Worcester was the last of those.
Who were the players involved? Filer arrives, bowls to Gardner. It balloons back to the bowler, dropped. Lunging one-handed effort from Filer. And it skimmed the nails and went down.
Another one goes down. That one a tough chance. Heather Knight saying, good effort, Phil. And it was just a leading edge from Ash Gardner, looking to knock the ball into the leg side. It's just out of the fingertips. Just out of reach of Lauren Filer in a follow-through.
Belinda Clark and Karen Rolton.
Of course. Would it be anybody else?
I interviewed Karen Rolton earlier. Would have been good fodder. Wasn't tonight. Filer passes the umpire to Gardner. Squared up slightly. Ball goes out towards cover. I asked Rick earlier what his favourite type of maths is. Hartley, what's yours?
Favourite type of maths?
Yeah.
Mental arithmetic.
Like algebra, calculus?
It's a sort of maths since I left school. I'm so confused why you're laughing at each other.
Filer bowling here to Gardner, playing a miss, trying to force off the back foot. Rick was a maths teacher for many years, and he received a text message from one of his students listening in the UK.
Oh, really? That's wholesome.
The daughter was playing with Rihanna McDonald-Gay at Hayes.
Yes, yeah. Small world.
6 degrees and all of the rest of it. Filer bowls. Gardner struck on the pad, low down. Big appeal for leg before. Will they send it upstairs?
Well, Filer didn't even appeal for this one. It was more the slips that went up. Filer instantly says that ball's going down the leg side. And I'm pretty sure that it was a good over from Lauren Filer. A few questions asked of Ash Gardner. Maybe Lauren Filer might just bring a bit of energy to this England innings.
At the end of the over, 4 for 392. Gardner dropped in that over. Tough chance for Filer on her follow through. Balloon back, high above her, trying to reach back. I think that was the toughest of the chances today that we've graded against this England team. Good evening, team. As you ponder the reasons why the Aussies dominate and have such depth, one major reason I believe would be the induction of Have a Go Junior Cricket, sponsored by Chocolate Milk Additive. I was involved when it began in the 90s, and weeknight activity changed children's participation rates and also encouraged girls to join, and the mums and dads would get involved too. That was a generation ago, and now the benefits are being enjoyed. Pardon the pun. That's from Greg. Slipping a bat pad around the bat. Eccleston with a cable knit sweater on. Beth Mooney on strike. Eccleston bowls. Gives it some air on the leg stump. Mooney off her pad. It's not a bad shout from Greg. I don't mind that.
Yeah, the younger you can get people involved, the better.
Eccleston tries again. Forward goes Mooney, and it squirts out through square leg. Just for one.
Now this is what I want to see. Sophie Eccleston to Ash Gardner. You sort of feel like something will happen here. It's got to that passage of play where I just feel like something might happen.
What's the plan? Slow and wide, maybe outside off stump?
Yeah, I think just entice Ash Gardner to drive the ball to one of those extra covers that are in catching.
A left arm orthodox around the wicket. Quicker delivery. Just chopping down on it. Ladies Gardner, they get through for one. Underarm from square leg. Went a bit quicker and flatter there, Eccleston. Wouldn't mind the slower, loopier, quite wide outside off stump approach to Ash Gardner. I think that could work. Four for 394, the Aussies. A lead of 2-2-4. Eccleston gives it some air and Mooney drives. On drive all the way along the carpet. Just for one more. Gets off the very nervous 87. Devils number avoided.
87. I thought it was 13.
Well, 87's 13 from 100. Australia are very superstitious about 87. Eccleston bowls Gardner down the track. Hammers it. One bounce to the fielder at mid-on. Did you not know that was a superstitious number in Australia?
No.
Rick, can you please back me up on this one?
It has been known to been said, yes. Yeah.
Not in England.
But it's not based on fact at all. In fact,
no. Superstition.
In terms of numbers getting out at 87.
Eccleston tries again. Gardner stands tall to defend. In what way do you mean that, Rick? So there's not a high percentage of dismissals on 87 as opposed to other numbers?
Last time I checked it was actually lower than the numbers around it.
That is the end of the over. Alex Hartley's had enough. She's out. So am I. Double change coming in. Michelle Goscoe, Henry Moran.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra, and BBC Sounds.
I'm broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor, but I'm kind. I'm short, but I'm healthy. Yeah. I'm high, but I'm grounded. I'm sane, but I'm over.
Right, I have some attendance figures for you, which is rather exciting because we've got a record. Here we go. The attendance today, 11,918, so up on yesterday. Here comes Lauren Filer, chasing a couple of seagulls out of the way. Both of those were planning on approaching with some medium pace from around the wicket by the looks of it.
Still can't catch those either.
Oh, good luck catching a gull. In comes a delivery from Filer, high up on the bat of Mooney, who drops into the offside, no run. So, across the 2 days. Total crowd, 23,561. It's a world record attendance for any women's test match.
Oh, that's amazing.
Surpassing 23,207 at Trent Bridge in 23.
There we go.
It's a good news.
It's been well supported, actually, around the country, this Ashes series.
Still 2 days to go.
Well, yeah. Weekend days as well in the sunshine. Mooney's on 88. Filer is beginning this approach with the elbows out wide, and she's in, bowls, and Mooney wants a single. She'll get it as well. Brilliant running from Beth Mooney again. She got back quickly, actually, relatively. 89 from 137. Andrew messages. Rick, what's the highest successful fourth innings run chase in a women's test? Something tells me it's going to be fewer than 226, which is Australia's lead at the moment.
Didn't think there'd be any declaration here tonight, Henry, either.
No. It's going to keep bomb batting. Gardner waits and plays that late over the fielder. That solitary fielder at slip and down to the boundary for 4 runs. Easy enough. Out towards a Shane Warne stand. Now with that brings up 400 for Australia. 400 for the loss of just 4 wickets. The lead 230, and the Gulls all rise as one in acknowledgement of that. And it's 3,000 runs for Australia in that stroke for Gardner as well. So lovely moment. For some reason, the Gulls have all taken off from our left, and they've just flown over the square, and now they've just dropped down to our right. What's going on?
Well, the ball went down there. I guess you're trying to evade that.
Yeah.
So they go the other side, but interesting.
Well, Gardner's quite dangerous through mid-wicket, so they might be wanting to take some evasive action. Here comes Filer. Running in, still that one slip waiting. And this is banged in short, nicely played. Again, late down towards deep third, fielded in the distance. Gardner moves to 42.
Wouldn't mean too many grounds where there's seagulls on the grounds in England, Henry?
You do at Hove.
Yes.
You get
I have played
lots
at Hove,
of
actually.
And actually, the local football team there, Brighton and Hove Albion, they are known as the Seagulls.
That is very true. Absolutely.
Here is Filer, round the wicket to bowl to Beth Mooney on 88. And Mooney plays the ball round the corner, and Amy Jones has dived to her right, and for a moment Filer thinks taking a catch, but I think it's dropped just short. So it wasn't far away, but it wasn't quite a wicket.
That high successful chase is 198. Australia for the loss of 3 wickets at Bankstown in 2010-11. Test matches.
Okay.
Here we go.
There have been higher fourth innings totals, but they either ended in draws or losses.
She did take that cleanly, Amy Jones. This is played through the offside. That's a good stop. It really is. Anna McDonald-Gay diving to a right at point. I'll be interested to see a replay of what that came off from Mooney as it went down the leg side towards Jones, but she took it cleanly. End of the over. By the way, on the SMS, you can join the conversation with us here on ABC and BBC commentary. There's a lot of love for you, Gozzy. We've got Kirsten Pike, there's a name we might know, from Brisbane. Loving the commentary. Nothing better than hearing Gozzy on the radio. I'm Sienna from Victoria, and Michelle Goscoe is the best commentator ever. I'm Maddie from the Sunshine Coast. Michelle Goscoe is the best commentator. Love you guys. Shout out to the Dunnekins at home. Tanya from Brisbane at the MCG tonight. Loving the commentary from Michelle. And Elise from Brisbane at the MCG. We're Project Inspire, says Michelle Goscoe, the best commentator. There you go.
Yeah, I might have had a bit of a visit down in the room downstairs. So Project Inspire, that is fantastic, actually, that group of young women down there with the great Belinda Clark, who's been leading that as well. So
I mean, the repetition it's almost as though one message was written, and there's a sort of symmetry to the messaging, Gozzy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought there were sort of ways of filtering out these things on social media.
I'll have to talk to them.
Sentiments I agree with, though, Gozzy. Helped round the corner by Beth Mooney, who's going to get a run to move to 91. Eccleston has bowled 36.1 overs, 1 for 125 so far.
been tough going for her, hasn't it, Sophie Eccleston?
They call us a league buy on that one, Henry.
Was it? Righto. So she remains on 90, thank you. The lead 2-3-3. Something made me laugh a minute ago. It says, if England lose this inside of 4 days, they'll be able to catch a flight home. Only they'd fail to catch it.
Oh, dearie me. Oh.
Don't. You can't laugh. 2 short covers in place as Gardner plays towards both of those fielders, and Nat Sever-Brunt crouches down to pick up.
Oh, it's funny. It's been a kind of Katy Perry day, actually, for England. It's a bit hot and cold in the field, mainly cold here, but yeah, it's been dreadful at times.
Gardner coming forward. It comes off the outer half of the bat and drops into the offside. Some stats on dropped catches, which is an interesting one, actually, because we were wondering the question as to, obviously England have dropped some absolute horrors, but Australia haven't been perfect, and actually pretty far from perfect, actually. Here is Eccleston, a quicker ball which Gardner's onto and slices out towards deep cover point, and actually Dunkley is slow to that, and they get through for 2, and that is, again, it's slack from England. That shouldn't have been 2.
Yeah, not good enough. Needs to be better. I know it's late in the day, but they're playing test match cricket at the iconic MCG. Can't wait to hear this stat, Henry.
Well,
very excited
I'm
about
building
this.
up the tension. I might wait till the end of the over as it's defended by Gardner into the offside. Eccleston continuing to wheel those arms around, looking to try and create an opportunity. She doesn't seem to have got the turn that we saw from Alana King yesterday. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, nowhere near it.
Eccleston again. Final ball of her 37th over. She's in a quicker ball. Oh, it's been spooned in the air. Who wants it? Underneath it. Catch is taken. Would you believe it? Running in, it's Filer. And oh, she so nearly puts it down. Looking at the replay, goodness me. She clutches those boots that have been causing her problems, but England do have a wicket. And Gardner goes for 44. Running in from square leg. Lauren Filer, not with the safe hands, with the hands, and just about hangs on.
Oh, wow. Well, Ash Gardner tried to turn that behind square leg. Got a thickish outside edge, and you're right there, it ballooned up in the air, and Lauren Filer came in, almost overcooked it, got the hands up. She actually got her hands underneath, with her pinkies underneath the ball, and then luckily enough for her, well, you know, she doesn't mind falling on her backside. That's exactly what she did, trying to catch that ball as well. So yeah, late in the day they get one. So Sophie Eccleston was absolutely exhausted, couldn't even celebrate that wicket. So they get another one finally here, England.
Well, they do, and it's taken a while. And here comes Talia McGrath, head of the Hydra. You know, one goes and another one springs up. Oh dear, Talia McGrath, who for most sides have been their top 3. It's a horrible sort of shoveling shot that came off a leading edge into the air, and she so nearly dropped that.
Oh my word, it was almost like an ice cream cone. We've seen a few of those here today at the MCG, but that was exactly what that was. You know, the old cricket trophies, you get a fifer and you get a trophy and the ball's sitting up the top. That's exactly what that catch was.
I mean, she got the body behind it, so in that sense offered a little bit of protection. If she'd dropped it initially, she might have had another go at it. She's got the ball in hand now.
405 is the highest score which Australia's ever lost its 5th wicket.
Wow. It's paused. The stats will have changed marginally in terms of catch efficiency, but not by much. Across this series, then, Australia have taken 37 catches, but dropped 18, so a 67% catch efficiency. England, 30 catches now, 17 drops. This is outside the off stump, and chasing it is Mooney. It goes through to Amy Jones on the bounce. So England's catch efficiency is around about 64, 65. So actually not far apart. But what is an important detail in all of this is in terms of the measurement. A dropped catch will only count if an attempt is made to take a catch. So any time a fielder has poorly judged a ball and it's not necessarily even been attempted, that won't count against them. So those ones that drop between fielders or fielders in the wrong position. Here is Filer, and dropped into the onside for one more for Mooney, who's on to 91. Not a second run there. Australia's lead now up to 236. And so the other point as well is you might have an Elise Perry diving to her right on the boundary and not quite hanging on for a catch chance that is technically put down, but is something that an England fielder wouldn't get close to.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. For me, that doesn't sit right. For what I've seen throughout this series, I've seen every ball live bar the one in Bellerive. So for me, I was a little bit surprised by that.
Well, as Murray from Geelong says, Gozzy, I've heard a joke. What's the difference between Cinderella and England team? At least Cinderella got to the ball. Here comes Lauren Filer into bowl 2. McGrath driving crisply towards cover and a tumbling save from Nat Sciver-Brunt.
That's very good.
Good joke.
Very, very good.
Well done, Murray.
Well done, Murray. That is very good. I only came up with was Phil Tufnell was the fielding coach of England. That was all I had.
Michael Vaughan, whose fielding credentials were limited, I think it's fair to say, suggested on social media earlier that he might launch a fielding academy for the England team. In comes Filer, slip waiting. It's a short ball, and ducking out of the way is McGrath, and Filer does her best impersonation of the heavy roller as she goes tumbling down the track again.
It's only going to help the batters, so she needs to try and stay on her feet. I can't believe that stat, actually. And I think you made a very good point about actually getting to the balls. There's been numerous occasions where the ball's fallen into no person's land here for England, and the Australians have got a hand on it. So, it's very stark difference with the drops.
Yeah, and I think it's quite hard to... The quality or lack of quality of a drop is quite a subjective thing, isn't it? Fuller delivery, which is driven through the offside, beats the diver fielder. It might even have been half stopped by Gull there. Every little helps from an England point of view. 2 runs are taken. McGrath up and running. The lead 238.
Yeah, S. Gull.
Yeah, England's
+2 in the field, save 2.
Sort of day where you never know who's going to be put up for interview. I wouldn't be surprised if it is S. Thoughts on the day's play?
Yeah, it's been a tough old day, hasn't it? Really, it's been trying to drive home the advantage here for the Aussies.
Again, a forceful drive from McGrath, who has come out with intent here. I wonder if a message has been put out there.
Yeah, I was just thinking, okay, well, Talia McGrath at the end of the over, 5 for 408, that maybe Talia McGrath might, get herself in, and we might see someone else come out in the middle and protect her wicket, but she's come out with full intent.
Well, Elise Perry is carded to come next, but she is wearing a woolly jumper and hasn't got her pads on, or in fact, she hasn't even got her whites on. She's, I think it's fair to say, not anticipating going out to bat if a wicket falls. A message from Andy Zaltzman, who's just texted me. He's our resident Test Match Special statistician. He says, #never trust a catching stat.
No, I'm with him.
He's very much the view that you can't measure these things particularly accurately. Here is Eccleston from the far end, worked into the onside behind square. Dunkley will field. Mooney moves on to 92 from 143 balls. It's 5 for 409, or for our English listeners, 409 for 5. Australia lead by 239.
It doesn't sound any better either way, does it? Really, for England. But you're right about stats. It doesn't tell you the full story. So a lot of people who would coach and watch the games understand that, a tough one-handed chance goes down on the boundary, and there's a caught and bowled that's just been dollied back to the bowler and it's put down. There's a big stark difference with that.
Here is Eccleston, and there's a good ball beating the bat of McGrath, who comes lunging forward, the Australia vice-captain.
What do you think they'll do, Henry? Like, they'll obviously be a really big review into English cricket.
What do I think they'll do? That is a very interesting question. Here is Eccleston, and that's a crunching drive through the offside, and will bring 4 runs. She's been threatening to do that, Talia McGrath, and finally pierces the gap. It was over-pitched, and it sent Maya Bouchier flying, and out to the ropes it goes. Lovely shot. Australia moved to a lead of 243. I think the one thing I hope doesn't happen is that, because the team aren't actually playing together again until the English summer, I hope we don't get to a point of Well, we'll reconvene, we'll come up with lots of plans, and then they quite comfortably beat West Indies at home and everything's okay.
Yeah.
I don't think that's an option after this, actually. I think it's been too bad and too grisly, and they need to remember how bad it's been. McGrath is defending into the onside.
Yeah, I mean, I know Australia didn't win the last World Cup, neither did England, but you know, Australia are probably, for me, the best team in the world.
No doubt. Here's Eccleston, quicker ball, which beats the edge of McGrath's bat. 1 ball left of the over. What would you do if you were in charge of the England side?
Well, they need some fielding practice, that's for sure. Maybe a change of the coaching structure. Don't know, not necessarily think Heather Knight needs to go. I think she's done a pretty good job under trying circumstances.
Eccleston is in, and it's a defensive push into the offside from McGrath. So, end of the over. I'll leave you with those thoughts. It's not exactly a simple brief, it has to be said. 117 overs have been bowled in this innings. Australia 5 down, 413 on the board. The lead 2-4-3 for Shagosco. You'll be joined in a moment to see us through to the close by Matt Clinch.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T, find out what it means to me. R-E-S-P-E-C-T, take F-T-C-T.
Thank you, Henry. As the day is, or the night is coming to an end, Lana King is just stretching on the boundary, hoping she isn't required as Lauren Filer starts a new over. Beth Mooney pushes it out down to deep third and through for a single to move to 93. A possibility for a bit of history here for Beth Mooney before the day is out with 9 minutes to go. She has scored centuries in T20 internationals where she's been a dominant force, one-day internationals, but has not scored a century in Test cricket.
Yeah, it's spot on. It looks like she means business. It'd be nice to get that off, ticked under and done before the end of the day's play. You'd hate to be going sort of 98 not out, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be sleeping too well.
But also you don't want to play a rash shot. Australia lead by 244 runs, so they are in as good a position as what you could be. Filer comes in around the wicket and an inside edge from Talia McGrath into her pad. And it trickles back down the pitch. Australia 5 for 414. Ash Gardner, the last wicket, out for 44.
I like this move, coming around the wicket to the right hand. It hasn't been enough change, has it? Like bowling back of the front crease, bowling wide of the crease, bowling around the wicket. You know, there's employed a couple of
short bowling.
Yeah, it hasn't been any of that. It's just been, okay, well, the ball's not doing much. We just need to do stump to stump. That hasn't worked. You need to try different things to get rid of these Australian batters.
And the nature of Test cricket, more questions are asked than what you have in the shorter formats. Filer back of a length and McGrath up on her toes trying to play it out. Just backward a point where Maya Bouchier does the fielding. McGrath is 6 from 10 deliveries. At one stage, she would have thought she could be captaining this Australian side in the Test match if Elisa Healy wasn't right to take her spot. She was named on the team sheet at number 8. She's been elevated up to number 7 with Elise Perry not batting, but given the fact that in the last Test match between Australia and South Africa in early 2024, she came in at number 4, so hasn't really done a lot wrong. Filer around the wicket, an inside edge from Talia McGrath, which just rolls out backward of square, and Tammy Beaumont with the helmet on does the fielding. Square on the onside.
That's a long tail there for England, isn't it, compared to Australia? Just trying to work out, my maths isn't great, unlike Rick here. I'm just trying to work out who the 8th batter was for England. Sophie Eccleston, I think it was. So, here we go. Eccleston or Talia McGrath, which one's the better batter?
Well, Sophie Eccleston has been disappointing with the bat so far this series as Filer comes in once more and McGrath can't quite get the timing as she plays it straight down to Danny Wyatt-Hodge. In fact, that's Lauren Bell who's got the sweater on. Most of the England players have the sweater on by this stage of the night and the seagulls floating around them.
A lot of seagulls around. See Heather Knight trying to get herself warm as well. Arms flailing about.
Could the captain come in and bowl an over or two to close out the day?
Try something different.
As they often say, sometimes not the best bowlers get wickets at this stage of a match. Filer with a short ball once more, which Talia McGrath ducks underneath. The end of the over, Australia 5 for 414. Just the one run coming from that over. Talia McGrath on 6, Beth Mooney on 93. Matt Lynch alongside Michelle Gosco with you through ABC Sport and the BBC as we close in on stumps on day 2 for this historic day-night test match at the MCG.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up. They've only employed the 5 bowlers here, England, for all day. So Lauren Bell, 25 overs. Lauren Filer has completed her 21st. Matt Silverbrunt, 15 overs. Eccleston, 38 overs. Rihanna McDonald-Gay, 19. So I haven't really tried anything different apart from those 5 bowlers all day.
When Eccleston finishes this over, this will be the most he's ever bowled in one innings. She's already conceded more runs than previously in any innings.
It's a heavy workload she's been asked to do as Sophie Eccleston starts a new over from the Shane Warne stand end. Mooney pulls it down to Whitish backward square and turns and comes back for 2. And she moves to 95. The crowd is sensing a piece of history here with 5 minutes on the clock.
I'll tell you what, the Seagulls are flying around as well. That'll make it a bit more difficult to actually pick the ball up for the fielders.
Eccleston out the top of her mark, slip still in place. And she comes in to Beth Mooney, who's forward and defending into the offside. On the SMS, 0467920222. Hi team, enjoying the coverage of the Ashes, loving the commentary from Alex and Henry. All the teams sitting here nervously to hear if my cousin, Beth Mooney, can raise her to Bhutan. That's from Brett in Ballarat. We are sitting on the edge of our seat as well. Brett, as Beth Mooney comes forward and gets it past Tammy Beaumont. It's short leg and through for a single to move to 96. 5 for 417.
Oh, she's only a boundary away. Brett, hopefully you're enjoying our commentary as well here.
Yes.
In the box, but how exciting. Beth Mooney, I mean, she is an absolute weapon. Shows how to score a run or two, and she can see some history here at the MCG. What a player she is.
3 runs off this over so far. Around the wicket goes Sophie Eccleston to Talia McGrath, who just defends into the onside.
Do you know what? She's the type of player as well. She wouldn't care if she picked it up as a boundary or 4 ones. She wouldn't care.
No.
Or a couple of 2s. It's probably more so her career, isn't it? Picking up those 1s into 2s.
Eccleston into Talia McGrath. Gets an inside edge and it just trickles out. Onto the onside backward a square, and Amy Jones races out to do the fielding. Such a determined and spirited competitor who spent the majority of her career in Queensland and played in Perth in the Women's Big Bash. Behind Elisa Healy with the gloves. Next delivery from Eccleston wide of the off stump, and Talia McGrath lets it go through. The end of the over, Australia 5 for 417. The crowd knowing that gets Beth Mooney back on strike. And Australia's lead is 247.
Yeah, very big cheer there for Talia McGrath, leaving that one wide of the off stump. It does get Beth Mooney on strike. So what a day it has been here and night at the MCG. It's the only part of her career that hasn't been ticked to that box of a test match century. Hopefully she can do it here in this over.
And Heather Knight was warming up with the intention of coming on and having a bowl. So what will we see from her, do you think, here, Michelle Gosco?
Well, I can tell you now, she might drop it short because there's 2 fielders out on the boundary, just in case she does. But, I mean, Beth Mooney's looking here. She'll be knowing where the gaps are. She can get back for a couple and then try and get this ton done here before the close of play.
Heather Knight just adjusting her field. So she has a deep cover, deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket. Mid-on and mid-off are sort of 3/4 of the way to the boundary. And a in-close mid-wicket for Beth Mooney as Heather Knight comes in. She plays off the back foot out to that fielder at deep cover to move to 97. 5 for 418. She might have to do it in singles as just gets a little nervous getting closer to the triple figures.
Yeah, well, Talia McGrath, you just need to knock it on the leg side and get through for a 1 here, get Beth Mooney back on strike. Beth Mooney's not that type of player anyway. She wouldn't care. She'd be just looking at the team total and trying to make sure she's not out.
No player has been 98 or 99 not out in women's tests.
Oh,
overnight.
wow.
Oh, no, don't say that, Rick. Heather Knight comes in with her offies as she bowls to Tali McGrath. She works it around the corner. She thinks about a second and then puts the hand up and says, no, one will do, as it's fielded at wideish fine leg. And Beth Mooney is back on strike. McGrath to 7, 5 for 419.
Oh. Still a lot of people around here at the MCG watching that. Here we go.
Knight around the wicket into Beth Mooney, who's back and cutting out to the fielder at deep cover to move to 98.
Right.
2 singles so far in this over from the English captain. Australia are 5 for 420. The milestone looms just agonisingly closer.
Tali McGrath, same again. Nudged on the leg side.
Slip still in place as Knight wide of the off stump. McGrath hits it in the air, just wide of the fielder. At deep extra cover, and they'll turn and come back for 2. And the crowd is anticipating every moment of this. They're engaged. And then the throw from the deep lands right into Heather Knight. Now, Maya Bouchier puts her hand up to apologise, but you can probably hear there in our effects, Mike, Beth Mooney asking if she's okay, given that it's got her right on the knee. And that's not what you want after having spent the whole day in the field.
Not that I have leg muscles, but in between the knee and the quadricep, there's that little gap in there. That's exactly where it's hit. It's already been enough pain for Heather Knight. Now she's got physical pain.
Now, Beth Mooney would have been well within her rights to just put up the hand and say, no more. She's on the non-striker's end on 98, and a full delivery from Heather Knight is clipped away and straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. 5 for 422. Now, the clock is on 10 p.m, so this is going to be our last over. She's going to be on 98, unless something happens dramatically here. Knight comes in, full delivery to Tali McGrath. She digs it out and plays it down to mid-off. And that's the end of another dominant day from an Australian point of things. Australia 5 for 422. And yet a wry smile from the English players with Beth Mooney on 98 not out and denied the chance to bring up her first Test century here at the MCG.
It's a new marker.
It is.
98, no one's ever been 98, not out before in women's Test.
Tali McGrath is on 9. Australia lead by 252 runs, having started the day at 1 for 56. An incredible day in which saw Annabelle Sutherland score back-to-back Test centuries, having scored 200 back in early stages of start of 2024 against South Africa. She scored 163 today from 258 deliveries before she was eventually bowled by Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. Phoebe Litcher was out first for 45. Alyssa Healy out for 34, and Ash Gardner, the last to fall, out for 44. So Australia at stumps, 5 for 422. Michelle Gosco, some quick reflections on what has been another strong day from an Australian point of view, and a frustrating day as England put catches down in many.
I feel like a balloon that's been deflated there in that last over there. It was constructing really well there for Beth Mooney to get back on strike. She deserved 100 here at the MCG. We saw an epic innings from Annabelle Sutherland, 163 off 258 deliveries. Had a couple of chances early on, but she really capitalised there. And some good contributions from Phoebe Litchfield, 45. Alyssa Healy, 34 off 68. Ash Gardner, 44 off 81. And then a little sneaky 9 not out there from Tali McGrath. But I was hoping at the end there that we would see Beth Mooney. She hadn't got a Test ton yet, and we thought we were seeing 2 tons in the one day, but it wasn't to be. So Beth Mooney, I'm sure she'll go and try and get a good night's sleep tonight, but I'm sure she'll be dreaming about those extra 2 runs.
The toughest of judges will have England drop 7 catches, in which Annabelle Sutherland, I'm only putting her down for 1. I think the second one to Amy Jones really into the pads was a tough chance, but England's fielding will be under the spotlight, and the questions will certainly be asked at the end of the day as to how they try and salvage something out of this tour of Australia. The Aussies dominant, leading 12 points to 0 in the multi-format Ashes series. No side has ever gone on to win 16 points to 0. Australia having done a lot of work at 5 for 422, leading by 252 runs. Rick Finlay.
Australia 4 for 366 today off 98 overs.
Let's go down to Henry Moran.
Very much indeed. I'm alongside England fast bowler Lauren Filer on the boundary edge. A long day in the field.
Yes, very. I think we'd be happy with pretty much how we bowled. There was obviously some tough periods in the game, and they batted very well and were very patient. And I think that just goes to show with sort of their strike rates and stuff. But fair play to them, they batted well, and yeah, we've just got to go again tomorrow.
Is that the mentality? It's been a tough few weeks. You've just got to keep on finding something to keep on going.
Yeah, definitely. Like we don't want to be a team that gives up, and I think we want to keep on pushing and keep on fighting to be better than we have been, and actually better ourselves as players and as people. So yeah, we've just got to, like I say, keep pushing on.
And people in the dressing room saying these messages and saying, come on guys, we are better than this.
Yeah, look, it's not obviously been at all we've wanted, and I think we all know we're better than this, and we probably don't need to be told that as well. But yeah, there's obviously messages coming on from sort of even outside of the group as well that potentially is hard to hear, but it's obviously also we understand that we haven't performed the way we wanted to perform. So yeah, it's just one of those things, and hopefully sort of in the next few days we can show what we're made of.
Has it been difficult, that outside noise?
Yes, I think so. I don't think anyone would say it wasn't, but I think it's part of the game now. Like, the profile of women's cricket's grown so much, and I think it's something that we just need to work on as a team to sort of shut out and play in how we know we can play. Because if we play at our best, then we can beat most sides.
Drop catches, come on, what's been going on?
Yeah, look, we know we need to. We've got stuff to work on in the field. Again, it's hard. We're all human, and drop catches do happen, and they probably happen like a bit more often than we would have liked. But again, something we can work on and hopefully sort of show how we can field tomorrow as well.
And this is the frustration, is the message we keep hearing is we don't do this in training. We're much better than what we're showing on the field.
Yeah, look, we work really hard to test ourselves. I think obviously it's in a game, it's a completely different scenario to training. It's very hard to replicate game situations. There's obviously a lot of pressure, people on hundreds, all this sort of thing, and it's not something that we're not used to, but it's something we probably need to get a little bit better at. And like I said, it's hard to replicate that in training, but I think if we keep pushing the way we are and working hard at our field, and I think we can only go up.
Playing at the MCG, it's a special occasion. How have you found it?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, it's been pleasantly surprised about the crowds. There's been quite a lot of people here, which has been fantastic. And I mean, I think the birds is the thing that's surprised the most. There's about 100 birds on the pitch all flying at you. But no, it's an amazing stadium and a great place to play cricket.
Australia have been dominant in the series. They've been pretty dominant in this game. Can you get out of it with any sort of positive result?
Yeah, definitely. Look, again, like I said, I think we've bowled some really, really good areas. Remax sort of getting Belzy there, like, was class, sort of holding her line, holding her length, and Soph obviously being the way she always is and just holding up an end. So yeah, I think there's obviously positives to take out of it, but again, learnings as well. So yeah, we kick on.
Keep fighting?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Lauren. Well bowled today. Many thanks for your time. Lauren Filer here on the boundary edge, and giving her thoughts after a tough day for England.
Thank you to Lauren Filer for stopping past, Henry Moran for bringing you the reaction, Michelle Cosgrove, as you listen to that upstairs, trying to put a positive spin on what's been a pretty disappointing day. The interesting quote that stood out to me is we need to better ourselves on field and as people as well. We'll get a thought or two on that. Let's head down to Ben Cameron.
Yeah, I have Annabelle Sutherland with me, who scored her third Test century today, 163 in the end before you were dismissed. Annabelle, congratulations. How did it feel out there?
Yeah, it was pretty special. I mean, to have a Test match here at the G and to spend a bit of time out there and score some runs, it's it's pretty special given I'm Victorian and the occasion of it all. It's cool.
Were you aware, or are you aware, that you're the first woman to score a Test century here at the MCG?
Not really. So that's pretty cool. Get my name up on the honour board. That's awesome. Like I said, being a Melbourne girl, it's the MCG's probably written into my childhood, and just cool to do it in front of friends and family.
One of the incredible things about your career to date at Test level, it's an incredible record, averaging 70 before this Test match. But every time you've gone past 50, every time you've gone past 30, you've turned it into a century. Why is that, do you think?
I don't know. I love batting, so anytime I get set, then just try and cash in. Know how important that is to try and get ahead in the game, which we have done now, and Moose did an excellent job there. Just kind of kept them out there, and they looked pretty tired towards the end there, and try and get as far ahead as we can.
That is the next question. I mean, what do you think the plan is for Australia tomorrow in terms of the situation of this game?
I'm not too sure on exact sort of leads, but I'd say we'd want to be ahead as much as we can, in a really good position, and I think it's still doing enough. Saw England create a number of chances, so positive signs for our bowlers to take 10 wickets.
Were there any discussions this evening about potential declarations to bowl under lights with the new pink ball?
I don't think so. I think we were pretty keen to get a bit more of a lead, and I guess ideally only bat once and then try and look to take 10 as quickly as we can.
Where were you down the stretch with Beth Mooney approaching a maiden Test ton for her, because the dugout looked incredibly nervous? The crowd was trying to get Beth on strike. How did you view all of that?
Yeah, I was in the dugout with the girls. Nails were getting a workout. She didn't quite get there, but two to get tomorrow.
How do you think she'll go tonight? A nervous night on 98.
She's pretty chill, Moon, so she'll rock up about 5 minutes before the warm-up and roll out and hopefully tick that over to 3 figures.
How did the pitch play throughout the day? Because we were speculating from up in the box.
Look, there was still a bit in it, like still moving off the seam a little bit. I thought they bowled well in patches. They started really well that first session. Like I said, created a lot of chances, didn't take them, but I think it's doing enough, and if you bowl in the right areas for long enough, create enough pressure, then the wickets or chances seem to come.
Have you seen Mum and Dad yet?
Not yet. I'll be heading home tonight, so it'd be nice to get around family.
An offbeat question to finish. Bob Upa, you probably don't know who that is, but he's Patrick Dangerfield's grandfather, works for us at the ABC, and he came up to me in the press centre and said, does Annabelle wear number 14 because of Joel Selwood? I said, how would I know? We know that your dad is a Geelong fan and on the board at the Cats. I think you're a Geelong fan. Is that why?
Yeah, that's correct. Big Geelong fan. Lots of pretty good moments out here on the G watching the Cats play, and Joel was someone I looked up to growing up, and number 14's because of him.
He did also ask whether Georgia Warren wears 35 because of Paddy, but we'll forget that. Appreciate your time, Annabelle. Incredible knock today. We've had the good fortune of watching your double ton last year and now this knock today. Congratulations again.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Annabelle Sutherland with Ben Cameron, and all the emotion coming out. She's pretty composed, pretty relaxed, but to hear the significance of what it means for her to score a century, the first woman's name to go on the honour board here at the MCG, that'll be a unique piece of history.
Yeah, can never take that away from her, can you? And she wasn't aware of that fact. So to hear that and go, oh, okay, well, yeah, I've made history today. And she's 23 years of age. I don't think it'll be the last time that we see her name on an honour board.
And her Test average now is 83.71.
Oh, not too shabby.
Not too bad at all, is it? And she has scored 3 Test centuries. So,
oh my word.
One of Rick, 3 women to have done so.
Yeah, and that average of 83.71 is the highest by any woman with at least 500 Test runs.
There you go.
Any country.
All right, so as we wrap up here, Australia finished the day in once more a commanding position, 5 for 422, a lead of 252 runs. We were just talking about the reaction from Lauren Filer as she spoke to Henry Moran downstairs. 7 drop catches in which England put down today. Psychologically, Gozzy, how do they try and have a team meeting, address it, and try and move forward tomorrow?
Well, sometimes it's a couple of players and the ball follows them around. We saw it in the men's Test series throughout the summer, but it wasn't that. There's a number of players that have been dropping the catches. So, yeah, normally there's a couple of people and, you're like a magnet, but, the catching disease is sort of, caught on with the whole team. And the players are aware of that. You know it as a player. You're like, oh, my word, I can't escape this. And I'm on the biggest stage here at the MCG. MCG, and sometimes you want to just hide yourself if you can. But yeah, it is definitely catching, not in a good way like that, which is what they're not doing here at the MCG in this match.
And unfortunately for Sophie Eccleston, for as dominant bowler as what she's been, she's got a bit of work to do on her fielding, and the cameras are focused on her a little bit. The questions will be asked for the England coaching and training staff at the end of this tour, but that will be their challenge going forward. So Beth Mooney goes to sleep on 98. What's it like, Gozzy, when you're in that predicament, knowing you're getting closer to a career milestone, but you'll have the nerves and anticipation of having to start again tomorrow?
Well, I was lucky. I was only, I think, 25 not out, so I didn't even think I'd get to 30, let alone 98. So, yeah, I mean, look, she's an ultimate professional. As Annabelle Sutherland said in our sting there, that she's actually really quite sort of a calm sort of a person around the group anyway. And she's played in enormous, cauldrons around the world, played at World Cups, played in front of big crowds. But she's never been a 98 not out in a test match. So, I mean, she probably won't sleep too much tonight. You'd be thinking about how you're going to score it with the boundary. She'll just try and pick some ones up, I think, and get to the 3 figures.
What will Talia McGrath say as they make their way to the change rooms?
Sorry.
There's not much more you can say.
I should have got you on strike. The crowd
I was trying to get you on strike. The crowd were engaged. They knew exactly what was going on. So another unique set of circumstances tonight.